Good morning. Welcome to the two-wheel drive finals day at Pinerolo, Italy. The 2017 two-wheel drive European Championships. We are in our last day of the two-wheel drive competition. I can let you know the weather is good. It's going to be hot today, really hot. Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good morning, Dave. I'm good. Yeah, it's going to be really warm.
It's going to be a great day today. We have 2 rounds of qualifying for you, and then we have the finals. The first qualifying of the day starts at 10:15. We start with heat number 7, 8, 9, and then it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the final round of qualifying starts at 12 o'clock. Everything's local time, people, so local time starts at 12 with heat number 9 in reverse order. At 10 past 2, we have a final practice, and then the first A final proper starts at 3:10. Get my eyes back in at 3:10. Everything I'm telling you is local time. So they're starting to switch the buggies on now. We've had a shortened round of practice today. I think they did about 4 minutes just to let everyone get a feel for the track, and I think the track is looking at its best in comparison to Monday or Tuesday at this time of the morning. No rain overnight, and I don't think they even blew the track off. There was some complaints, well, not some complaints, let's be a little bit more accurate. They blew the track off after Monday, and they think a lot of the dust just went up in the air and came straight back down on the racing line. So it took a round or 2 yesterday to get it cleaned back up. Worsley said, that's all right, we got 2 rounds of practice, it'll clear it off, but they got a bunch of brooms out there, and I think they just swept it last night. So, and the results have been posted up here and there. I mean, I put some up on my Facebook page, and InfoRC has put something up, but they've not done all of it for some reason or another, kind of out of our control. We'll do the same thing we did yesterday. I'll put them up on my Facebook page, and Paul will try to put them up somewhere as well. Also, when we get them, it's a little bit of a long-winded way doing it to get it into this system, onto the RC Racing or EFRA, anything. It's just the way it works out with the equipment we got here. It's just far quicker and easier for me to walk over and take a picture with my phone and put it up. So that's what I'll be doing to the best of my ability. Now, looking through the results after yesterday, in fact, I'm going to do some high-tech stuff, and I'm going to get my phone out and look at my picture. There we go. I suppose I could have had it prepared, but I didn't. Looking at the top 10 at the moment, obviously, Lee Martin is our overnight TQ guy with 2 TQs in round. Ricardo Breton had the other one. So the only way Lee Martin can lose TQ is if someone else does a quicker time than he did yesterday. And his quickest time was 9 laps in a 5:06.559. But I think it's a little bit more interesting to look down the list, and I think down to 8th, Neil Craig. I think all of those drivers are in. So that's Lee Martin, Ricardo Breton, Michael Orlowski, Martin Bayer, Renaud Savoya, David Angaro, Una Hattinen, and Neil Craig. I think those drivers have secured their place in the A final. And the reason I'm saying this is if you look at Daniel Kopovic in 9th with Hugo Honegal in 10th, and then we go to 11th, which is Bruno Coelho. Bruno has a 5th in round in the 3rd qualifying yesterday. So if he could put another 5 or even a 7 with that, it'll give him enough points to get in. But if you look past Bruno, and those drivers all have double-digit scores. No one has a single-digit score. So to try to put something with a 10 or 11 and end up with 14 points is very, very difficult. So they're going to have to go like 4th or 3rd in round, and that's going to, I don't think it's going to happen from those drivers down there. So I think 9th, 10th, and 11th, Kopovic, Hugo Honegal, and Bruno Coelho, one of those drivers is going to be disappointed and end up in the B final. That's my opinion. So they're just starting their warm-up now, so we go straight in at the sharp end. And I said yesterday that I didn't think any driver from this Heat 7, would make it into the A final. But at the moment, we have Daniel Kopovic in 9th and Bruno Coelho 11th. So I could be proven wrong. Well, I will be proven wrong, actually. But like I said, one of them, Kovacic, Honegel, or Quello, will be in the B final. That is a given fact, I'm going to say. Okay, just bear with me a second, people. Right, I'm just doing some technical bits here, and the warm-up is just about done, and we're going to get qualifying underway.
Starting order 3, 1, 10, 7, 9, 6, 4, 5, 2, 8.
And it's looking like Bruno is going to go off first with Daniel Kovacic second. I have Mr. Kovacic sat outside my window. If I say anything bad, he'll reach in and grab me by the face and probably rip my head off. It's okay. Here we go, people.
1,
Bruno Quello leading us off.
10,
Daniel Kovacic second.
7,
As I said, I believe it's between Daniel, Bruno, and Hupo.
6.
One of those drivers is going to be disappointed. At the moment, it's Bruno has all the work to do. He's going to have to put something with that 5. We'll let him get going a bit, and Daniel making a mistake on the opening lap. Bad luck for the young Norwegian driver. Long way to go, though, but it's pretty tough to make a mistake and get your best time. And Bruno opening up with a 34.8. So good opening lap for Bruno in the 3 car, underneath the crossover, off that little corner tabletop, and heading for the Jeep jump and the big triple.
And we have our first Serpent Innovation replay of the day.
Fantastic. Let's have a look. Oh dear. And that's what happens when you're too hard on the power on the ski jump, and over you go. Let's pick up the 3 car, please. That's Bruno Quello, orange 1. Let's have a look. Where is he at? On under the crossover. Three minutes and 30 seconds left. Bruno over the big triple. Thomas Musso second. Joel Valander. Then as Honsha, Schneider, Van Helmen, Grainer, Hoffer, Kovacic, Novotny. Let's have a look at Bruno. 35-2 last time round. I don't have a forecast or a prediction on what their 5-minute time is going to be. Bruno having a little mistake coming off the corner tabletop at the end of the straight. Bruno into the big triple. We have 2 minutes 45 seconds left. And it's looking like Daniel Kovacic is up to second now. Let's pick up Daniel. He's heading for the ski jump now, please. So we're going to try to show a few more cars today. We got a little lazy yesterday. That's my fault. Sorry about that, people. I think I was just overexcited with so many people that wanted to come and talk with us. So Kovacic at the end of the straight. He is 3.2 behind Bruno Quello. We're following Daniel now into the Jeep jump and the big triple. These guys have got that jump locked in now on the switchback. And our little drop off. The double before the ski jump and starting another lap. Now let's have a look. 36.1 for Daniel, or for Kovacic last time around, and a 36.8 for Quello. They are now separated by just 2.3 seconds. I think it's pretty safe to say if Daniel finishes above Bruno, that should secure his place in the A final. And trust me, these guys know. Daniel just catching the top of that triple. We're going to stay with Daniel because this is the important drive for him. Get him over the line now. And it's updated 2.3. So they're Their last lap was just 0.003 of a difference. So 300 thousandths of a second. 3 thousandths of a second even. Don't worry about me, my brain will catch up with my body tomorrow sometime. Over the big triple goes Daniel. 1 minute left on the clock. These are the two most important guys on the track, so we're going to stick with them. And Bruno going a bit quicker with a 34.9, Daniel with a 35.3. Let's move forward one car, please, to the orange and white one underneath the crossover. We're going to follow Bruno for the last 35 seconds. Into the Jeep jump now. And the big triple. Daniel made a small mistake on the opening lap, and Bruno has not put a wheel wrong. So this lap and one more for these two drivers. Bruno a little bit shaky over the ski jump. That's going to cost him a little bit of time, but he had 2.8 seconds in his pocket. 2.1 now, so unless Bruno makes a mistake on the last lap, he's going to have a better score in this round than Daniel. We still have one more round of qualifying later today.
Here is a mistake.
And we're showing it on the Jeep, or on the Serpent Innovations replay. Was this the opening lap, Paul?
This is the last lap.
This is the last lap. Oh my, I didn't catch that. I was looking at Bruno. Okay, they're finishing as they come across the line. And Bruno's going to take it by 0.4 of a second. We'll just give some. Daniel Kovic's dad is just shaking his head in disbelief. How could Bruno make that mistake and get away with it? And still end up ahead of Daniel. But let me open my results up. It's basically a picture on my phone again. So Bruno with a 5. In order to get ahead of Daniel, he has to go 7th in round, I believe. Let me look and see what Daniel's got. Daniel's got an 8 and a 6. So if Bruno goes 7th in round and Hupo does not improve, Bruno will go up to 9th. Daniel will go to 10th and Hupo will be out. Hupo runs in the top heat today, so this is heat number 9. Just having a look to see, we got Juno Hattinen, who is going to lead us off, and he's in a pretty solid 7th position overall at the moment on 9 points. I will make a 100% prediction, and he will be in the A final. Like I said just a few moments ago, everyone down to Neil Craig, I'm going to say is in the A final. Because Craig on a 12, let's say Bruno goes 5th in round, you know, so that would put him on 10 points. That would put him above Neil Craig. But there's no other driver that I can see that's going to use their previous double-digit score and add something to it, or indeed, like, do 2 seconds in round. It's not completely out of the question, but yeah, I'm trusting my gut feeling on that. Here comes Carlos. You all right, Carlos?
Yeah. Good, right?
You okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably. That narrows it down to pretty much anything, so wonderfully accurate. I'm just going to have a quick look at the chat room. And William White, thank you very much, William, says, remember to hit the like, everyone. Yep, that's what we're looking. We want to see loads of that. And Gordon Albert says, sweet. Andrew Marker, just making sure. I thought Carlos was stealing my chair. I've lost 3 chairs this week. Andrew Marker, crashes and tight races are my favorite part of watching. And Ricardo Leo says, Bora Bruno. Yeah, that's a good run for Bruno. I mean, he got away with that mistake right near the end, and I was looking at the computer. Oops, sorry about that. And I didn't see the mistake. So, God, Daniel Kovic's dad was gutted because he knows if he would have finished 0.001 ahead of Bruno, you know, that would narrow Bruno's chances of getting the A. Now, everything I'm saying could be complete rubbish because there are 2 rounds of qualifying today. Oh dear, and it's the 8 car very late to the line, and that's Mr. JQ.
8, 10,
And Carlos is going to make JQ go off last for being late to the line. Of course, it doesn't affect your time because your time starts when you cross the line. So yeah, that was sort of a on-the-spot decision. You know, to be fair, that is the way it works. I mean, if you're late to the line, well, yeah, I don't know. So as you can hear, my voice is much better today. Still got a scratchy chest, so I'm gonna have to go silent and clear that tickleness. But feeling much better today, and certainly come time for the finals, we are gonna pump up the volume, and I am confident there's gonna be some amazing racing today. This track, with all the big jumps, is gonna be something to watch. So if we could follow, let's follow Una Hattinen, please, in the 1 car. 3 minutes 35 seconds left. He's underneath the crossover now. Una, I believe, is safely in the A final. And I say these things just off of the way I've seen the way I'm seeing people driving. I can't see anybody putting together 2 scores that's going to get them inside the top 10. It's possible they could do it, but the top 8 or so have been pretty solid. So Una down the main straight now, into that tricky braking area over our double single underneath the crossover. Now we'll follow Una for another half lap or so, and then we'll drop back to Kari Salmela, who he showed some really good pace early on, just didn't quite get enough done. Still time though, you never know. Una out front, his lead over Kari is 0.24 of a second. Both of these drivers from Finland, so they often find themselves battling over position on very similar surfaces. If we could drop back 1 car, please, to Kari. That's the 4 car underneath the crossover now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. And Kari, with a bit of a mistake that time round, sees Una to the lead by 1.7. Sartell 3rd, Mort 4th, Paniche. Then it's Walenka, Chafferdon, Quagrain, Villaba, Reinhard, who's not really enjoying these 2-wheel drive conditions, and a little bit shaky for Salmela over our big ski jump. Onto the steps now. And down the main straight with 1 minute 50 on the clock.
Carlos has just informed me that the first 3 rounds of qualifying results have been posted on the EFRA Facebook page.
Wonderful. Let's find the 2 car, please. We'll show Jean-Pierre Sartell, the French driver, who is in 3rd position at the moment, 2.8 behind our leader even. Let's see if Harry's picked him up. Morning, Martin.
He has.
Excellent. Okay, I believe it's the car coming down the main straight now. Indeed it is. Kind of like a Reinhard type colors. One minute left now. We're following Jean-Pierre Sartell. He's actually in 3rd now. Max Mort getting ahead of him. Jeez, help me. 45 seconds left. I think I'm going to ask you to find the 10 car of Max Mort, please. I think we'd say we could call him a JQ protege. We're on the 10 car now. Running JQ stickers. I believe he's running the PR car. JQ was running that, and then got some cars from Associated and started running those. 20 seconds on the clock. We'll finish this heat out with young Max Mort I think he's about 14 or 15 years old or so. So young man showing really good pace, big air over that ski jump. That is a bit risky. If you don't have your line just right, there's a kicker there and you will be going for a tumble. But Una Hattinen out in front, in total command of this by 2.6 seconds now. That's Sartell. We are on our in lap now for our leaders. Here's Una crossing the line now to finish 9 laps in a 14. Oh, that tickles the old chest. So Una Hattinen, I actually didn't look at the time from the previous heat for Bruno Coelho. Yeah, oops. 9 and a 14 though for Una. Maybe Martin knows. Martin, do you know what time Bruno did?
Race is over.
Thanks, Mart. So 9 and a 14 is close to the top, depending on what Bruno did. I think Una's a little bit quicker than Bruno, though. Bruno had that big mistake. He lost like 2 seconds on the last lap, and Kobovic having the mistake on the opening lap. Saw them finish just 0.4 of a second apart. I didn't watch Hattinen the whole time, but I think that was a pretty good time. Quickest time we saw yesterday was Lee Martin, 9 laps in a 6 split. Alec reckons he could do that, Tom, if he cut that corner 3 times. Well, if he cut three corners every lap. Up next, we got the top heat on the track. Oh, yeah. We got Carnival Carlos back. While these guys are doing their warm-up, I'll have a quick look on the chat room, see what you guys are saying. Rusty Design, hi there. Hello, Rusty Design. How you doing? Hello, guys, from Ricardo Verado. And Phil Slay having that big jump, big lump standing in the middle of the track. Affects everyone else, though. It definitely says big lump, Phil. Having that big lump. What big lump are we talking about?
Who?
Exactly. That was kind of like the what could have been the who. Never mind. Phil's having a senior moment. Thanks, Phil. But thanks for tuning in, Phil. Nice to see you out there enjoying all the coverage. And they are finishing their warm-up now. Strangle Martin. Oh, sorry, Martin. Sorry, Martin. Sorry, Martin. I guess you're right. I am a child. So what do you think, Martin?
30 seconds to start.
No, I mean, who's going to do what? Anything good?
9, 1, 3,
You reckon
2,
Lee?
5, 10, 7, 4,
Or Neil?
8,
So if that's the only two you want to do well, that's all you're going to think about.
9,
You're only saying that because Shin stood right here.
1, 3,
He can hear you.
5,
we want Lee and Neil to do well, definitely.
7,
Yeah, that's true. You are the UK team manager.
And who do you want to start with, Dave?
Can we start with Lee Martin, please? I totally forgot. I'm just enjoying the driving. Lee
In car 8.
He's going over the big ski jump now. He's our current TQ driver. If he goes TQ in this round, well, it's not going to cement it. Oh, no. Savoya snapping it on the end of the first lap, so he is out. Bad luck for Savoya. And it's Martin Bayer actually opening up with the quickest lap of a 34.2, followed by Ungaro, Martin, Craig, Honegel. So let's get another lap or two on. And at the moment, the only other driver with a 0 is Ricardo Berton, and he opened up with a 34.6, which is a great lap. And he's out as well. Oh dear. I mean, this could have an effect on 9th, 10th, and 11th. Okay, 3 minutes and 25 seconds left. Lee Martin out in front. I would like to find Neil Craig, please, now, who's going towards the far corner as we speak. Thank you, Harry. Neil up to second, just 0.7 of a second behind Lee Martin.
Car number 5, Harry.
Thank you. Car number 5. I suppose that helps. That's a good thing you're here, Paul. 3 minutes left, people. And I didn't see, but Neil had a mistake on that lap. Sees him from going from second down to 5th. So it's Martin, Orlowski, Ungaro, Honegal, Cragg, Bayer, Lamthmy, Carlson, and that's all that's still running. We've lost Savoya and Berthon. Lee Martin is really pushing on. I mean, he is ripping it around the track. Let's get this lap across. 2.5 minutes to go. I would like to go back to Lee Martin, please. That's the A car. The attitude of his car on the big jump section at the back, please. Over the big triple now. Thank you, Harry. I just assumed he knew the color, so that was my fault. Sorry, Harry. Lee Martin is tearing it up. Certainly pushing on harder than we've seen him push on yesterday. Down the main straight comes Lee Martin. Last lap 34.5. Best lap 33.7. The British driver with 2 TQs in his pocket. The other driver with a TQ, Berthon, has broken over the big jump, as did Savoya. Lee Martin perfect over the big triple section on our switchback. A little bit wide through there on the drop off now. Over the small doubles. 1:35 on the clock. Orlowski's running second, but not really in contention. 3.2 seconds back. I think it's more relevant to stay with Lee Martin, as this could put him with 3 round TQs. Only 2 out of 5 to count, so it would still be possible that Ricardo Berthon could take the TQ, but it would certainly only be him that could take the TQ if Lee takes it here. And at the moment, I believe he is on target to do that. 1 minute left now. We'll go ahead and follow Lee around because I believe Lee is pushing on harder than he did yesterday. Martin's gave me the nod. Thanks for that, Martin. Off the steps they go. Last lap for Lee, 34.5. He is 3.4 clear of Lowski in second. Got to wait for it to catch up. Neil Craig back up to third, but he's 4 seconds back. Then it's Bayer and Honegal. Over the big triple section. This lap and one more for Lee Martin to narrow, or have half a hand on the TQ. Nice and steady over the ski jump. Starting his last lap now. That was another 34.7 second lap. Onto the main straight he goes. Into the tricky braking corner. Out of the double single now. Underneath the crossover. Half the lap to go. Little bit, lost a little bit control for a second coming off that corner. Into the big triple. Off of the Jeep jump now. Into the switchback. It's no problem from here to get across the line. Over the doubles now. Nice and steady and full power on. Getting a little bit sideways. 5 in a 9. So it's 3 seconds off what he did yesterday as his best time. But that's going to see him with another round TQ.
Finish 2. Finish 3. Finish 5. Finish 10.
So Lee Martin's going to take the win here. Then it's Orlowski, Craig, Bayer, Honegal, Ungaro, Carlson, Lanthamo.
Race is over.
Get a picture of that. Just in time. 9 in a 14 for Neil. Third in that heat. I think it could be top 5. Mr. Craig was asking. Always happy to help out Mr. Craig. Is What a nice guy. Oh. Lost me pass.
You've broken it.
No, it didn't break it. Okay, so now we're into the lower heats. I don't like to call them that, but I couldn't think of anything better to say in that little bit of short time that I just gave myself a half a second to think. So yeah, it's the lower heats. So heat number 1 is next. We started this round with heat number 7. Once the round is finished, and maybe 5 minutes after so, I think we got a break in between. Let me look. We finished this round at 11:27 local time, and we don't start round 5 until 12 o'clock. So we're going to have a break. Yeah, let's have a look what's going on in the chat room. We'll go right up to the top. Max Ron with the PR at minizone.com says, I believe so. Yeah, that's what I was told. Daniel Holiday, can we follow Leroy? Of course we follow Leroy. 74 Cosmos says, thank you for the coverage. Next time I buy a car, it will be a Jeep. Perfect. Yeah, we thank you for that. And Rispy saying, I believe Max runs two-wheel drive with PR. Yes, thank you for that. Harry Turnin says, I saw Mort driving with X-Ray last time. Maybe. Not sure. I don't know for four-wheel drive. Someone else is saying, Rispy is saying four-wheel drive for X-Ray from Max. And Mick Polax. Can you follow Michael Orlowski? Well, sorry, I felt more relevant to follow Lee Martin, as that could have secured the TQ, or certainly it's narrowed it down to just one other driver. Ricardo Berton from Italy is the only driver that could prevent Lee Martin from starting on the pole. Kyosh O'Neill says, good morning. Dave Dodd, BMR wishes good luck to the British drivers. Thank you very much for that, Dave. Wooter Winen, David is round parties. Oh, cracking myself up. Wooter saying, David, it's round 5, starting with the heat 10 at 12. Almost, Wooter, it's heat 9. We only have 9 heats here. So, yes, at 12 o'clock local time, we start with heat 9. That'll be the top heat. Stefan Schulpeck says, good morning, have a nice day. Thank you very much. Chuckles Hunting says, how is Mark Reinhardt doing? I don't think Mark's having a great time. But traditionally, he does better with four-wheel drive when we have lower traction conditions, and I don't think this has quite suited him. I think he's in the B final. In fact, I'll get my results out and show you. This would be at the end of round 3, though, so it's not 4. And yes, he was sitting 17th. He was on a 16, a 14, and a 27, so not enjoying the third round yesterday. Let's look at points-wise. Reinhardt is on 30, and the 20th place driver is on 35. So, yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say, odds on for Reinhardt to end up in the B final. So up next is heat number 1. All right. Thank you for clarifying that, Phil. Having a look at the chat room. Nope, nothing else. So we're just gonna let these guys go around. Oh, I'll tell you what. Let's pick some other drivers to follow we haven't followed yet. Let's follow Nick Child in car number 9, please. We'll try to follow some cars we haven't followed yet. Try to give everybody a little bit of airtime. I mean, we're not going to give everyone. So Nick in the green car, looking pretty good from what I've seen so far. Nice and steady over that jump. I'm calling that the tricky double. It's really tricky to get enough traction off of that short run up to make it over. So Nick going single on that. Underneath the crossover for Nick. And we're going to have James Westmoreland on an interview after qualifying is finished. Not really going to try to get any of these guys in here in between. I know there's a half an hour break, but the top guys are going to be out first, so they're going to want to be working on their cars and stuff. You know, they'll be working on it now, and then there's a little bit of a break. Gonna let them just focus on their race, and we'll probably have a little break as well and go get some water and, you know, use the facility. So Nick is over. Let's pick up Martin Weidman, please, car number 5. See if we can help locate that for Harry. I don't know his colors. I know what he looks like. He's been standing in front of me quite a bit with his name on the back of the shirt, which always helps out. I believe Harry's picked him up. So this driver, where's he dropping down? He's from Switzerland. I heard some guys talking yesterday, and 1/10 electric buggy is not very popular in Switzerland. But obviously this driver's enjoying this class. Switzerland's not too far from here, believe it or not. I think it took us about 3 hours to get here, didn't it, Paul?
Yeah, so just about 3 hours.
In our nice Jeep.
A lovely Jeep.
It is nice. Hey, and you've done a great job driving.
Oh, cheers, Dave.
Well, I've not had to do any driving. It's like my personal chauffeur.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the uniform you make me wear.
What? It's the hat.
Yeah, it is the hat. It's just a bit
I mean, to be fair, you've not driven on the wrong side, you know.
much.
Much. I was going to say only a couple dozen times. No, you've been really good. Really good. I still do it. I go back and forth. What I find hardest is when I come back. Obviously, I lived in Sweden for 2 years driving on the left. The first time I got back in a car, I went down to Tesco's and came out of Tesco's and just started driving out the car park, and people are coming at me. I thought, what are they doing? Oh no, what am I doing? Never mind. Let's pick up the 3 car, please. Luca Barsottini. There you go, Barsottini. Ooh. Luca Barsottini in the 3 car. We have just over 1 minute left.
We'll have a quick Serpent Innovation replay.
Okay,
I'm not sure if we caught it all, so it might not work very well, but here we go.
And I think that was the 3 car that we had just picked up, wasn't it? So that shows you that on that little double single, if you jump a little bit too far, you land on the 3rd one, and it sends your car right up in the air. Can we follow the 2 car, please, for the last 30 seconds? Young Luke Holdsworth from England. And I was just trying to show some of the other drivers. Did he just crash?
I don't believe it. That can't be right.
Are we going to get a Serpent Innovations replay again?
They're exactly the same place.
There you go. See, oh my! And he landed it perfect, and for whatever reason, the car just flung itself forward and did a front cartwheel, and no champion's roll for Luke. But he is in the lead, still in the lead, and he's gonna do 9 laps from heat number 1, and that's some good going. Let's get Luke across the line. We'll give you his time. Luke's going to be the only driver on 9 laps.
Can you switch on the screen?
Switch it on. It is on. The other one. Is it not on? All right. I'm going to go switch on the screen. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I was switching on the other monitor for the French team captain. Hey, you owe me a beer for that later. The last 2 days, right at the end of the day, obviously I've been super low on alcohol consumption while I'm battling this cold. But come 5 o'clock yesterday, he walked up for the 2nd day in a row with a cold beer. And they're only small here. It's like I don't know, like a can of Coke size or something. He just made a point of coming over and showing me. But of course, total professionals during the day, 0 alcohol. and just lots of water, which then, means lots of going and checking the satellite dish.
Yeah.
It's really important to make sure the satellite dish is working correctly. Right, we're having a look at the chat room now. And let's see, Vincent Lambert, thank you for the live. Have a nice day. Thank you very much, Vincent. I hope you're enjoying it. And Adolfo Salas says, do you guys have any figures on competitors versus car brand? Unfortunately, we don't. We don't. No one really correlates that sort of information, do they?
No.
Because even on from country to country, you're allowed to drive whatever car you want. There's nothing that says anything like that. Let's see. David Fraser. Good morning, DC. Good to hear you sounding better. Which two-wheel drive buggy do you drive yourself? And okay, thank you very much. Good morning to see you as well. I drive an Associated B6 two-wheel drive and an X-Ray XB4 four-wheel drive. I'm quite lucky. The people that sponsor me, well, I'm kind of in between sponsors at the moment because I've just moved from Sweden to England, but my sponsor, believe it or not, was Netto RC. Yes, they have a model shop in Sweden called Netto, and it's spelled exactly the same as the bargain-priced supermarket. But they allowed me to run whatever car I wanted, which was really good. I'm actually setting up a deal with RC Octane. I don't know if he knows it yet. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to get my spare parts from Sweden. It's not really cost effective. So Martin Owen kindly has been getting some bits and bobs for me for RC Octane. I've not really sorted myself out much in England at the moment because I've only been back for 3 months and I've been working like a dog and trying to hit a few races. And of course, I've been privileged to go do some commentating at race meetings, and this is the first time, well, the first trip I've done for RC Racing TV, and we were in Lostallo, Switzerland last week, and we're here this week. Vincent Lambert saying, let's go, Michael Bertie. Ross Williams, mint coverage as always, guys. Good work. Thank you very much, Ross. Nice to see you there. James White, good luck to the UK PR team and the rest of the bridge. Thank you. The Yorkshire Project says, morning all, first day, managed to get in. What's with the screen instead of the timing overlay? Feels like a throwback. Yes, what's happened is the timing system that they're using here in Italy is an Italian timing system that none of us have ever heard of. We were expecting MyRCM and we got here and we were told, no, we're not using MyRCM. So basically, their timing system doesn't work with our graphic machine. So we basically have a monitor underneath our table in our control booth here.
You're revealing the magic.
Yep. And we have a webcam pointed at it, and then we've uploaded onto there. So without that, you would have nothing. And it is unfortunate, I mean, that they're not using MyRCM because then you guys can watch the live timing. But let's have a quick look. Let's follow the 5-car. Ooh, actually, let's follow the 5-car of Nicholas Child first. We watched Nicholas's dad, Nick, a little while ago. I believe it's the blue one at the end of the straight, or help me. I'm not sure. Is it the blue car right below you? No. There you go. So completely wrong. I don't know what Nicholas's colors are.
Well, we're following the car that's just going down the steps.
Yeah, we'll follow that car for a moment then. Okay, and I'm going to ask you to switch to the 9 car, please. And the 9 car is going to be our special guest later, who I went and introduced myself to yesterday. That is James Westmoreland, and he is a British Superbikes factory team rider. Factory team? Well, team rider. I don't know if it's a factory. Oh, it's got to be a factory team, isn't it? Or it's a team. But he's a professional superbike rider. And he's out here racing RC cars. He's going to come on and sit down and put the headphones on, and we're going to pick his brain. And it's about 1:15 or so local time. We're going to do that. So I've been chatting to him this morning, and yeah, I think it's just fascinating that we have other professional racers you know, in different forms of racing out here enjoying model cars. And I had a few questions on Facebook yesterday. As he comes up short on the big jump, let's do the Serpent Innovation replay on that. He'll like that. Here he comes into the big triple after the Jeep jump, and we're playing it now. Comes up, you see, just a bit short, cases the jump. Over he goes. We're going to give him a 9.2 because he landed it on camera. So yeah, he was telling me yesterday after his second run, he was so nervous and his heart was pumping that as soon as he crossed the line, he had to just park the car. And he said this is harder to do than his superbikes. And I'm like, come on, you guys are insane. You go all 200 plus miles per hour. He said, no, really, Dave. He said, I'll tell you, I can look around and stuff, and you know, there's little bits and pieces you can relax. He said, you cannot relax in this racing at all. So that's fantastic to hear. Right, let's do the last minutes on the one car, please, of Jamie Hall. I'll try to pick him up as well.
Harry's got him.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Harry. So, yeah, at a 1:15 local time today, we're going to try to get, we're going to get James Westmoreland in for a nice chat. And you know what? He's a really good guy. And he's going home tomorrow or maybe tonight because he's got a race at Brands Hatch this weekend. So he's got to go back and work, and his work is racing motorcycles professionally. 20 seconds left. Jamie Hall is the leader. He is on his 8th lap, and he has every chance. Oh, no, he's not. This will be his last lap. I beg your pardon. I've done my math calculations wrong. So he will get 8 laps. Pardon me. Time is just about up. So we're going to see some finishing times now. So Jamie Hall's in the lead, Pete Lyons in second, and James Westmoreland in third. British team, first, second, and third there. There's Jamie crossed the line. He's finished 8 laps in an 11 split.
Finish 4.
And
Finish 9.
here comes Westmoreland across the line. And he's done 8 laps in an 18.
Finish 3. Finish 7.
And he's gonna go ahead of Pete Lyons on that last lap.
Finish 10.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the chat room. Ooh, lots of stuff. All right, cool. The Yorkshire Project says, thought it'd be like that. And yes, don't reveal too much of the setup. It's a shame. New timing overlays were really fluid and awesome to see. Yeah, it is a shame. But this is like, at least it gives you something to look at, you know, rather than just nothing, listening, relying on me, which is unreliable to give you all the information you want to see. Ross Williams, DC, I was talking with you via the chat in Sweden at the large scale Euros. Yes, it was great to see you there. Paul pointed that out to me. It's great to have you coming back, and it's really cool that you like what we're doing here, and you guys seem to think I'm doing a reasonable job as well, which means maybe, if I'm lucky, Nick will let me do more of 10th. I mean, that's really my thing is 10th. The other ones, I enjoyed that as well, but this I'm far more comfortable here. Aiden Burke, morning DC, you're sounding better. Yes, I am, Aiden. Definitely better. Still got a scratch in the old chest, and I'll have to turn my sound down and cough it out. And Dave Dodd says, "Come on, James Westmoreland." So I got Martin Weidman here in front of me. Martin, we followed your car for a while. How was it for you?
It was nice.
Nice.
No.
Okay. Is there a lot of 1/10 buggies in Switzerland?
Yeah. No. The scene is a bit in a some sort of a crisis.
Yeah.
We have less drivers in the present than the last 2 years.
Yeah.
It sank.
It happens. It goes up and down, but
Yes.
you're still here. You having a good week? You enjoying this?
Yes. Great. Thanks. Yes.
Yes.
Lovely weather.
Yep.
Good shape. The track's in good shape.
And you're going really fast?
No.
You got a smile on your face, though, so you
Yeah.
must be enjoying it.
Yeah. Yes. that's the main thing.
Perfect. Thanks for
Yeah,
talking
thanks.
to us. So that's, like I said, I could see him before. It's easy when people have the name on the back of the shirt because it helps me identify them. And then when I see their car, it makes it easy. It just gives me something else to talk about. Let's see, Nigel W. Morning, guys. Will RCTV be covering the 1/8 Nitro Euros? Yes, indeed they will. The boss, Nick Damon, will be there on the microphone. I will be there also, but I'm actually the track announcer, so you'll probably hear me in the background, and Nick will probably get sick of hearing my voice blast. He's not going to get away from me. Nick, you're trapped with me for at least one full more meeting. And Adolfo Salas says, it's a pity Jorn Newman's not here. It is indeed. Don't know why. Not heard anything from anybody that's here. So, unfortunately, we don't have any gossip, any news at all. Dean Johnson saying hi from New Zealand. Sounds and looks great. Thank you very much, Dean. Yeah, it is great. I'm very, very lucky to be here. Neil Burtis says, come on, Mr. T. Ross Williams, 10th is more my thing to do, but I enjoy my 5ths as well. Well, I think any sort of model car racing you're involved with is the right model car racing. Simple as that. I'm equal opportunity. Like, I think, man, this is an awesome sport. Whether it's 12th or 10th or 5th or 8th, you know, whatever racing you're doing, I think you should be commended for that. So if no one is picking anyone to follow, let's follow the 8 car of Joseph Cockhill. I don't think we've given Joe much coverage. I mean, we certainly have given Martin Owen quite a bit, and both Martin and Joe have been in here helping me out when you know, I'm struggling and the voice is hurting. These guys came in and really helped me out yesterday, so I appreciate that. So Joe in the 8 car, he is a Serpent driver. And it's, you know, our replay. So we might get a Serpent driver and a Serpent Innovation replay for a Serpent driver. But I do hope Joe does well. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's about middle of the pack at the moment. Half the cars in 2 laps, half the cars on 1 lap. So we'll get them over for 2 laps and have a look. And it's Sanasi out front, followed by Linder, Kalan, Halun, Cockhill, the car you're following, Owen, Disler, Mayer, Oswald, and Mick Zolpski didn't start for some reason, so bad luck for him.
We have had a request for Carl 1.
Okay, if we could follow Joel Mayer, please, in the 1 car. He's sitting down in 8th at the moment, and he's 6 seconds behind our leader with a 40-second last lap. Looking like Harry's picked that car up. Into our tricky double for Joel Mayer. And spinning out a little bit there, but gets going back, in the right direction. Paul's beating himself up with his headset. We'll follow the 1 car for a little bit, and then we'll move on to someone else. Trying to give more coverage today, as we didn't do that much yesterday with all the guests and the guest presenters we had in here helping us out. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. We'll give this a bit longer. And Owen having trouble with Joel Mayer. That could be a good replay. See if we can catch it. Here we go. The Serpent Innovations replay. See, let's play that one more time so I can just see who it was. We're going to show that one more time. Serpent Innovations replay. Here we go. You can see it looks like Martin Owen spun out, lost control, and the car we are following, Joe Mayer, tries to avoid him and just clipped him and got stuck. Can we find the 6 car, please, now? The Austrian driver, Martin Lindner. That's the 6 car, Harry. What up, briefcase? Suitcase? Head case? So you see, we're equal opportunity abused. Yeah, I'd call it abuse.
Who are you after, Dave? Who are we trying to find?
We're trying to find the 6 car. And I've just looked at those 4 cars, so that's not them. That's the 2 car. Oh,
and I think we've got him.
I couldn't see the...
Just going under the tunnel.
Yep, just under the tunnel. He is our current leader. 1 minute left. He has a lead of 5.6 seconds into the Jeep jump and the big triple. Nice landing there for our leader. Dang, nothing coming out, but here we go. Looking at Linder, he is, looks like he's going to get 9 laps, I'm going to predict. Underneath the crossover now, the Austrian driver, Martin Linder, still our leader, into the Jeep jump now. Oh, he's out of shape and takes a roll, landed on his wheels, and still goes for the triple off the fence. My goodness. Are we going to have a replay on that one? Serpent Innovation Replay. Thank you very much for them guys helping out with us here. Shows on his...
I don't think we're going to see back far enough.
Well, we're going to see him off the fence there. That was already caused by a bad Jeep jump. Out of shape. He had a roll, landed on his wheels, and still tried to get the power down and do the big triple and bounced off the fence. But he's still going to get through for his 9 laps, even though that was a 40-second lap. So we lost best part of 5 seconds in the Jeep jump and the big triple. Time is up. We're into finishing times now. Messing with Bartek, it's fun. And Martin Linder is going to take that. He's going to do 9 laps in a 34 split. I'm going to have a bit of water. I'll be right back.
Race is over.
Oh, that's better. For at least like 2 minutes. Thanks for looking after us, Paul. Really chatty there.
Sorry.
Well, I did give you a warning.
Yeah.
My throat's definitely better, but I still got a wheeze. You know, you might hear it every now and again. Yeah. I try to not, you know, burden you too much with that. But it just keeps on coming. And it doesn't really hurt, but it more just tickles. And you know what it's like when you got a tickle in your chest and you want to just cough and clear it. So, sorry about that, people. I feel way better today. Way, way better. I'd say we're going to pump up the volume in the finals because I have a feeling, Paul, it is going to be some incredible racing today.
I'm hopeful for that. I think there will be.
I mean, Lee Martin is looking the class of the field, but with such, I was going to say, with so many features on a large track, you know, pressure's going to be on all those drivers. Anything could happen. So we're on the warm-up now for heat number 4.
And we are RC Racing TV. Our sponsor this week is Jeep. They are bringing us here, quite literally in a Jeep.
Yep.
And we'd also like to thank our friends at EFRA for inviting us.
Absolutely. So Jeep and EFRA have made it possible. Serpent Innovation Replay, and also all of you fine people out there. On the first day, on Monday this week, I asked for lots of likes and showing support, and it came through very, very positive. I'm not going to keep asking, but if you could, you know, if you haven't and you so desire, like the page, share, send good messages. You know, hey, even send an email or two. It all shows well that all the efforts that goes in is being appreciated. And if you got time and you've not heard it yet, have a listen to the Monday practice. My goodness, we had some good conversations with some high figures, you know, high profile figures. You guys have a look at the chat room. Stevie Parkin. Great coverage from the RCTV guys. Loving the commentary, DC. Good job. Nice to have someone who knows the tint scale. Guys, thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate that. Vincent Lambert, go French team. Yes, go every team. Go Emile French team, I beg your pardon. Where Lupac says, please, where are the complete results? I believe the EFRA website now, are they up on there, Paul?
EFRA Facebook page.
EFRA Facebook page. Have a look up there. Lee Cheeseman saying, hello, hi, Lee, how you doing? All the way down there in Australia, g'day. Someone asking, Sir Lad Lord Sugar, why did Jorn leave Serpent? Truth is, don't know. We just don't know. Let's follow the one car, please. Should be the first car on the track. Coming off of the steps now. Somewhere around there, please, Harry. And we'll just finish these couple of things. Nigel W says, we'll probably never know. You are correct. Craig Mayer, DC man up. Well, I'm manning up. I'm here. I'm getting it done. Nice to see you there. Don't you have a job? Just kidding. Nice to see you here. Ross Williams said, looking forward to four-wheel drive. And Olaf saying, go Schumacher RC. C. Morgans, good morning, everyone. Got up a bit late. You're not too late, Morgans. It's just hotting up here. We've got a few more heats here in round number 4. We are following the one car. That's Mattia Fucci from Italy. We're going to follow him for a little bit longer. Let's get everyone with 2 laps on the board. If we could follow the 2 car now, please. The French driver. And I'm going to say that's Meto Hansa. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I like that.
Meto Hansa. Meto Hansa sounds good to me. That's the 2 driver. He is currently your leader. He has a lead of 2.6 seconds over Mattia Fucci, who we've already watched just a little bit. If you got a request, get him in. If not, we're just going to try to pick some different drivers. We tend to favor, well, it's easy for me to ask to show people I know. And then a lot of people out there have asked for people, and certainly the British guys have been asking to see the British drivers. But now we're going to just show other drivers, and of course it's easier to show them if they're near the front. So Mato Hansa out front, the French driver, has a 2.6 second lead at the moment. Fucci second. Jari Itovari from Finland third. Then it's Tommy Hall and Benjamin Porte from France. Is that good, Carlos? Yeah? Oh.
Mattia Fucci is the Italian champion, I think.
Who is?
Mattia Fucci.
Is the Italian champion in 1/10 buggy. In 2-wheel drive.
Mainly because not competing on the top.
Yeah. Of course. 1 minute 45 left. We are following Matto Hansa, the French driver. Let's follow Jari Itovari in the 7 car, please. I'll try to help you find him, but not really worth it. You seem to find everything quicker than me. And you've already found him. This is another Finnish driver. Itavari. Yeah, that Finnish language. Jeez. It's not even language. It's just beata beata boota beata tuta. And I hope you're listening, Auntie, and all my fireman friend and all you other Finnish guys. Your language is crazy for me to hear. 1 minute left now. Matto Hansa still out in front. He's on lap number 7. He's got a big lead of 4.3 seconds, Paul. Ooh, exactly. Pretty big. Pretty big. Just seeing where the Itovari, and he's just made a mistake. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was 2 cars back. I was nearly going to go for a Serpent Innovation replay, but I was, again, 1 minute behind the real world. Easily done. Into the last 20 seconds here. We're going to finish out with Itovari. I'm going to have a look at the chat room and see what you guys are talking about. Apu Koro, good morning. Good morning, Kai. Can we follow Yari Itvaradi. Yeah, well, that's who we're following. Good morning, Kai. I'm not Kai. Oh, Kai's up there. Morning, DC. Good morning, Kai. Well, Kai says, hi, DC. So good morning, Kai. Hi, DC. And yes, I'm making it sound really confusing because it's easy. Mr. Cheeseman says, hi, Kai. Of course, Kai and Lee and myself and a lot of other people were all together at the World Championships 2011 in Vasa, Finland. Let's hope they have a plus 40 World Championships again next year. Missing going back there. They wanted it. They wanted someone else to host it, Paul, for this year, and we said, nah, we only want to go to you. So they said they were going to have a year or two off because, you know, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
It's a lot of work. Right. So Matt Hansa is going to take that win only by 1.4 in the end. He has a slow last lap of 39.7. I'll get him a nice piece of paper out here.
Where are we?
That was heat 4. So we got 2 more heats, and then we're going to have half an hour break. So what we'll probably do is we'll leave the camera rolling. We'll turn the sound down so it doesn't pick up anything it shouldn't do. We'll go take care of a bit of business, get a bit of water, and sort ourselves out. And maybe we'll see if we can grab someone to come in and have a quick chat with us. It's probably not going to be any of the top guys because they're going to be out straight away. And, yeah, I've not spoken to Lee and Neil yet, but I'm hoping to get Lee and Neil to come on together. Probably get them in, I'm thinking somewhere around heat 5 or heat 4 of the last round of qualifying. Or actually, I don't know. I'll ask them what they want to do. But I think it would be quite cool to have those 2 guys on together. A little bit windy here today. Roosty Design, what time of the first A main? Let me have a look here, Roosty. That is 10 minutes past 3 local time. Mr. Cocktail coming in. White Joe. Let's have a look, see what's going on. Ross is saying, do check the RC Speedweek from EW. Yeah, but don't get all that. Joe's going to come on for a bit. It's better to have plus 40 worlds every other year, just like the worlds. Well, unless you like racing there. Pascal Jut says 15:15 for the first A main. Well, I've got 15:10 on my time sheet. So I got 15:10, 16:10, and 17:10. So don't get that wrong.
And I've got the key, and I've got the secret.
For what?
I got the key to another place, Dave.
Another place.
I was singing a song because you were saying I've got the. It's absolutely over your head there, Dave. Tumbleweed is rolling down the straight.
Well, no, you just time and a place.
Yeah, true.
I guess in your mind that was funny.
Oh yeah.
It's a strange place in there.
My mind is all over the place.
Yeah, we know that.
I mean, I'm friends with Martin Owen. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's hard work. Let me just read out these last couple of things.
Love you, Martin.
Oscar Wilson saying, I noticed the drivers don't seem to hit the apex. They do not go wide and hit it. They sort of stay in the middle of the track and stay in the corners. Is there a reason for this? Well, let's ask Joe. Is there a reason for that, Joe?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for, obviously, the top boys or anyone of that ilk, but if you go offline, your car goes sort of around the corner and sideways, and you end up losing more time.
But they're saying they're not going super tight.
Yeah, because it's also very dusty on the super tight section.
Yeah.
I mean, this corner here after the ski jump in front, the little double before this step down is like if you go too close to that, your car's going to hit the dust.
That's it. Let me just have a quick watch here. I want to watch something. Because Marcus Lind was saying, this is quite a strange one, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Lind was saying yesterday in 2 of his qualifying, his opening lap was 44 seconds, and he didn't have a mistake.
Under the bridge.
That's not Marcus.
So he had a 44-second lap and he didn't have a mistake.
Correct.
Then maybe he needs to drive faster.
Well, no, what he's thinking, he's a pretty good driver. What he's thinking is that for some reason his time started when the other cars started. So I watched it that time for you, Marcus, and yeah, it was correct. Let me just watch the end of this first lap. Yep, and that was spot on, 37. So let's pick up the 5 car then and give him a little bit of track time. He's coming down the main straight now towards you, underneath you, and Harry picking up Marcus Lane. How was your run there, Joe?
Actually pretty good. One silly error, but apart from that one error, everything went pretty good.
What was your time?
I think like 8 on something, 8 on a 5, like
That's pretty good.
5 or something. So the car felt really good. New tyres take a little bit of time to come in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I remember at the warm up, Neil was saying second run tyres are always a little bit better. So
Yeah.
new tyres in the first sort of 2 or 3 minutes, you've got to be a bit careful with.
Okay, if we can follow the 3 car, please. That's Sylvain Gallo. As you see, Joe, we're trying to take it a little bit more serious today.
It's finals day.
Tomorrow, absolutely. Tomorrow we can go back to
Being silly.
silly-er. We still can be silly, but we're just going to be a bit more serious.
As soon as qualifying's finished, the serious stuff starts.
Pardon me for that. Yes, absolutely. And well, I kind of feel like I was pushing the limits with what we would be allowed to do. And it was well received from you people out there, and I think that makes everything better. We weren't really, totally screwing around. We were just playing a little bit and trying to be informative and have a little bit of fun with it, which is pretty much what this class is all about. Joe's looking at the chat room.
How's the traction level today compared to yesterday? It's very similar. I think yesterday we started with the sun not being out for a good maybe 2 hours before the sun appeared.
Pretty much, yeah. It was pretty overcast in the morning.
But then, as today, we've started with bright sunshine. So
We have indeed.
The grip doesn't seem to have changed. I mean, myself and Lee Martin went out sweeping the track this morning.
And what time did you leave the track last night, Joe?
Pretty much as soon as qualifying had finished.
And they hadn't blown the track off then? I don't think they blew it last night.
I don't think I wasn't here, so they may have done, but
I don't think so. I think that it was asked not to,
yeah.
and they would prefer it to be swept.
Like I said, me and Lee had a walk around this morning with a brush, brushing all the corners and giving everybody an equal chance, I guess.
Okay, let's pick up the 6 car, please. Yanni Hovey, finished driver. So we got this one and one more, and we're going to have a short break.
Short break.
Exactly.
And then the final round of qualifying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I suppose I can walk over and see if the results are posted and try to get some photographs of them, and then we'll give us something to talk about. And it will definitely help figure out who's going to be where. But at the moment, it's looking like the top 8 in the A final locked in my position, in my opinion. Just 9th, 10th, and 11th between Kobovic, Hupo, and Bruno.
You'd like to think Hupo was going to be secure. I mean, he's always at the sharp end of the stick.
He was in 10th at the moment after 3 rounds. And he did go quicker than Daniel in that round. And we did have 2 faster drivers break in Berthon and Savoia.
Yes.
So that could mean that Hupo is now sitting 11th and Bruno's in.
Yeah, that's always. I always find that the problem at nationals. It's like if you're hunting down the last sort of good time, but then you've got one of the big boys goes out and breaks his car.
Yep.
Like if Neil or Lee or Craig Collison or someone breaks their car, there's someone else who's then gone up an extra point.
Exactly.
That extra point, as tight as it is at nationals in the UK now, that extra point is a final or more.
Absolutely.
It would nice to see like Daniel, the youngster, in there, but it's it's always nice to see the veterans of
it is what
European
it is.
Championship finals.
I don't think Hupo had a great run in that last one. Certainly, I didn't really see him, although we were following Lee Martin because he was on a potential
On fire?
another TQ run.
He was on fire.
He was pushing on. The attitude of his car looked far more aggressive than he did yesterday, but he was still 4 seconds slower than his quickest time yesterday. Because not always the aggressive driving isn't necessarily the fastest.
Especially on a surface like this.
Exactly, but he was hustling it around, so Yanni Hovey's going to take that 9 laps in a 30 split. So we had 3 9-lappers there, Joe. That's good, isn't it?
That is very good. How did the 54-year-old from the UK do?
8 in a 28.
I think I went faster.
I think you did as well. I watched him a little bit, and he looked rubbish. And even at one stage, he just sort of pulled out the way because he had a few mistakes. And
Good morning, Daniel Holiday. Yes, I'm sure a catch-up is overdue, my friend. I don't know when, but I'm sure we can sort it out.
nothing. I was just yanking on your chain.
And try not to cough up everything else.
Well, just what needs coughing up.
I mean, look at Paul Crompton's car. It looks so cool. Oh, the colours are... I like the blue. The blue is pretty cool.
Yeah. Kind of a Brian Kinwald tribute.
Yeah, you could say, yeah.
Similar colors. Brian had a bit of black in there, but he's more like a... what do you want to call it? Like raindrops or swirl swoopy. Swoop. There you go, splats.
I think it's more of a splat. I think Cavalieri has a similar sort of
Splats.
splat design.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I had a splat design when I first started racing. That's just because I wanted to be like the cool kid
And
and have splats.
didn't work, did it?
Oh, I think he's forgotten where the track goes.
No, he just wants to start from there.
Good job, the Frenchies.
This is the last heat here in round number 4. We're going to have a 30-minute break or so. We're going to go off and take care of a bit of business and try to take pictures of the results of after 4 of the rounds. We'll try to see maybe we can get someone to come back and chat with us.
William Venable's under the bridge.
Yeah.
On the bridge.
And he just sits there looking at it.
Car on the bridge. Okay, sorry.
Watch out, everyone watch out.
Oh no.
You know, the brush, you can do whatever.
That was interesting to say the least.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, is this one of the Holdsworth kids just sat here?
I think this is Josh.
So he's got a broom right in front of him, and they can use the broom
Yeah.
to get the car.
Yeah.
And he didn't even move.
But Harry Briefcase Venables should never have even crashed under the bridge to start with.
Yeah. Was that Venables?
Yeah, we got yet another new name for him.
Harry Venables.
Oh, it's Harry Briefcase Venables.
Briefcase Venables.
Yeah. The poor boy's got so many names and
Yeah.
being abused this week, but
30 seconds to start.
it's his rite of passage, I guess,
It is,
into the world of the UK Euros extravaganza that it is.
Absolutely. This is what we do. Right, we can start off following the 2 car, please, Harry. That'll be the car that goes away first.
Carlos Pineda
Indeed.
from Spain, I believe.
5,
I'm guessing Spain.
7,
Yes. ES. Hispania.
España. Español.
10,
Pineda. Down the straight for the first time.
4,
Oh, I believe there's Bartek making a mistake.
9,
We got Venables out on the track as well.
As myself and Martin Owen signed off last night, I think we're going to have a segment of hashtag Ask C Cup questions. Martin,
ya?
Martin is dead on wanting to answer some funky questions. Obviously, they've got to be child and family friendly, obviously, because this is a friendly family show.
Wow.
Because obviously, I'd hate to cost Dave and Paul and Harry and the rest of the RC Racing TV guys their jobs, but
Nah, because we just won't let you on.
yeah, true. But then I think there'll be an uproar because everybody wants to see me, Dave.
No, they don't.
Everybody wants me here.
No. You should be very grateful we're allowing you here and don't push too much. Because we just won't let you back.
Yeah, true.
I like you, Joe, but don't push it.
Crompton and Venables going big over the back.
So we're following the 2 car Pineda. Let's let this settle down a bit. We're going to get 2 laps on the board, and we're going to pick a couple other cars to follow. We've already followed Kev Lee quite a bit.
Somebody has asked to follow Briefcase.
Right, let's follow the 8 car of Venables, please.
He is just hitting the straight now, Harry. coming to the corner tabletop with a red associated B6.
Ooh, up on 2.
Don't go under the ridge. Whee, there we go.
Yep, got through that section okay. He stacked it in the warm-up.
Very, very impressed with Venables' driving this week.
Over the Jeep jump goes Venables, and clearing the big triple to the switchback now. And a little drop-off. Venables looking nice and tidy around that corner. Over the ski jump. Venables on a good run. He's up to 5th now.
We're gonna call this the 7 Bridge because after Chris Mills named it yesterday.
Did he? Chris Mills.
Chris Mills, the RC legend that is Chris Mills.
Yeah. Looking at the computer, it was Paul Crompton in the lead. He had a little bit of mistake there.
He's having a bit of trouble with Venables. Obviously, these two know each other from UK Nationals. And
So if you could sort of get a little bit of a wider shot, because that's our leader, Paul Crompton, in the 4 car, and William Venables. That's what Carlos called him this morning, so we're going to stick with it. Sounds quite cool. But we have a new lead car with 2 minutes and 15 on the clock. It's Gotzel. Oh, we're going to have Briefcase having trouble on the Serpent Innovations replay. And going in way too hot. Lands it, though, so we're going to give him 8.7 on the Richter scale. Let's follow the 5 car, Max Gotzel, please. Gotzel.
why is Will called Briefcase? Well, Daniel Holiday. It's because he looks like Will from The Inbetweeners. And he's also called Will.
We're going to pick up the 5 car. I think we've got him. He's our lead car at the moment. And he's on a 6th lap. And I can't tell what the gap is between him and the car.
No, it's like a dead heat. It's the same.
But it's not. If you look here, 0.3 of a second between them. But
so I'm glad you can read timing screens, Dave, because I struggle. Oh, here we go. See, it's now giving you a gap.
Yeah. But it's Pineda in the lead from Gotzel. Well, I would like to pick up the 9 car now with 1 minute left and try to say that name.
Juha Aroma?
Juha Aroma.
Aroma. No, I thought it was Aroma. I'm sure we had the...
Aroma.
Aroma. It's kind of like Aromax, but without the max on the end.
Yeah. Juha Aroma. Very nice guy. Came over and chatted to me. It was good to see him.
Swedish, Finnish, Norwegian, Finnish.
Yep, another one of the fast Finnish guys. A lot of them seem to be fast. Whenever I go race over there, they're always fast.
Well, you've got young Una and Max Smart.
Yeah.
Is he Finnish? Finnish or is he Swedish?
He is Finnish. JQ is obviously Finnish.
JQ is Finnish.
You've got
everybody loves JQ.
You've got the Samala, father and son.
Carrie. And isn't Sammy his brother here as well?
It's his father, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was his brother.
Yeah.
Oh, not the place to.
I bet Sammy will be pleased to hear he looks like Caddy's
brother. Younger brother, I said.
Yeah, I think Sammy won the plus 40 2 years ago when we were there. Time is just about up. We're we're going to be shortly in the finishing times, depending on. Oh,
Kevin Lee, not
yeah,
there.
Sorry. As I look up to see who's going to finish first, is Kev Lee.
Venables jumps off the track as well.
Does a double stack, a roller,
Paul Crompton
smashing it up.
Special across the line.
Oh. It's looking like if Pineda can have a good last lap, he's going to be top of the pile here in this heat.
Car 10, Ollie Dillon. Car 10? Oh, yeah, Kevin Lee. It's too late now, Ollie.
Yeah, we're not following anyone else. We're just going to bring this into the finish here. We're going to have a 30-minute until the start of round number 5. And, of course, we start with heat number 9. That's the top heat. And it is Max Gotzel with the better lap. As I said, Pineda with a slow lap means Max Gotzel.
Venables is on 9.
Venables, yeah.
9 laps. Get in, William.
Well, nearly everyone there's got 9 laps. Even Crompton is just.
Kevin, look how far off Kevin was, though. I mean,
that was that crash right there.
That was inches.
Let me have a look at the chat room before we have a short break. See what guys are saying. Rich Young, DCU should know C-Cup is as big as a legend as you. Well,
cheers, Richie.
He is in his own little world, but this is my show. Now it's nice to have Joe on. But having a segment purely dedicated to Let's Ask Joe questions might be a little bit too much.
No, you don't have to have a pure just segment. They just ask questions during the day.
Yeah, but that means we got to watch it, write it down, and remember to ask you. That's too much for me. Keenan White says, this is Will's second time ever racing on dirt.
Harry looks like a proper Brit abroad.
Andrew Marker, DC, I have to call it a night out here in the Southwest Desert, Arizona. Keep up the good work, and we'll catch a replay in the morning. Good night, and see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Good night, and thanks for watching. I hope you enjoy the video you'll watch later. Keenan White, what's up? Dan, how you doing, man? Good morning from the Dominican Republic, says Keenan White. Good morning. And Apu says, don't forget Joel Verlander is also a very fast Finnish driver. Well, Apu, I think all Finnish drivers are fast. It's just trying to remember which ones to say.
Right, I'm going to leave you to it.
Right,
I'm
cheers,
going to
Joe.
go fix cars and glue ties and all that jazz.
All that lovely fun stuff.
See you later.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for coming in and helping out. I'm going to tell you that at 12 o'clock local time, we have round number 5 starting.
So we'll be back for then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back a bit before, so that's in 23 minutes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go get me a Red Bull. I'm going to use the facilities, and I'm going to take pictures of the results. Hopefully they'll be up. I'm going to speak to Lee Martin and Neil Craig and see if I can get them to come do some live stuff.
So what time are you going to be back?
At least, well, it depends on how quick they put the results up.
Yeah, it's just I need to tell the people at home what time you'll be back.
Well, can you say 11:55-ish?
Yes, I can do that.
Because I think it's good to try to get the results out there. So I'm going to shoot off, people. Paul's gonna see you off, and we'll be back in 50 minutes or so. Cheers.
Okay, so I'll just post that up. And we'll be back with round 5 in a bit.
Okay, I'm back. How you guys doing? Had a bit of food and put the results up on Facebook. Have a look. Oh, Tristram's back.
Can't talk. Can't talk. It's on a minute.
No, I know you can't talk. No. Just looking at the, I'm talking to them, so you're welcome to join in if you like.
Who are these people?
All these wonderful people online.
I give you 2 minutes.
Well, it's your choice now. We're just looking at it last time, and I was going to do this, without you. I'm happy you've joined me. Thank you, Tristram.
So looking at the overalls at the moment, aren't we?
Pardon me. Yes, we are. The only big change that I notice, and I'm not noticing more up there, is Hupo now's gone from 10th to 9th, and Daniel Kobovic from 9th to 10th, and Bruno is still 11th.
Yeah, that last run was very fast, so they put some good times in on that one. Some of the cars that didn't appear to be working seemed to kind of get it together on the last one. We think the track changed quite a bit on the last one because those guys aren't quite as quick now. So
yeah, well, I mean, looking at it, Neil did 9 and a 14 to go 4th in round.
Hey, who won on the deal yesterday?
Nobody.
I was on an 05. No, I was on an 08.
You were on an 09.
09. What was the score then?
06.
Oh, really?
And Martin went 07.
Oh, right, okay. So you were the closest, though.
Yeah,
I know Martin and you were.
It had to be it.
Yeah.
When we said, I said a 05. I said 9 and a 05.
I was on 02, wasn't I, before that?
Yeah.
That was yesterday's one. Because Ricky was doing like 33s and stuff.
Yeah.
So he could have actually done that time I mentioned. Right, I'm going to go.
Okay, thanks, Trish.
Have
Thanks
my
for
nervous
popping in. Okay, so that was Tristram just poking his nose in the door and saying hello. Thank you for that, Tristram. So yeah, we're getting ready to start here. 3 minutes roughly until we're starting. I'm not sure whether they are releasing them before 12 or whether it's 12 o'clock that they start their warm-up. Yeah, I've probably figured it out. I think it's 12 o'clock they start their warm-up. So yeah, I'm still going to say the only big change that's likely to happen is between Bruno and whether Bruno can get better than a, what does he need? He needs a 7. No, actually an 8. An 8 in round will do it for him. If Bruno can go 8th in round and Daniel Kobovic does not improve on his 6, then Bruno with an 8 and a 5 beats a... Hang on. Oh, I'm confusing myself. So Bruno needs 14 points. So if Bruno actually went 9th and Daniel doesn't improve, Bruno will knock Daniel out of the A final. Nice. Thanks, Martin, for turning the screen off. Appreciate your help there. That was Martin picking on me. Thanks, Mon. I don't know what's going on with the timing screen. I don't have a timing screen at the moment, but I did notice the timekeeper run down and connect a new cable up down there, Martin, to the loop. Whether that cable was already there and he just using a different one. There's a third loop they're using now. Okay, so there's something's going on with the loop. Things ain't working right. I get him for free. Give me the money and I'll get another one for free. Martin taking my Red Bull. Thanks, Martin. Without that, I'm going to waste into nothingness and fall asleep out here. I don't want your money. And I'll take your body later. Okay, we're just waiting. Here comes a suitcase.
Track is open.
The track is open. So now we're starting the last round. Qualifications. Lee Martin in the driver's seat. One hand on pole position. But Berton was looking super quick in that last one, but he broke his car. Sorry about that, people. And Ricardo Berthon is the only driver that can prevent Lee Martin from starting the A finals on pole position. So I was just having a quick look through, and Hupo's now gone from 10th to 9th, Kobovic from 9th to 10th, and Bruno is still sitting 11th. Have a look on my Facebook page, and you can see the overall results after 4 rounds.
Who are we starting with?
Dunno. Let's start with the 6 car, please. That is Ricardo Berthon. He is the only driver that can prevent Lee Martin from being the top qualifier here at 2011 European Championships.
Seconds to start.
And
I'm
going to say there's a bit of tension in the air.
5, 10, 7,
Yeah.
4.
It has taken on a very serious feeling here at the moment.
6, 9,
Here we go.
1.
Lee Martin leading us off, but we're going to start with the 6th car of Ricardo Berthon, the Italian driver.
10, 7, 4.
And around the first lap they go, up to the bank corner, over the Jeep jump now, and into the big triple, through there nicely. On the switchback, we're gonna let's get 2 laps on the board, and we'll have a look and see if anyone's doing anything towards the front, apart from Lee or Ricardo. So that'd be Martin or Berthon. Down the main straight they go. Ricardo looking a little bit closer, but I can tell you it's Neil Craig after 1. So Neil Craig can jump up the standings if he does something. He's got a 4 at the moment. Didn't see what his other time was, but we're going to get everyone across the line for 2. As Lee looks like he's pulled away a little bit from Ricardo. They're crossing the line now. And Lee Martin has gone into the lead, but we still have half the field to cross the line. Here comes Neil Craig, getting a little bit squirrely up the ski jump. And it's going to be Lee Martin out front from Berthon and Craig. And they're separated by just 0.5 of a second. I am going to ask you to switch to Neil Craig, please. The 5 car who's going towards the far corner and heading towards the Jeep jump now. The first of the 3. And over the big triple. Neil Craig was leading after the first lap. Had a little bobble going up the ski ramp last time round. But this is the last chance for Neil to get himself higher up the grid than 8th, which he is at the moment. Now he is running 2nd, but he's 0.9 behind Lee Martin. So if it ended like this, Lee Martin is of course going to be TQ. So we're going to follow Neil Craig around because this is very important to him. Ricardo Berthon, I believe, is in a solid 2nd. I'm going to have to look and see what his points are, but we're following Neil Craig around at the moment. Let's see what Berthon's points are. He is on a 2, so he's got a 2 and a 0. So the best Neil can have, I believe, is a 4 and a 0. And Lee Martin still on top by 1.1 over Neil Craig, who is ahead of Berthon by only 0.8 of a second. And it's Bayer, Carlson, Savoy, Honegal, Orlowski, Laufmau, Ongaro. Over the big triple now goes Neil Craig through the switchback. 2 minutes on the clock. Over the big jump he goes now. And it looks like Neil Craig's back into 2nd. 0.8 behind, which is letting the other drivers cross the line. Is it alright to stay with us? Because it's relevant. Yep. Thank you. Just checking something technical. So it's Neil Craig who we're going to stick with at the moment, because this is going to make a massive difference to his starting position if he can get a TQ in the round, or indeed 2nd, because he's at the moment he's counting. Let me look for it. Hang on, wait for it. Craig is counting a 5 and a 7. So if he could put a 2 with his 5, Well, I would see him go up at least 3 or 4 places, depending on if he's going to get past Lee, but it's looking tough at the moment. Neil Craig heading towards the ski jump now. 45 seconds on the clock. He is 2.4 behind Lee Martin now, so it doesn't look likely that he's going to pick up TQ from this heat. Whether someone in the next 2 top heats is going to go quicker, I'm going to say let's go ahead and bring us in, and we are going to watch Lee Martin in the 8 car, who's over the tricky double now and heading towards the steps, please. Thank you, Harry. Just 20 seconds left. This is looking to be your TQ man. I mean, that's pretty much it. Berthon not going to beat that time. In fact, Berthon up to second now, but he's 2.6 seconds behind. So Neil Craig dropping back to third by 0.3 of a second. This is Lee's in lap now. So Lee's coming over to cross a line. Lee Martin is TQ 2017 two-wheel drive European Championships. If we can pick up Neil Craig now on the switchback right below you to your left. Thank you, Harry. Over the double jump, and Neil Craig coming around wants to put a quick last lap in, and he has jumped up to second. That could be very, very important, as that might give Neil a 2 in the round. Lee does it in an 8, Neil in an 11.0. I'm all good now. Well, we're going to have to get these next 2 runs out the way. Satisfied, Mick? Satisfied with that?
Yeah, I just changed it a little for that one. We've been changing it every run because we're just going out of hand on it, but we're getting there now.
Good. They're having a really good look at Neil's car, Mr. Drescher. And even on the fifth round of qualifying, they're still looking to improve things. I don't think the car is working exactly how Neil would want it to work. Yeah, he had a good run in there, but still not quite to his liking. Let's see what's happening in the old chat room. Harry Turner and Yuna. Wouter Orlowski was second in round 4. Toman, yep, apologies, Orlowski second. Harry Turner, Lee Martin is a beast. Stefan, can Hupo still be displaced? He can indeed, Stefan, depending on what Bruno Coelho does. And Ross Williams saying 4 of his favorite drivers in this qualifier. Okay. Well, just over to Paul for a second.
So, just to remind you, we are RC Racing TV here for the 1/10 two-wheel drive off-road Euros here in Italy. We are into qualifying round 5, and we're here thanks to our sponsors Jeep, and also the invitation of those lovely people at EFRA.
Thank you, Paul. Up next, we have the second heat in round number 5, which is heat number 8. Of course, this being in reverse order, 9-1. And in this one, let me see who's going to make a difference. Well, it's not really in this one. I mean, Una Hattinen, I believe, is solid and in. I'm just having a look down the list of people. Just bear with me. Una sitting 4th at the moment. Keri Samala, who's sitting 12th, I don't think he can do anything. And Walenka, no. Max Moore, no. I don't think these guys are going to have anything to get them into the A final from this position. But, I mean, JQ, he is sitting... sitting 21st at the moment. He might be able to get himself into the B final if he has a good run. Let's see how many points he's behind. He is just 2 points behind Mark Reinhardt. So a couple of legends of RC. One might be in the B final, one might be in the C. Might not be the happiest for these drivers. Here we go. Can we follow the one car, please? To start off with, Una Hattinen. We're going to follow the one car of the young Finnish superstar Una Hattinen. A nice little story from Una as he goes over the big triple, making a mistake 2 years ago in the maybe it was 3 years ago in Trelleborg. Una was the youngest driver to ever make a final in the two-wheel drive event. And then we went on to the four-wheel drive event, and Daniel Kovacic became the youngest driver to ever make the A final at a European Championship. So Una held the title for all of about 2.5 days. And you saw there Caddy getting ahead of Una, but then making a little mistake. Let's drop back one car, please, to the 7. That is Martin Walenka. He is on top at the moment. This is an Austrian driver. And I can tell you the wind is definitely more today than it has been at all this week. And as soon as I poke my head out the window a little bit, the microphone's picking it up, and it is blowing as, well, I suppose as you're looking on the camera, from right to left. And they say that if the wind gets up a little bit too much, it can affect these cars over the big triple. 3 minutes and 15 on the clock. It's Walenka from Panish and Vilaba. Well, let's see who's winning. I just got to get everyone on the same lap. I want to see who's doing better, whether it's JQ or Reinhardt. Waiting for Reinhardt to get his third lap on the board as we're following Martin Walenka around at the moment. And it is at the moment Reinhardt just ahead of Joseph Qualgrain, JQ. I'm going to say let's pick up the 6 car now of Peter Panish. He's actually on top at the moment. Let's see where he's at on the track. He's just gone over the ski jump, please. Here he's on it. Peter Panish, another Austrian driver. Currently in the lead at the moment at the end of the straight. His lead over Una looks like 0.7 of a second, although it's not showing on the screen. Into the Jeep jump now goes Panish and airing it out over the big triple. No problems there that time. On the switchback they go. Heading towards the ski jump. Still giving that jump lots of respect. As I say that, Max Mort goes flying across it. A number of the younger drivers seeming to take in more chances. I think there is a line on that ski jump to really launch it, but if you miss it by, 100 mil one way or the other, your car is going to go flying. Right, let's go forward. Oh no. In fact, let's go back one car. So the 2 cars together on the ski jump now. That's the 8 car. Yes, might have caught that on camera. It's a shame we couldn't have done a Serpent Innovations replay, but it's too slow on the ball, where that would have been a great example of Max Mort getting a lot of air on this ski jump and jumping right past JQ. No, that's not you, Paul. To be fair, we just cut to it a little bit too late. So we're following JQ over the big triple now. Give JQ a bit of airtime. He's an outspoken person in the RC, and he's actually a 1/8 manufacturer. And look, he gets it all wrong. Let's do a Serpent Innovation replay and see what JQ did wrong. So here he comes up towards. He's hanging a left now over the small double. Looks like he's doing nothing wrong, but you saw that it sort of took off in the middle of the jump. Does about 5 forward flips and lands on his wheels. We're going to give him a 9.7 score for that. We're into our last 10 seconds now. We'll finish this one out with JQ on camera. And I'm sure JQ will be looking back at that Serpent Innovations replay later to see what he had done wrong. So every driver on the track is going to get through for 9 laps. So that's some fast times going in there. And we're into finishing times now. Yuna with a good run. Looking like Yuna's gonna finish on top with 9 laps and a 16. And it's going to be Reinhardt finishing ahead of JQ, so I'm not sure how that's going to pan out. It might mean JQ down in the C final. There you go. That one's done and finished. Let's look at the chat room. And William White, how far off BQ is Mullen? Well, if you have a look on my Facebook page, William, you'll see all the results. And again, there's Vuga. Where can we check the results? Well, it's pretty tough at the moment. They're on my Facebook page, so if you search David Church, I've got a RC Racing TV logo. You can see the pictures on there. Haukenberg says, Hampus says, hi DC. Hello, Hampus and Hauken. Thank you. Thanks for watching. Petrolhead says, greetings from the Netherlands. Hello, how you doing? And for Zappel RC says, come on, Shaffordon. Ross Williams, can we follow car 9? I don't know. Did you mean the last one or this next one? The last one. Oh, sorry, man. It's too late. I was busy watching the race. And Dave Andrews, don't know about the wind, but you're lucky you didn't get the storms we had in Kent last night, DC. Well, yes. Well, Dave, I'm saying when there's winds, as compared to what we've had the previous 2 days, obviously my whole world at the moment is just RC. Nothing else. I don't even think about work. Forget that. Yeah, I'm not bothered about that. Well, I do get a nice present on Monday. But we won't talk about that. It's just me dreaming. And Pascal. What? What, Paul? Come on.
I just what it is, that's all.
Pascal Yutz says, car please, Hoffer. Okay, we will start off with car 6 please, Harry, when we get started. Yeah, and that's about all the chat for the moment. Gonna get me a slurp of water. How many people watching? Nice.
1 minute to start.
Nice to see you people out there watching. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. While we got a little bit of a quiet, I can tell you that the first A final will be on the track at 3:10, 10 minutes past 3 local time, or 15:10 if you use the 24-hour time clock.
Starting order 3, 1, 10, 7, 9, 6.
And then it will be 10 minutes past the hour for the next 2 hours. So 3:10, 4:10, and 5:10. And we're going to follow the 6 car, please. That'll be the 6th car off. Well, that's a coincidence. And I suppose I can ask Paul, are we going to... we're not. Okay? So we go from there to there, there to there. So after this round of qualifying, we're going to have some guests in. I've arranged for Lee Martin and Neil Cragg to come in and talk to you people live. We're going to try to do that on camera. So if we can ask Harry at the end of this round to stay up there, well, thank you, Harry. He's giving me a nod. And we're also going to get James Westmoreland in, the British Superbike racer who has to be at Brands Hatch tomorrow for the big Brands Hatch Superbike race this weekend. And we are watching a Serpent Innovation replay. And I'm guessing this is Hoffer getting it all wrong on the Jeep jump and landing on the lid. So bad luck for Hoffer. Okay, let's pick up the 3 car of Bueno Coelho, please. And we got the attention of Mr. Drescher here. It is really close between who's going to be the last car in the A final, isn't it, Craig?
I think it is, yeah. So I think Daniel's leading this stage.
Daniel is indeed leading by 1.4 seconds over Wesley Van Helmen. Bruno is third. So, I mean, it'll be job done if Bruno finishes behind Daniel. That's it. Simple as. And that will be our top 10 drivers locked in. Hupo had a good run in his, I believe. So this is the battle between Daniel and Bruno. And if you kind of cover both of those cars, if possible, a little bit hairy, that's the battle for the final 10th position in the A final here. Up over the Jeep jump they go. Coelho in front, Kobovic in second on the track, but Kobovic ahead of Coelho on time by 1 second at the moment. 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, and Bruno taking a big tumble there. Salmela quickly marshaled him. Twinkle Toes Salmela there has nearly caught it on the bounce and didn't even register Bruno's lap. Craig is gutted. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're going to give him his lap back, but you take a big tumble like that on such a crucial part of qualifying, and that's not going to get it done. Kobovic is out in front. He had a 3.7 second lead, and they have given Bruno his lap back, which is fair enough. I mean, it's very sensitive, the loop there, and he did clearly complete the lap, just sort of bouncing nose to tail isn't really the hot line through that section. Over the big triple now. Kobovac into the switchbacks. 1 minute 35 on the clock. We're going to stay with this Kobovac. We can go forward 1 car, please. We were watching Bruno when you can see how close. I mean, if you want Harry, if you can just sort of go back and forth between these 2 cars, that is the battle for 10th on the A, and you can see how close they are on the track. But it is Kobovic with a 3-second lead over Bruno, and absolutely Bruno is going to hurl this car at the track now. It's the only chance he has to make the A final, and he's over. I don't know if you caught that on camera. No, we were watching Daniel. So Bruno has a roll right in front of Olanka, and Kobovic now over. That is bad with 45 seconds for the young Norwegian driver. But there is one thing to be said, that the last heat, every driver went 9 laps. Most drivers in the first heat went 9 laps. Both of these drivers with 2 mistakes or more means it's unlikely that they're going to be getting the scores they need, well, Coelho that is, to get into the A final. And Coelho makes another mistake, nearly coming together. I think that's very respectful driving from both of them there. Don't you, Craig? He could have easily just gone out in front of him, but Bruno does have a bit of a reputation, and Daniel makes another mistake. Bruno has a reputation. I'm not sure if that's the right words. Time is up. We're on our in-lap now. I've heard a lot of people say that they think Bruno's not a fair driver. I've seen none of that from what I've seen in off-road. I think that was a very, very fair move. He could have easily had a coming together with Daniel, and he actually cost himself time by doing what he's done. So Kobovic does it, takes the win in the end. That's it. Kobovic will be the 10th and final car in the A final. And Craig is dancing around like Snoopy the dog with happy feet. No, he's not. He's just sat back down. He's too cool to do anything like that. See, Mr. Kobovic is smiling. No, I'm just trying to listen in, but they're speaking in their other language.
Race is over.
They're talking Swedish. Yeah, but he's in though, isn't he? No. He's not in the A final.
It depends.
On who else? He beat Bruno.
Yeah, but Bruno has a 5.
Yeah, but that's not. Nah, I'm saying that's it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I bet you €1 he's in.
I bet you
One beer.
Where was he in the last? Coke.
A Coke.
10.
Let me show. Hey?
I owe you €1.
I think so. I hope so. If you look,
Because it was a bad run of both of them.
correct. It was a bad run for both of them. Daniel was on 14 points. Bruno would have to have a 9 in that round to beat him, Craig. That wasn't a 9 run, was it? No. Definitely not.
Marcus ready? Riders ready?
Did a 16, so
Back
he
is
beat
open.
both of them. He won his heat.
2 minutes to start.
I don't know what the times in the top heat were between.
I think they were quick.
Yeah, I think Neil did in 11 on second, and then there was a bunch of guys driving that were within a second.
Yeah, I think that's too slow. I could be wrong.
Then Daniel, what points did Daniel get? 14.
Daniel has a 6 and an 8, but he's ahead of Bruno in that heat. So he's taken that extra point. That might have done it. I think it was 0.3 of a second. He did him in the end, even though he crashed across the line. Not sort of the stylish way to get in, is it?
It's going to make for some exciting finishes.
Oh, it is. It certainly is, that jump. I mean, let's talk about that, Craig. Let's say it is the last lap and someone goes for it and does what Bruno done. Do you think they'd give him their lap back? It's going to be... It could be very controversial, couldn't it?
Yeah, I guess that's where you guys have come into play for the video.
Yeah.
Playback.
Well, we better make sure we're watching the right part of the track. Yeah. Craig's doing the replay, instant replay of a cricket umpire. Okay. Let me have a look at the chat room, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look, see if anyone's saying anything. Neo Tretra 1000, how the heck did JQ take off like that? Yeah, exactly. Mark Burton Young said, I think they're catching the metal of the ski jump. Well, certainly the one that JQ, on the replay, it looked like the car hit the ramp and actually took off in the center of the ramp and then hit the metal. When you hit that jump, you need to be off power. If you're on power, it makes the suspension completely slam down and it can throw you up in the air. Wouter Weiner says, if Bruno has a 9 this round, then Daniel's out. Absolutely. But I think that the previous 2 heats had at least 7 people in front of them. And then that'll mean Daniel... Oh, no, I'm going to have to be 8 people in front of him. Ooh. Yeah, very interesting. Mr. Talbot, morning, DC. Have a good day. Thanks, Adam. Hope you got your car built. He was building a new 4-wheel drive associated car. He's putting up like 10,000 pictures on Facebook so he can get loads of attention from people because he's needy. It's a joke, Adam. Don't get upset. I'll tell him the other story that you don't want people to hear. Okay. Yeah, we have to have a breath and try to let our brain calm down. If we could follow the 10 car Kevin Lee, because he's in the lead at the moment, please, Harry. And if you guys would have heard, I'm just going to have a set for a moment. We're following the 10 car Kev Lee. If you listened on Monday, Craig Drescher sat in with us very kindly and gave us lots of insider thoughts from an ex-pro racer or ex-top level racer, and now he works in the field. And I can tell you, Craig, he helps out all of his drivers. Doesn't matter whether you're in the first heat or the top heat. I watch him come out and, helping people and talking to people, and he's walking over to the youngsters and he's encouraging them. And, they're talking to him like they're friends, and that's good. Showing that Craig's out here putting in the time and effort, and he's out here watching his drivers here. He has an interest in his drivers, and that's very, very good to see. Okay, now we've got the old wheezing calming down and the chest feeling good. Let's see who we can follow. We've already followed Pineda and Gottsel. Let's follow the 7 car of Bartek, please. I beg your pardon, the 1 car of Bartek. Oh, his dad's looking at me. Yeah, we're going to follow your boy. And we're picking up Bartek now. I may say a boy. He's growing up quick, isn't he? He's going to be tall like you. Yeah, I mean.
For many years, he was the shortest, and he was calling himself Hobby.
Oh, was he?
Hobby, yeah.
There you go. See, I say he's grown up fast. I mean, he's shot up in his physical stature. He was quite a short lad, and he was calling himself Hobby? Hobbit.
Hobby.
Yeah, Hobbit, because he was so short. He was even poking fun at himself. The Shire. But he certainly is shooting up recently. His dad's a very tall, lean gentleman. As Bartek, we call him Bartek. I don't even know how to pronounce his name correctly. Zambrzyk. Zambrzycki? Zambrzycki. Oh, thank you very much. Bartek rolls off the tongue really well. Although, if you don't know Zambrzycki as Bartek, then you won't know who the heck I'm talking about. So we're talking about the 1 car, and I can't see his full name. Is it Bartholomew? What's his first name? Bartholomew. See, that to me, that's like a mouthful of crescent wrenches trying to come out. And unfortunately, he had a crash on the Jeep jump when we was trying to figure out how to say his name. Well, me. 30 seconds left. Let's pick up the 6 car, please. I have his father sat here with me. That is young Wilhelm Skolderband. I'm trying to pick him up on the track. He's underneath the bridge now. Harry's already on it. Drescher's having a look at the times. And some of these guys are going to be doing 9 lappers here. So we're following Wilhelm Skolderbrand over the double now and the ski jump. The 6 car, he's crossing the line, and he is through for his 9th lap and making a mistake. Coming off of the tricky double. His dad's blaming me. Yeah, I'm used to it. He's not really. I made that bit up. Into the double single now for young Wilhelm. He's another driver who's, time is catching up with them, and these guys they're unrecognizable for me how fast they're growing up. Over the big triple now for Wilhelm. Through the switchback. A right and a left. And over the ski jump, and he gets it all wrong. Let's do a replay on that. Going to show you another angle of what goes wrong on this ski jump. Here he goes up to the ski jump now, and you could see the car take off. That's because he was on the power when he went on the up ramp of the ski jump. The compression, or the suspension, fully compressed, and the car bounces. Once it bounces up off the ground, it just clips that metal on the top, and then off you go. You're in a tumbling factory. Okay, let's have a look on the chat room. Felix Rigby, I've returned. Hello, Felix. Wooter Wine is saying 7th is enough because Daniel did 8th in front of Bruno in this round. Yes, you're right. I realized that after I said it. Adam Talbert, sausage party time. Don't know what you mean. Vodka time. Me? Yeah, a lot. Adrian Burke, hi DC, and work is still watching. They have a Big Blue Tent BBT podcast that they've asked me to go on tonight, but They've asked me to go on at 10 o'clock, Paul.
That ain't gonna happen.
No,
is it?
at 9 o'clock UK time, which is 10 o'clock here. I'm normally in bed by then. Maybe I'll have to try to bring it forward a bit. I'm old, Aiden. I'm old and I'm sick and I go to bed early. I'm hardly even drinking it now. I think I had 2 vodkas last night. They were small. That was it. Oh, yeah. I'm on my 2nd week of the trip and I'm still on my 1st bottle of vodka. I mean, that is bad. That's bad for me, but I don't enjoy being here when my chest is rattling. And I want to sound good. I want to feel good. I want to be able to talk about what I'm seeing. And it's been a bit of a struggle. And I'm actually a little bit embarrassed to feel bad. I've got to keep turning the volume down and clear my chest and clear my throat. So, yeah, we've held back on the drinking. And we've been focusing on the racing. The racing is hot. And Mitch Fidling saying, anywhere online I can find the full results. Well, unfortunately, Mitch, we're all a little bit in the dark here. If you search Facebook and follow and look for me, David Church, I've got a RC Racing TV profile picture or logo picture, whatever it's called. I have put the last couple of rounds up on there. I'll do the same again when we finish this round. Maybe not straight away because we're going to have some guests. James Westmoreland, a British superbike racer is going to come in, and we're also going to get Lee Martin and Neil Craig to come in and talk together at the same time to you. And, you know, we might grab some other people as well. We're not quite sure. That's all we've sort of arranged at the moment. There is going to be an hour. Marcus Schmidt saying, great coverage. Get well soon, DC. Thank you very much, Marcus. I am trying my best. And let's start off with the 9 car, the first car on the track, please. Josh Holdworth. Oh, yeah, there's another nice clear out going on. So we'll follow Josh to start with. Standing up, having a look, seeing here comes Holdworth. Oh, and he gets it all wrong. Let's do a replay on that, please. This is just to show you how tricky this ski jump is. Here it comes now, the Serpent's Innovation replay. Yeah, and then that was definitely different. He was on a different line. Show it one more time, please. We're going to show the Serpent Innovation replay one more time. Here he comes over the little jump. And again, he was on power. Some of the younger drivers, and Josh is one of those, they are trying to jump from the near side of the track and be on power, but that's the risk you take. Okay, let's follow someone we have not followed yet. The 7 car, please, of the French driver, Florent Yedot. That's the 7 car, please, Harry. He's picked him up. So we're trying to show some drivers that we've not shown. Had lots of requests, and a lot of them from British people. We try to show all we can, but now we're trying to pick people that we haven't showed. Fair is fair. Over the T jump there, and you can see that time it coming off the power, and the car behaves itself much better over that jump. Off the steps now and down the main straight. We have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Over the single double, no problem through there. So this Florent Yedot driving an X-Ray. He is from France. And I'll tell you, I want to change cars now. Let's pick up the 4 car of Sven Ruddig. The 4 car. Let's try to find out where he is on the track. I bet you Harry finds it before I do. Ooh, I think this is him coming on to the main train. It looks like the camera's trained on him. Indeed it is. So Sven Ruddig from Ruddig Distribution. He's distributing lots of different things in Europe, and he's got commentator Kurz there. I was just going to say he does the RPRD, Revolution Design Racing Products, RDRP. Yep, of the creative genius of Michael Vollmer. I think, sure, Craig knows who he is, don't you? Michael Vollmer? Oh, yeah. He's a huge Associated fan, isn't he? So Sven making a living out of the RC industry, which we know is difficult. Coming up a little bit short on the single double. And making another mistake going underneath the crossover. Shows you these conditions are tricky. The top driver is making it look easier than it is for some of these other drivers. Right, we have 50 seconds left. Let's follow the 10 car now, please. It's the turquoise colored car coming onto the main straight now. This is Alex Springer. He came and talked to us yesterday. He is the team manager for the PR team in the United Kingdom. So that's associated with Kevin Lee and Inside Line Models. Over the big triple he goes. A little bit short, but still on the wheels. Into 15 seconds left now. Springer over the big jump. Starting his last lap now. He's just going to do 8 laps as Springer. We're going to have 1 or 2. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, so there's not going to be any 9 lappers in this one. We're following Springer as he's over the Jeep jump. And the big triple now. Making it nicely. On the switchback. And the drop off now. Heading towards the ski jump. And Springer's going to cross the line and do 8 laps in a 10 split. So we didn't get any 9 lappers. The closest was Yanni Hovey in 8 laps, 0.2. Oh, I bet he's gutted. And we're looking at the weather now. Problem is, Paul, you're looking at a UK website. Let's see what Talbot. Radar says rain for you at 2 p.m. DC. Well, from what we've heard from the locals, there is no rain today. And last week when I looked at the Met Office app in Lostalo, it was 100% wrong. And Aiden saying we can do it earlier. Yeah, that might be necessary because I go to bed early. Ross Williams, thanks DC for your awesome job. I'm going to bed. Being 10:45 p.m. here in New Zealand. Thanks heaps. You're very much welcome, Ross, and thanks for watching. And I'm sure you'll be tuning in your first opportunity watching the finals on the video playback, because the finals are going to be smoking hot. Right, I'm going to turn on my mobile data, and I'm going to look at, again, it's the Met Office. I think the Met Office has been doing pretty good on the day. If I start looking at advance, okay, look at that, Paul. It's given at 5 o'clock here, 50% chance of rain. At 5 o'clock here, we should have 2 of the A finals done. So it might be decided by then already. Up next, we've got, I can't even see it from here, group number 4, heat number 4. Oh, yeah, see it over there. Well, I hope it's wrong. We are at the base of a mountain range here. Okay, so between 6 and 9 tonight, the forecast that Paul is looking at, it says 1.2 mil of rain. Well, let's hope not. Because it'd just be a shame to see the the track that's in such good shape get rain on it, and then they have to go through all of that to try to get it back into raceable shape.
Just realised I've got a microphone. I don't know why I keep pointing and miming.
Yeah, well, just old habits die hard.
Yeah, between 6 and 9 tonight, and then possibly a bit more between 9 and midnight, if it's to be believed. I mean, it won't interfere with racing today, but as you say, it'll ruin things for tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that they would just cancel a lot of the practice, depending on what the forecast is. The surface is very good right now, and if we go out on even a damp track, it's going to tear it all up. But I don't know.
And looking into tomorrow, it still seems to be raining during the night tonight, with possibility of more rain tomorrow night. I know you don't know how far. In fact, well, that's quite a lot of rain tomorrow night, if the forecast is correct.
Well, I don't want to believe it.
No, well,
I'm not going to.
It's never been right so far.
Exactly. Let's follow. Let's have a look. Someone we've not followed yet. Let's follow the 8 car of Uri Hoodie. And it was the last car to start, and he's picked him up. This being the owner of X-Ray, of course.
I appear to be being bombed by these flies now.
I was just going to say that. They're very aggressive flies in here. I noticed that yesterday. That let's say they land on your arm and you flick them away. I mean, they leave and come back within like half a second, and boom, straight back on you. We did look for a fly swatter. Oop, there, I got one. We did look for a fly swatter at the supermarket last night, but we're unable to find it. Okay, let's find someone else to follow now. Let's follow the 10 car of Sammy Salmela. There we go. Move that microphone away just a little bit. I'm hoping we're on the 10 car now. Sammy being the father of Caddy, the Salmela. Someone asked me if they were brothers. I'm sure Sammy would have been pleased to hear that. And Carrie not so pleased, actually. Over the single double now, the green and silver/white. Up to the corner now, heading for the Jeep jump. A little bit out of shape there, but lines it up and nailing the big triple. 2.5 minutes left. And I think we're going to go ahead and let me see who we've not picked up. Let's find the 5 car, please. Ricardo Massagia. 5 car, please, Harry. We've not had him on the camera yet, I don't believe. Taking that off. Taking to my hand, it's just being ripped off. Okay, I'm back. Had a malfunction of my press pass. So we're just trying to pick a few cars that we haven't shown much of this week. One reason or another. And who else can we do? Let's have a look. Can we do the 9? No, I think we've done him before. Let's do the 6 car of Nicolas Berli. Hang on. Excuse me. Can you smoke over there, please? Thank you. Sorry, I'm just being fumed out here, which is struggling on the old chest as tough enough as it is. Trying to talk and breathe in that. So he very kindly moved away. He apologized. Nice guy. 45 seconds left. We're following Nicolas Berlet from Germany, trying to give a few different cars a bit of camera time. Hopefully all these drivers will look back next week and watch all of the coverage. Of course they will. And they'll be able to see what their driving looks like. Into the last 25 seconds here. And believe it or not, this whole time, Craig Drescher's been sat there watching all his drivers. That is what a good guy he is. Right, bit of water. Oh yeah. And we're into finishing times now. And look, we are going to have some 9-lappers, 2 9-lappers. Note to self, next time I come to Italy, bring a fly swatter.
Or 2.
Yeah. Well, last weekend, or 2 weekends ago, last weekend, I can't remember. No, 2 weekends ago. We were in Boughton, and Wanda Butler, Mr. Poulter's better half, has an electric one. She wanted me to use my tongue on it, but I respectfully declined. Okay, so this is the heat of end of heat number 4, I believe it is. And it's gone off the screen, yeah. Well, we had 2 9-lappers there, Tommy Hall and Hernando Motanza.
So we're down to the last 3 heats of the final round of qualifying.
I thought it was supposed to be better to remote though. What is going on? I'm going to get some medicine, Paul.
So Dave's gone and opened the medicine cabinet, and he's going to add some. He's going to add some magic powder to a. Isn't that the magic powder? I thought it was the magic powder.
Italian lemon.
Yep.
But I'm having cold.
Magic powder to a small amount of water. Oh no, there's no water in it yet. That's not going to work. Apparently it's just the Italian version of Lemsip, apparently. Whatever that is. Well, let's hope Dave makes the afternoon.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna bump it up in the finals, man.
Yeah. He was sounding so much better first thing this morning. But there we go.
Everyone's staring at me. Because I'm dying. Holy mackerel. Sorry about that, people. Everyone's outside looking at me, spluttering and coughing, and oh dear. But I've not had one of these yet today, so maybe that will help cool things down. An Italian Lemsip, cold, not warmed up. Okay, please. Car number 3, please. Emil Halwin. Flies. Mark Burton Young says, I hope we get better. DC, yes, thank you. Me too. It was really good this morning.
Loving things.
We're both having a tough time in here. We're being swarmed with flies. I'm coughing. It's hot.
Dusty.
Dusty, I'll tell you what, let's turn this up a bit. We're going to number 3 on the fan.
That's as high as she goes.
It is a couple meters away from us, though.
7, 1, 3, 4,
Okay, getting this stuff down me.
8,
Nice.
10.
Not. I believe we're going to follow the 3 car now.
That's who we're following.
Wunderbar. Wunderbar, bra your butt, Yoko Diki Masker, Ben Farto. That all means good job in different languages. Good job. In Italy, good job is something like Ben Farto. I'm not making that up. In Sweden, it's bra your butt. Bra your butt. That's good job, honestly. And when I was in Japan, I was surprised to hear good job is Yoko Diki Masta. Honestly, I asked a number of Japanese, and they all assured me that was correct. The lemon sip is in. Well, whatever it is. In Italian. And we're following the 3 car here of Emile Halloween from France. But I think we will also find some other people to follow in a little bit. Just give another 20 seconds or so. Still quite early on here with people, not all cars completing 2 laps, and it's Martin Owens stranded upside down in front of me. Uri has to go out and rescue him. Can we follow the 10 car, please, of Patrick Oswald from Switzerland? Yeah. Martin Weidman saying he likes that. We had a little chat with him earlier, the Swiss driver. We're just going to follow another Swiss driver to try to give some different people a bit of camera time. I know, as silly as it sounds, we like to look back and see pictures, or even better, video of your car and your driving. I know I do. I still look. Oh, okay, that wasn't. Oh, but that was him. Let's do a. No.
That guy's just going into the tunnel.
Is it okay? I was 2 cars ahead on the track, and they both crashed. So I was looking at the wrong car. Did he just go off there then?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, now I'm finally up to speed. Some of the way these guys put the numbers on the car is pretty tough to see. You know, an 8, a 6, a 3, and a 10 can all look very similar. You know, if they don't stick it on the side, if they sort of wrap it on the corner of the car, you know, between like the cockpit and the flat side of it. Yeah. Here it is, the all-white machine of Patrick Oswald, 1 minute and 30 on the clock left. And I say, let's pick up the 7 car of Miksovsky. He is from Czech Republic. That is the 7 car. For some reason, he didn't go in the last round. You know, it's times like this, Paul, I wish I had a tail.
Keep the flies off.
Keep the flies off. So I believe we found the 7 car by now. Over the big ski jump. For some reason, like I said, I didn't see him on the track in the last round.
Oh, he's gone.
He's crashed. Yeah, well, there's no point showing you a Serpent Innovation replay because the car disappeared out of sight altogether. 30 seconds left now. If we could find the 6 car for the last part of the lap, please. That is our leader. That is Martin Linderer from Austria. Let's see where he's at. Should be on the beginning of the lap.
It's coming to the ski jump now. Over the ski jump.
All right, okay. Yeah, progress was a little bit funny there. It showed it very, very short. There's like a progress bar on the screen I watch. It can sometimes give indication. But Eagle-Eyed Harry's picked up the all-pink machine as he goes underneath the crossover over that little tabletop, and we are into finishing times now. Making a little bit of a mistake coming onto that back section over the Jeep jump and the big triple. Now the relatively easier part of the track, but he's made a mess of that corner there. Hangs a left. Rough last lap for this lead driver. He's still going to go top of the pile with the only car. You right, Alec? Alec come by dancing like a trained seal. And then there were two more heats left. And in this one, we're going to be able to see James Westmoreland, the British Superbike rider, who's going to come and chat to us after qualifying. All right, let's have a look and see what's happening in here. Mr. Runafalk, hello Pierre, how you doing? I was a bit surprised to not see David here, but talking to a couple of the other Swedish guys, and David has a very big race starting like a week on Tuesday or a week on Wednesday, something like that, in his home country of Sweden. It's the 1/8 European Championships at Eskilstuna. Of course, RC Racing TV will be there covering that event with the boss Nick Damon on the microphone, and David Runafalk preparing for that race meeting and choosing not to come to this one. I suppose, you know, 8th is his main class. And Pierre is just fine working away. Yes, Pierre, if you could do me a favor, please, if you could arrange for some nice weather that week, that would be much appreciated. It's much nicer to watch these race meetings on dirt when it's not raining. But it's nice to see Pierre out there watching. So as I said, we are going to give a bit of camera time to James Westmoreland. He is a professional superbike racer in the British Superbike class. He is required tomorrow at Brands Hatch down in Kent. And I was sort of thinking, wow, that's right near where I live, Paul. I could go watch.
No, hang on.
No, I can't.
You're here.
I'm here. I could go on Sunday. Do you think Nick will pay to fly me home Saturday so I could go to watch racing on Sunday?
I think it all comes down to your performance.
Oh, really? Well, there's the challenge. I could put in the performance of a lifetime and he still says no. Nah, I'm just joking. Although it would be cool to go see. I do follow sports on TV, motorsport. My chosen is my favorite to watch is the MotoGP class, and then secondly would be Formula One. Not really gotten into superbikes, but you know, now that you have someone to follow,
exactly.
That I was thinking about it this morning. That could actually change it. Because he's just a cool guy. And he'll be on, hopefully, in 10 or 15 minutes. Well, 17 minutes or so. If we could start off, and let's go ahead and follow the 9 car of James Westmoreland.
4, 8, 6.
He's underneath you now, so Harry's going to pick him up. Oh, my, and he's jumping right off the track. Well, it's going to give us something to talk about, isn't it, Paul? He was telling me when I was talking to him yesterday that he gets so nervous. I said he doesn't get this nervous racing superbikes. And he does look to be having a pretty nervy opening lap. I was watching him in practice earlier and the 4th round of qualifications. And he has a nice driving style. You know, he seems controlled. but I did notice that he was getting a little bit flustery when he gets near somebody. And he was saying to me that yesterday in the second round of qualifications, he had a good run, his best run of the qualifications so far. And as soon as he pulled across the line, he just stopped. He said he couldn't even finish the cool-down lap. He said he was so nervous. And he said that it's so hard to do this. He goes, you just can't rest at all. He said, you have to concentrate, full focus the whole time. And he said that it's easier riding a superbike. I don't believe it. I told him I thought he was insane for riding superbikes like they do. So we're watching James Westmoreland, who's going to come speak to us in a little bit. Now let's follow Pete Lyons, please. 7 car. He's underneath the crossover now on that little corner tabletop. He's the second car of the 3 there. Thank you very much, Harry. And Pete's wife very kindly said that she's been watching and following along. We appreciate that. Pete often seen at race meetings with his young son, Abe Loynes. Pete going for some big air there. Pete driving the Team PR. Nice to see Pete. He's like a gentle giant. He's a big, strong man, and he's very pleasantly. Is he over? Oh, let's go for a Serpent Innovations replay. Here we go. He's coming off the step down onto the main straight, gets a little bit out of shape, and the car unfortunately runs into the back of him. That is a textbook definition of a racing mistake. And he's over again. Let's do another replay.
I can't do that one.
All right, never mind. Paul was busy swatting flies. And Pete's having a bit of a tough time. Let's follow the 2 car now, please, of Michael Berti. Michael Berti from France in the 2 car. Yeah, I think if I might be so bold to say that the UK drivers who are used to tracks with much more traction than this, at this phase of the race, are just falling back into old habits and trying too hard and pulling the throttle too much. You really have to be silky smooth on these type of tracks, and you have to do it all the time. You can't grab handfuls of throttle. It just doesn't work. But it's very easy for us that drive on the higher grip stuff all the time to fall right back into it. Okay, let's follow the 4 car now of Benjamin Moose. Moose? Moose. 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 I don't know. I do recall myself not saying his name before. And I just thought of one more car I will show right near the end. So we'll follow this car a little bit longer for maybe another 15 seconds. And then I'm going to show you that there is a rear motor car out there going around. Running in 3rd, it's the number 3 car. If we can pick up the 3 car now, please. It'll be coming towards you on the switchback. Blue wing, yellow rear wheels. That is a rear motored car. Do you guys remember driving those? Oh, narrowly avoiding that. So there is at least one rear motor car here. Into the last 10 seconds. Down the main straight he comes. Nice and steady into that tricky braking corner. Over the double single. Under the crossover. Into the Jeep jump section. And the big triple. Oh dear. Just getting away with that one.
Finish 5. Finish 7.
Off the drop off now. And over the ski jump.
6. Finish 3.
The 3 car is going to take.
Finish 9. Finish 2. Finish
Oh, there he goes. He's jumping all over. He's going to take 3rd in that one. Giovanni Vacciago from Italy. Now we have the last heat of qualifications for the 2017 two-wheel drive European Championships. Pinarello. We were corrected on that a few times now. Right. Have a look at the chat room. And Vincent Lambert, Tombert Musso is representing HB. Yes, he is. And I say he was looking really good. Let's see. And Duarte saying a Euro competition without live timing. Well, we have live timing. It's just here. And it's out of our control. We tried to wangle a couple of things to get it put online. But unfortunately, we couldn't do it. Best we can do is put after round scores pictures up on Facebook.
So we move to the final heat of the final round of qualifying for the two-wheel drive. Of course, we'll do it all over again on Thursday and Friday for the four-wheel drive.
What up, Joe? And what we'll do is we'll try to. I think should we get James to come straight in?
Yeah.
Let me give him a shot. Yeah, we're just verbally communicating with James Westmoreland. He's going to come over afterwards, and what we'll do is we'll pull our chairs in front of the door, and Harry will get a shot of that. I'll try not to choke all over him. And let me just go speak to Neil and Lee real quick. So I'll tell them like 10 minutes or so.
Seconds to start. Starting order 2, 6, 4, 5, 1, 8, 9, 3, 7, 10. 2, 6, 4, 5, 1.
I saw Neil, but Lee was not present, so we'll chat to James as soon as he's done marshalling, and I think that'll be pretty cool.
10.
And then we'll try to grab Neil and Lee. There's gonna be some downtime while we have your attention. Have you explained to them, Paul?
I've not mentioned it recently, no.
Okay.
I've explained this is the last heat.
Thank you very much. This is the last heat. The first A final starts at 3:10 local time, and then 10 minutes past the hour, 3, 4, and 5. Is the 3 legs of the A finals. Of course, in between is the rest of the finals. But when we finish with this one at 12 minutes past 1 o'clock local time, we have just under an hour break before the A practice. So they're going to have a practice race, but we will not be showing that. We will be back on air, I don't know, let's say 3 o'clock-ish. Yeah, we'll come on and give it 10 minutes of banter and chat. By then, I will be able to have looked at all the scores and everything, and hopefully I'll have them put up on the Facebook page for you to see. And let's pick somebody we've not followed here. Let's follow the 8 car, please. The Slovakian driver of Milos Sviran. So that's the 8 car, please. We followed Luke Holdsworth quite a bit and William Callan quite a bit, and some of the other drivers. I gotta move away from the window because they're smoking out there and it's gagging me out. And you guys giving some nice answers. No need for me to read any of that out. I'm just going to sit back and tell you we are following the 8 car, the Slovakian driver, for the first time this week. We'll follow him for a little bit, and then we're going to pick 1 or 2 other cars that we have not followed, trying to give some TV coverage to some different drivers. Now, with just about 2 minutes left, can we follow the 7 car, please, Harry? That is Marian Dokai, and he is, wow, that's a coincidence. As I walk over, he's from Slovakia as well. So that's the 7 car we're following now. Just sticking my head out the window, trying not to breathe too much of the cigarette smoke. At the end of the main straight. It was purely coincidence, but 2 Slovakian drivers in a row. Here comes Carlos coming in to interfere. Help. Don't, oof, lower. A lot lower, I like it. 1 minute 15 left. Luke Holdsworth is on top. Callan second. Barsotini third, Weidman, Armato, Child, Frigaro, Tokal, Sviran, Miller. That's your running order, but it looks like Miller has broken, so bad luck for Miller on the last run of the last round. And looks like Callan is taking it up now. Can we follow the 1 car, please, for the last minute or so? That'll be the lead car. I'm not quite sure on the track where Callan is, so it should be picked up. And Holdsworth having a lot of trouble out there at the moment. There he goes, picked up Callan, but Callan have a slower lap. Wow, Luke Holdsworth did a 34.6. That's pretty fast from this heat. But time is up now. They should be into finishing time soon. We're going to have James Westmoreland in for a nice chat. And hopefully after that we can grab, we'll probably go silent for a little bit because we're going to switch the way the microphone works, so I can have a handheld microphone so we can talk to, sorry, I was just watching something. So we can talk to Neil and Lee at the same time. Yeah, well, pull the chairs over. You watch. You know what's going to happen, don't you? People are going to want to come in and out. But we're not going to let them. How's that? Is that good enough, Harry? Yeah, wait for James to get here. Are you going to want to stay in or out? Okay. We're just getting ourselves situated on the doors to our little cabin. Hello, everybody. Hi, Nick. Good, bad? Good. Good for you, Nicholas. Well, I'm hoping he's coming straight over. I'm hoping he hasn't forgotten, or I'm going to have to go chase after him. I don't see him. I don't have enough leash to get around the corner. Oof, sorry about that. I can look through the door. I think he's gone back to his pit area. Naughty, naughty he is. I can see his pit area, but I can't see him there at it. Okay. Well, we're going to have to go chase after him, I think. Yeah, we'll give it a minute or two. I'll have a look on the chat room real quick. Maybe he's sorting his car out. Yeah, still the same sort of stuff being spoken about. I don't see him, Paul. I will go have a quick look for him. I'll be right back.
As we have said, our team and I are meeting in 9 minutes by the cafeteria in order to talk about finals.
And if you want to turn his down while he puts his headset on, here he is. Have a seat, please, James. Make sure we can see you. Can you see him on the camera? No, you have to move over this way. You have to get really close to me. Oh, isn't that sweet? Wave up there to the camera. So, James Westmoreland. Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Not too bad.
Thank you very much for joining us. I mean, I'm sure you've done this many times before in your professional career.
Yeah, I'm more nervous this week than I'm at any other time in my real job, you know. So honestly, it's not so nice when you're out your comfort zone, but I'm really enjoying it.
That's good. And just so you know, this is the professional superbike racer competing in the British Superbike Championships, and actually you're off to Brands Hatch tomorrow.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't stay for four-wheel drive, which is a real shame. But yeah, I have to get back to Brands, and I'm looking forward to that because we have some updates this weekend that we quite badly need, you know. So yeah, a few days away racing RC, and then to Brands, and hopefully the updates we've got will make a step and we'll be a little bit closer.
That would be awesome. So your first ever European Championships in RC, and you were telling me some stories yesterday that on your second run you were on a good run. Tell us about that.
Yeah, my second run yesterday I had a 59 in round, which
That's very good.
Probably 21 back home sounds pretty enough, but for me I was really happy, you know.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
I backed that up this morning with a 62, so
that's very good.
Yeah, hopefully I've done enough to stay in the final that I want to be in. I just don't want to be in the bottom final.
No, I don't think you will be.
So hopefully I've done enough not to be in it.
And you find this really nerve-wracking, this type of racing?
I find it nerve-wracking this week because it was more intimidating when we turned up and we saw the track, you know, because I don't know what it looks like on telly, but honestly it's the most difficult RC track I've ever driven. There's nothing like it back home. No. It's almost an ape track, you know. The jumps are massive, and yeah. At first, I was hitting the jumps just hoping, you know, and in a way, I still am hoping that I'm going to land at the other side somewhere near the down ramp. Yeah. But yeah, they're really big.
I mean, I was watching you go around, and you have a really good driving style.
Yeah, I'm not fast, but I try and be consistent, you know. And
you did get a little bit nervous when another car comes around you, though, and you get a little bit flustered.
Yeah, it's really difficult on this track because there's a few places where you need a really good run up to clear the jumps, you know, to clear the doubles. And if you're a little bit slow, if you're in traffic and you lose the momentum coming out the corner, it's quite hard to get over them jumps, you know. So it's when you don't have so much skill like me, it's quite difficult. Yeah,
well, I'm in the same boat as you. And you were telling me that you find it really difficult with this. There's no time to rest during the 5-minute race, is there? You just have to focus everything you got for that 5 minutes.
Oh, massively so. More this week than ever before in what I've done in RC, you know, because this track is so demanding, and yeah, you have to concentrate so hard, you know, especially when the track's as tricky as what it is. You have to concentrate for the full 5 minutes, and there's no rest.
Because I was saying that you guys, I follow motorcycle, and I told them on air, you guys are insane. I mean, what's the top speed? 215, 220?
Probably about 200 mile an hour.
200 miles an hour. It's only 200.
It sounds weird, but you have time to process information, if that makes sense. It doesn't feel that fast because there's nothing. You're not passing anything, if that makes sense. There's no reference points. For sure, if you're at the TT somewhere like that, there's things that you're passing. You're going through a village where there's houses and lampposts, telegraph poles. Whereas at Silverstone or Snet or Thruxton, there's nothing around you, you know. So you're not aware of the speed.
But I mean, you were saying to me yesterday that you have a time to take a little bit of a break and have a look around, and I just can't compute that in my brain.
Honestly, though, it's if you speak to any of the top guys here, you know,
Yeah.
you speak to Neil and Lee, they probably have spare capacity when they're going down the straights. You know, it's what you're used to, and obviously racing bikes is my game, and this is theirs. You know, so.
So what is your teammates or your fellow competitors? Do they know you do this?
Yeah, a few people know I race RC, but not to this level, if that makes sense. I'm not one that shouts about too much, so I just like to do my own thing, and honestly I really enjoy it. I started 3 years ago, and I have a big passion for RC.
Good. I mean, it'd be nice if we can get some other drivers or racers or mechanics to come along. We're always looking to get more people into the sport, really.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's quite a few motocross riders that do RC. I think Jake Nichols,
Right.
Casey Stoner was, you know, I think there's a few people that have done quite a bit, you know.
Because it's although it's you know, toy cars in a sense, it is very, very technical, isn't it?
Oh, massively so, and that's an area that I really want to try and improve, you know, because I don't quite understand what I need to do to make the car a little bit better, if that makes sense. And this week I feel like I've learnt a little bit in that area with the setup, but obviously this is so different to what we race on back home as well.
So is there ever a thing where you go back and speak to your engineer and say, hey, could you just tell me, well, you know, what this might do because it might relate to this?
Not really. They're very different, you know. How you set an RC car up to a bike is massively different. But yeah, I just, like I said yesterday, I really love the buzz. And when you wake up this morning and it's finals day and you still have the adrenaline inside you, that's the same as, you know, I've raced in a MotoGP race, World Superbike race, and that buzz is still the same, you know.
Yeah, and then you still have to do your race today.
Yeah.
So you're still going to have that whole walk, waiting at the bottom of the rostrum, you know, getting up there trying to get your spot, and how are you going to feel if you have to stand somewhere completely different? Is that going to throw you off a little bit?
Make sure I'm first in the queue to get up the rostrum, I think.
Yeah, but it might be in the order of what car you are. That's sort of, sometimes it's like that, sometimes it's not. It can throw you off if you're
for sure.
in the middle and all of a sudden you're to one side.
That's something I really struggle with. I get my spot and I'm happy there, you know. And
me too.
If you're a foot or two either way, or even 6 foot, the track's like a different track, you know.
And then you're going to do your warm up, and you're going to come around to the grid, and then you're going to have the big start sequence. And again, from UK, we're used to like, green light, boo, go, power, blast. You can't do that here, can you?
No, it's very different, you know, to anything I've ever done before. The event from start to finish, it's everything's totally different.
So just tell us, what team is it you race for in Superbike?
I race for Gearlink Kawasaki in Superbike. We're a small privateer team.
Yep.
The team owners are very passionate about racing bikes, and we're trying to do the best job we can with what we've got, you know.
Yeah, I was saying earlier on there that and I told you this, I follow MotoGP, but I think I'm a new Superbike fan now that I got a friend out there watching it or competing in it. I certainly know I'll be flicking it on now. Yeah,
our events, they're a really good show, if that makes sense. Yeah. We have 40 to 50,000 people at Cadwell and Brands Hatch and Alton Park, you know, and you get probably 10,000 people camping. It's a mega atmosphere. The show they do on TV, it's really, really good, you know.
Well, I was trying to talk Paul into booking me a flight so I could fly home to go watch it, but they said no. Anyways, James Westmoreland, professional motorcycle racer out here. Yeah, Martin, just walk through the shot, thanks. Worsley as well. There's a good story about him, but we won't talk about that. Yeah, he's passionate about rated control cars and his real job, which he's going to do. Are you flying home tonight then?
I fly home in the morning.
Right, so there's enough time to fly home.
I got an early flight in the morning and straight to Brands Hatch. I land at Stansted and straight to Brands.
Where do you live at in the UK?
East Yorkshire.
Right,
yeah, so probably an hour from Robin Hood Raceway for anyone that's into RC, you know.
So now the people out there in RC, they're all going to know you. And I was thrilled to go up and talk to you. And I just think, you know, I'm a big fan of you now for both RC and motorcycles. And he's going to be at Southport next weekend. Go over, find him, say hello. Maybe get him to sign an autograph or something. You never know. James Westmoreland, thank you very much for coming along and taking the time.
Cheers.
Right, we're going to go try to find Neil Martin and Lee Craig. I said that wrong on purpose. It was a joke. So we'll be back in just a minute. I hope you enjoyed. Speaking of James, I certainly did. Okay, everybody, I'm going to have a quick look at the chat. I've gone and had a look for Neil and Lee, and neither of them are around. Let's see, just read through this. William White says, DC question for Lee. He talks a lot about the mental game. Ask him how he prepares his head for the Euros A final. Yeah, we can do that. Marcus Schmidt saying, nice Itabi shirt. Yep, I was there for the World Championships 2 years ago. And Adam Talbot is saying, ask James what it's worth. Those jumps or deer's leap. Don't get that. Edward Pickering, nice Itabi shirt. Thank you very much. I'm proud of my Itabi shirt. And what we're going to do is we're going to keep the cameras rolling, I believe, are we?
We'll keep them going. We won't go anywhere. Well, we'll fade the sound down, but we'll come back as soon as you can find them.
Exactly. Or I might go find some other people. It's a little bit like crazy out there because they're just putting the final results on the board, so everybody's trying to look to see where they're at. I looked down at the eating area. I couldn't see Neil or Lee. I mean, Mick was there, Craig was there. But yeah, we're just going to take a bit of a break. We'll leave things going, and we'll try to grab them shortly and have a nice chat with Lee Martin and Neil Cragg. So we will be back shortly. Bye. All right, thank you, Paul. We've just come back real quick. I've gone and taken photographs of the overalls, which I'm just loading onto the Facebook page as we speak. And then there's an almighty clap of thunder off in the distance. You can see, you know, I don't know how far away it is in the distance, but it's definitely some dark clouds rumbling at the base of that mountain. I certainly hope it stays away. And we might be able to have a chat with Magna and Daniel Kobovic. Let's kind of just have a look at the overalls first and see who's made it in. Indeed, your official top 10, Lee Martin, Ricardo Berthon, Michael Orlowski, Martin Bayer, Neil Craig. He was 8th before that final round of qualifying. Una Hattinen, who was 4th, ends up 6th. Reno Savoya 7th, Ongaro 8th, Hupo Honago 9th, and Daniel Kobovic making it into 10th. So Bruno Coelho is going to line up 11th, Malin Carlson 12th, Ketty Samala 13th, and his Mort, Walanka, Panish, Musso, Sartel, Lithanamo, and Pineda with Reinhard 21st, JQ 22nd. Oh dear. Well, I don't think they're going to be super pumped about that. Oh, let's have a look here while we're... Let's just... Yes. Jerome Sartell sent me a friend request. Thank you very much for all the friend requests. I hope you guys are liking the coverage. We're trying to make it fun and informative. And... you know, just talking and trying to get lots of people involved. And I think you like it. I like it. It's what I would like to see. I'd like to see lots of different people talking and different people coming into the studio here. It's a studio. It's a container. But it sounds good to say studio, doesn't it? I'm just untangling myself so I can poke my head out the door. Thank you for that. And the camera's running on the track, and young Harry, sorry, I'm going to wrap you up there, Paul. Try not to whack the microphone as I look around the corner to see if Neil's there. I can see Neil, but I don't see Lee. We were going to do Lee and Neil together. I can't see where the Kobovics are pitting from here, and I'm tethered to the keyboard here, or the sound mixing desk. Well, I don't know where Mr. Martin has gone. So, yes, we've only heard that one clap of thunder, and that's good.
It got people startled, didn't it?
Oh, it did. It certainly did. And Ross Williams. Just having a look here. Ross Williams sent me a message saying thanks for the awesome commentating, and I know he's going to bed. And all right, that's an old message. You don't mind me while I'm just going through messages. And yes, Alan O'Brien has sent me a message saying he's Saru. He is. He didn't even know he was doing it, walking through the shot, talking about when I was speaking to James Westmoreland, and Mongo Martin just walked straight through the shot. But yeah, never mind. And another friend request. Oyvind. Hey Oyvind, thanks for sending me a friend request. It's kind of like instant gratification. Well, anyways, I'm going to have a look down the list to see where other people are that are of interest possibly to me. Zacharias, he finished 29th. Yo Valander, 25th. Of course, you can see all of this on my Facebook page now. Bartek, 35th. Wilhelm Skolderbrand, 37th. Josh Holdworth, 39th. I think that's very good. Tommy Hall, 43rd. Luke Holdsworth, 44. Venables, William Venables, 45, with Kev Lee, 46. See if I'm going in the right direction with these photos. Oh, look at that. That's not very good. Doesn't show the numbers. Yeah, well, didn't take a very good photo there, did I? Sorry, people. I did have to push my way through people to get the shots. Well, I think it's good enough. You can figure it out if you're looking at it. It's a little bit better than I am trying to look at it on my phone while I'm trying to talk to you. And Anna Wu commented, Anna Wu, to do with the PR team. Thanks, Anna, for looking on and sending me messages and commenting on my Facebook nonsense to try to keep all of us entertained here. But we've not been able to find anybody and interview Malin. Yeah, we could interview her father, but her English is not very good. I mean, it was her 12th birthday yesterday. And, yeah, I don't want to embarrass a young girl. I mean, maybe, people are getting ready for finals. How about if I just leave you for a minute or two, and Paul, if you don't mind filling, please, and I'll go see if we can grab someone to come over and talk to us. I shall be right back.
Okie doke. I'll take you through the timetable then of the rest of the day. Although part of it is on the screen there. So the finals do start at 3:10 local time here in Italy. And they start with the first A final. And then at 3:30 we'll have the I final all the way down to the F, which starts at 4 o'clock. The second A final is at 4:10. It's then the E starting at 4:20 down to the B, which is at 10 to 5. And then the final A3, will be 5:10. So we should all be done by about 20 past. And we are yet to see a timetable for the four-wheel drive starting tomorrow.
Got Neil? We'll just stand in the doorway, I think. Okay, I've grabbed Neil Cragg. Leroy, we think, has disappeared out off to lunch. How's that for you, Neil? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's good.
Right, we're going to have a look at the camera up there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Neil Cragg, thank you very much for joining us. We're trying to just keep the people informed out there, or entertained, in fact. And yeah, 5th on the grid for the final.
Yeah, not too bad. It's good save, to be honest, because not really had no pace, through qualifying, and so struggling a little bit coming into today. But 2 good runs today, and bumped me up on the grid, so not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, your last run today, I think you were still sitting like 8th going into the 5th round, and you had a good run. I'm sure you would have liked it to be a bit cleaner. I think you did have a couple of small mistakes. Might have seen you maybe even 4th on the grid.
Yeah, I did actually. I miscalculated. I thought I got 4th on the grid, so I was like, I can win from there. Well, then I look on 5th, I'm like,
Do you think there's that big a difference between 4th and 5th then?
Well, there's not, but then it's just one extra spot, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I just thought, well, 4th, little pile up on the first lap, I might get lucky. And then 5th, you're almost like, I'm halfway down through the pack.
Yeah, before you even started, halfway through. But I think the track is going to throw up some twists and surprises with all these different big features on the track. Plenty of overtaking opportunities if you're okay to chuck the car at it, you think?
Yeah, there's plenty of places to overtake. The finals, yeah, they could probably be a little crazy. They normally are when you're racing against Europeans.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
I mean, what do you think about this, the finish, which is after this big ski jump? You think people are going to be launching it over that?
Yeah, they will be. I mean, I will be as well.
Absolutely.
If you're racing someone, then, you got to risk a crash or a broken car. It's going to be, as long as you're crashing across the line, it's you're fine.
Yeah, and what do you think this track's going to be like for four-wheel drive?
At the warm-up, it was fast and fast and furious.
I
It
bet.
was pretty balls out racing. You know, the jump along the back is the full tabletop. You jump into downslope and then triple.
Are you?
Yeah, so it's kind of do it.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, in forward drive you do it no problem,
Wow.
but it's kind of all or nothing. So you might see a lot of breakages. But there's the nature of the track. It's just balls out, fast and furious. I mean, it's good fun, but there's nowhere to gain any time really. You drive your ass off, and you know there's not many places where there's time to be gained. So.
But in the two-wheel drive, there is.
Two-wheel drive's it's more of a finesse, especially on dirt. You know, if your car's hooked up and dialed, it's more of a. You know, you can't just when two-wheel drive on dirt, you can't just drive balls out. You gotta drive good, and you gotta drive. It's all about corner speed, keeping the car moving, momentum, and yeah, that's where you see the difference.
Yeah, sorry about these flies swarming
Yeah,
all
I
over
know.
us. It's just great. And here's a. So, are you making changes for your car for the final? Are you settled on the setups?
I'm pretty settled. I mean, we changed a little bit this morning, and then we changed again for the last round. So, yeah, I was pretty happy with the last round. I had a couple of little, shitty laps and not crashes, just missed an apex, spun out a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe cost like 1 or 2 seconds. So it wasn't too bad. It's about as fast as I have been.
Okay. Well, we're looking forward to an exciting final. It'd be great to see, a 1-2 with, you and Lee. And I don't think many of us out there are bothered on who wins or who comes second. It would be nice to see the Brits up towards the top. And yes, I am being biased.
Yeah, you've got to be biased, don't you? So.
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you for taking the time to come and speak to us. We're supposed to be the Leroy and Neil show, but, Leroy done the off-ski, and it's the Neil-only show. Hopefully you get it done in the finals.
Hopefully, yeah. Thanks a lot, man.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for coming over.
All right, mate.
So Neil Craig coming and giving up some time. I caught him on his phone over there. Thanks, Neil. Cheers, bud. And it's very nice that they come and spend time and talk to us, and very honest, I think, he is, and telling you like it is. Wow. Well, what is the time? Let's have a look. 13:49. Oh, he's here. Leroy's right on cue.
Do I have to be on TV?
No? Okay, we're going to not be on TV. If you're going to have to sit down then, Leroy.
Well, I don't mind, either way.
Well, you can be if you want.
No,
we're going to stand over there and look at the camera over there, or we sit here and no one looks at us.
I don't care.
You got 3 seconds.
This is your gig.
I don't. Okay, you're on TV. All right, well, watch out the way, please, Paul.
What are we doing? Are we keeping these things on?
Yeah.
All right,
we're just coming to here, so we can look over there. And you should have heard what Neil was saying about you.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah. Anyways, TQ of the meeting, congratulations.
Thank you.
It looked like you deserved it. I mean, Berthon gave you a little bit of a scare, I think.
Yeah, he was really fast. He was good. Fair play to him. But I think you have to be pushed, otherwise,
Absolutely.
It's you just always want someone to push you. You don't want to be sat there happy with yourself. I like to be pushed a little bit along the way. So no, he was fast. Obviously a little scare at one point, but luckily we were able to keep it on the track.
Yeah. On the first qualifying today, it looked like you were visibly pushing harder than you did all day yesterday. Is that true, or is it?
Not really. I think I probably pushed the most in round 2 yesterday.
Right.
That's when my car felt really good. It's felt good since, but in that round it felt pretty cool, so I pushed on then. I think this morning was just a little looser, so it might have looked slightly more out of control.
Yeah, a little bit like just coming around you.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just trying to overtake the front a little bit more. That's probably why it looked a bit more ragged.
Yeah. And what do you think the track is going to race like with the two-wheel drive buggies?
I don't know. Obviously, we were here for the warm-up, and it's a tough track. You get a little bit wrong, and there's not really many places you can go side by side, but also it's quite a wide track, so if you want to block past someone and put it up the inside, it's possible. So we're going to see. Also
some really big jumps and some maybe intimidation from people of getting close to jumping into you, and certainly over the ski jump towards the finish line could be.
Yeah, ski jump's going to be a bit sketchy. Obviously referees got to pay attention to that, so what happens there, but it seems to be getting a little bit more difficult too. So I think although yesterday the risk versus reward was quite high. I think it's even higher now because the jump seems to be getting a little bit worse. So.
And we were talking to Neil briefly about four-wheel drive, and I hadn't quite even thought about it, that on that back section you can jump from that first jump and down ramp that tabletop with the four-wheel drive machines.
Yep. Full commitment. You come out of that hairpin and you're full throttle until you hit the jump. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's still like you're making it by inches.
Really?
Yeah.
So will we see a car go over the wall?
I don't think so. I don't think they get high enough.
Right.
You know, the way they go, it kind of at its highest point is near the bush, so it's not going to go over the wall as such. And you're missing the swimming pool because that's further that direction.
I see.
So I don't think we'll see that. What you could see is someone try and go through like the door next to the Proline banner, but we'll find out.
Well, it's going to be interesting finals. Did you just hear that huge clap of thunder?
I did, although looking up over there, you know, it doesn't look too dark. The clouds look pretty high, so I think we'll be fine. Obviously, with the mountains, it does bring in some obscure weather sometimes, but normally by the time it reaches kind of flat land, it's kind of chilled out a bit.
I mean, that would be really, really disappointing to see rain at this stage, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think it will. I think we'll be fine. Everyone wants to see finals.
Absolutely. And I think the racing is going to be incredible. Good luck to you. We hope to see you. I said, you know, either you or Neil 1 and 2. You know.
Yeah, you're coming from an English perspective rather than an RC racing team.
100%
well, you know, even
biased.
English anyway. But, yeah, American English.
American-ish. Never mind. But,
so, yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. Try and keep it on the brown patches, and we'll see what we can do. Okay,
well, good luck in the final. Thanks for talking to us. Lee Martin, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Okay, well, it didn't quite go to plan. We're going to have them both in together and let them banter back and forth. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break now, and we're back at 15 local time with the finals beginning at 15:10. So we'll have a walk around and chat to some people. Our cameraman is desperate for a break. We're going to grab a bit of food and get a bit more water down us, and we'll see you in just over an hour. Goodbye. Hello. Guess who's back? It's me. How y'all doing out there? And it's been a interesting half an hour, 45 minutes or so with a bit of thunder, and then the rain came and nearly got the whole track just a little bit wet, and then it went away. And then it's come back and nearly got the track a little bit wet, and then it's gone away. I think that it's no problem at the moment that that the track's going to be fine. We've been looking at loads of radars, the local area, and there is a thunderstorms nearby, but where the thunderstorms are at the moment, the wind's sort of blowing towards them, so we should be okay. You know, we're very, very close to being in the rain, but never mind. Anyway, hopefully all of you out there are going to be on the edge of your seat. In less than 10 minutes time, we're going to see the first A final on the track in Anger. You saw the warm-up, but it wasn't really a serious warm-up. I mean, serious warm-up. Let me get it straight here. Lee went off, and I think he did one lap in front of everyone. Stayed in front, but then he just pulled over to the side and let everyone go and was doing his own thing, really. Yeah, everyone's got their own preparations for a big race or for any race. In fact, I was talking with James Westmoreland and Pete Lyons, and they made their final of Desire, and that was not in the bottom final, so they're over the moon, absolutely over the moon. And there's a lot of British people together. Let me just have a look here. I can tell you guys, not that it's definitely not about all the British drivers, so that's for sure, but some interesting ones are the E final, which sees Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, William Vinimals, Kev Lee, and then you've got also Crompton in there as well. And then two finals later, you've got Martin Owen, Joe Cockhill, and Alex Springer together. So that should be some good fun. And I posted all of this up on my Facebook page, so you can have a look at it. I've also just posted up a timetable. But, I mean, you don't need that, do you? Basically, you're just going to sit down here in the next 5 minutes and watch the entire racing that's going to take place. And talking to quite a few people about what they think is going to happen race-wise on the track. And, yeah, I mean, they're not quite sure. Lee was saying that the takeoff on this ski ramp is getting a bit rough. And watching in that A final warm-up, and I've got a great view of it, and it definitely is getting a little bit rough. Lee had a few little bobbles on that, and one time came down, you know, riding the pipe down the edge of the track. You know, maybe trying different lines, maybe seeing what works with his car and what sort of driving style and all sorts of that sort of thing. Now we'll have a quick look at the chat room. William White doing a great job, DC. Thank you very much, William. I feel good. Just keep getting this tickle in the middle of my chest, and it's uncontrollable, and it's rather annoying because I just want to blab away about what I'm seeing on the track, and it's I feel bad that, you know, I keep having to stop and turn the mic down and clear my throat and clear my chest. It's not what I want. But definitely feeling the best I've felt all week, so I'm looking forward to, you know, pumping up the volume. And yeah, a lot of the guys saying to me, you know, who's commentating at the track, Dave? And well, the answer is nobody. And some of the drivers not so happy about that. They like to, you know, they like to hear a bit of talking going on, a bit of commentating, a bit of speaking, whatever we want to call it. It's called different things in different countries. And yeah, well, we know what it's like. We did it the Nationals. Sometimes there's no one talking. In fact, Alan O'Brien, who's just come on the chat room. What did you say? Let me see. Al DC. Thanks, Alan. Last National Boughton, there was a lot of quietness, and I think that's why I'm sick now, because I was bullied into commentating there when I camped and I didn't feel so great in the morning. It absolutely was not alcohol induced. It was just a long week, and then it was only a 130-mile drive to get there, and it took me 4.5 hours because of the traffic. And then I got there, and I actually even worked on my own car. I know, it's shocking. I was as shocked as all of you people are. Dave Church, worked on my own car. Well, I mean, to be fair, I can't let Gareth Stanton do it anymore because he doesn't do a good enough job. It's not good enough. And Stefan asking why A1, A2, and A3. Well, Stefan, on the larger races around the world in 1/10 class, certainly that's what I can speak clearly about the 1/10 buggy off-road. They have 3-leg finals, and that's just to give 3 chances at the win. So you take 2 out of your 3 your finishes, and you add the points together, and that determines a winner. It wouldn't be 2 because then you can have 2 people with a win, and then you're going to have a count back on a time. So 3 absolutely gives a winner. And yes, I know you can have people counting on time there as well, and then it goes to a time count back. That's just the way it is. I didn't make the rules. I'm just here talking about it. And let's see, you're very much welcome, Stefan. Thanks for interacting. That's what we like to see. Actually, if I'm honest with you, I really like it. You guys sending stuff in because I run out of stuff to say. And C. Morgan, what car do you run? I run the Associated B6 on 2-wheel drive and the X-Ray on the 4-wheel drive. And no, I'm not very good, but I have a thrilling time racing. And I'm older in life now. I'm nearly a 50-plus veteran. I turned 50 later this year. And I have won the plus 40 national championships in England 3 times, so that's my only claim to fame. Well, no, I did. I won a regional once. I won a regional at 3A Raceway back in the day. Rich Young asks, DC, are you doing the 4-wheel drive? Absolutely. I am here for the rest of the week, and tomorrow will be a much more relaxed day again. We don't start, unfortunately, until what time do we start tomorrow, Paul? Around lunchtime. Let's get that water down me. Keep it suppressed. Yeah, we start about lunchtime tomorrow, so yeah, Rich Young, you did okay at the Torch National. You should do it. Yeah. I mean, I did all right at the Torch National, considering that was the first time I raced in the UK again for quite a while. And am I racing? No, I'm not racing here. I'm purely focusing on this job here. As long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing, says C. Morgans. Absolutely, that's why we race Trish, isn't it? Because we enjoy it. You got 30 seconds? I'll give you 30 seconds. Oh, Trish is going to give me 30 seconds.
You better enjoy it.
Oh, I like it already. Lower, a little bit lower.
Oh, over my mic. Oh, right.
Gotcha. Oh. Yeah, I mean, this is a sport we both just adore. You know, it's thrilling when you race still, isn't it? No matter what, I mean, you're heavily involved far more than I am, and it's, you know, difficult to make your work your hobby. But when you're back on the racetrack, it's just...
Well, you have 5 minutes of fun, which no one can, you know... Well, people can ruin it for you, but it's you make your own luck, and you can make it fun if you want. It can be toy car racing if you want it to be, or it can be a serious model car thing, and everyone makes it what they want to make it.
But, you know, there are some people that make it less fun than others. Is it raining again?
It's spitting. Like, you're not going to have to put your coat on.
Okay, so we still got a little bit of rain falling.
I think it's always going to soften off a little bit, so tire wear might be a bit lower because it's not got the heat there and everything.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, it's been warm enough. It shouldn't make a difference.
Well, you saw in the practice warm up, like Martin Baird just almost pulled a wheelie off the line because it seems to work for more cars more than others. So we did a little bit of a setup change and going from there. I'm gonna leave it now. I've given you actually about a minute and a half, so.
Phil Slade just said you'll be fully spent in 30 seconds.
Even if I'd last that long.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Trish. So yeah, we're grabbing Trish as he comes in. Is a bit easier to deal with than C Cup, who wants to try to take over. And I mean, by all means, C Cup, if you want to do this, contact Nick Damon and see what you can do. Fireman, my friends from Finland, I'm super fast. Oh, thanks, mate. I did make the A final at the plus 40 Worlds, unofficial Worlds. Rich Young is doing a sterling job. Thank you very much. And as we said, what Phil Slay has said. So you can see the pre-A final scramble that's going on. And we have drivers' introductions. Maybe if we could show the drivers, please, Harry, as they're coming up on there. It's not the best shot from where we are. We tried to get the camera. It's on a little electric scissor lift. Oh, hi, Martin. Martin's showing me things that I can never unsee. Yeah, it's not the best view. It's like a Caterpillar style track scissor lift, and we got them over in the corner the best we could, and to try to keep them close, to keep all the cable runs, and we can communicate easily with them, and we can see them outside the door. And it gives a bit of a shot of the rostrum, but not a very good one. So, yep, the CC Morgans. Never tried racing on track. Been out of RC for 20 years. The last car was a Cougar 2 Works, and been running a Cougar. Carry to get back into it. That's perfect, man. That's perfect. The thing of it is, this is such a hobby that you can go away and come back 20 years later and, get back into it. And the chances are, well, I mean, I'm never going to win a big race. I know that. There's too many fast guys. But I've got so many friends all over the world. I couldn't see myself doing anything else. So it used to be my hobby, and now it's my habit. And they're calling the drivers up. Oh, we're not. So it's a second place, Ricky Berton. It's going to be Lee Martin. Okay, well, I'm going to. Phil Slade says, DC, who are the refs? The refs are John Cockhill from the UK. And Noel just joined the stream. Where is this? We are at Panarolo in Italy. Oh, perfect. William White, thank you very much. Believe it or not, it is said Pinarolo. Not Panarolo. Pinarolo. Because I is E. Okay, we're going to do our warm-up. Now, what we're going to try to do, people, this is my first electric buggy final speaking for RC Racing TV. As I'm gulping on that water. So, I have to adjust my style because it's different when you're just talking to the racers and the people watching at the track, because you can just say something and they can just twist their head and look. So I have to make sure what I'm commentating about is relevant to what we're showing on screen. So we're going to focus on the leader at the beginning, and then if it's a good battle for the lead, we will stay with that. If the leader pulls away and there's a good battle for second, we're going to sort of try to bounce back and forth between them. As you can see them doing their warm-up, it's traction looks okay, but it's eerily quiet. And you know why it's quiet, Paul? Because no one's ever using those stupid air compressors.
Yes. No, everybody's around the outside of the track.
Absolutely. Okay, their warm-up is done. Here we go. We're lining up for a final, number 1 European Championships. Pinarello, Italy, two-wheel drive buggy. Carlos walking down there, stomping like he's a king. Just kicking the cars, yeah. So we'll have a nice subdued start. To be fair, I'm not going to be able to yell too loud because the drivers will hear me. But I'm going to get excited. Standing on my toes so I can see. Here we go. Nice starting for Lee Martin. On to the first corner. We're going to look at Lee. So follow the leaders, please, Harry. Just saying something that obviously we've already discussed. Just making 100% sure. Into the Jeep jump. And over the big triple. Berton goes with him. A mistake from Orlowski, so he drops back. Bayer up to third now. Neil Craig fourth. Then it's Savoya in fifth. Over the ski jump now. The first two making a small gap and a little bit short for Berton. And up the inside goes Martin Bayer into second now. So a little bit of a gap for Lee Martin at the front. So let's just stay with Lee a little bit longer because Bayer is gapping Berton straight away. And Bayer did look nice and racy in the warm-up. Over the big triple we go. Right, let's drop back one car, please, Harry. Because that's a good battle. And I will keep you informed on Lee Martin, who is no problem out in front. We'll give you a gap as they come across the line. I'm going to try to... Ooh, and Lee Martin is over at the front. Back to the front, please, Harry. Lee Martin has a mistake on the tricky double. They are now separated by less than half a second. Down the main straight they go. If you can try to sort of get both of those cars in from time to time, please, Harry, that would be great. Underneath the crossover they go. Lee taking a bit of a chance, jumping over that corner on the tabletop into the Jeep jump one more time. And Lee immediately opens up a gap. So Lee must have a bit of pace in his back pocket that he's pulling out at any time. So drop back one car, please, from Lee. Just be ready on my mark to change your angle. Thank you very much, Harry. Young Harry doing a good job. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. On the step, then comes Lee. His car was bouncing back and forth to the left, but down the main straight, no problem for Lee. Into the corner tabletop, giving that plenty of respect. Came off of that single double sideways. And Lee again taking the chance, jumping that little corner. No one else is doing that I've seen. Over the big triple now, off the Jeep jump. Boom. Big air they go. I'm hoping we're following the battle for second because Lee is out of front. And there was a mistake a little bit further down. Didn't quite see it. Neil Craig getting caught up with it. So it's now a gap between Lee Martin, and he has Bayer in second, 1.6 behind. And then Michael Orlowski up to third. He is 3.3 seconds behind our leaders. So let's sort of keep half an eye on the car in front and in second. They're both orange cars. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. I think if we drop back now to the end of the triple jump, please, Harry. Show you this battle for third place at the moment. But be ready. I'll keep an eye on the guys at front as you're watching Orlowski in third with Berton fourth. Then it's Savoya in fifth. And it's Hupo up to sixth. And Bayer making a mistake. Thank you very much, Tristram. I was looking at your computer trying to identify a car. So Lee Martin now has a nice gap at the front. If you kind of watch the cars that are going onto the Jeep jump now, sort of pan back and forth between them, and you can see that Lee's out in front because you won't see him. You can see Bayer now, who is making a gap to Orlowski in third, Orlowski Berton. So there's not a lot going on at the track with 1 minute and 25 seconds on the race clock. Lee Martin has had one or two small mistakes, but Bayer's bigger, and Orlowski over in third. So Berton third, Savoya fourth, Hupo, and then Orlowski dropped back down, and then it's Neil Craig. But our second place car is over. So Berton now up to second, Savoya third, and Bayer, who was fourth, going over at the corner tabletop. Venable sacrificing his body, and then unfortunately that's a bad move for Neil Craig because he chucked him down and just picked up on Neil. With 50 seconds to go. Oh, and the people are saying it was a little bit dodgy on the marshalling there. Okay, and Savoya over in third. So now first is Lee Martin. He's underneath the crossover. Second is Berton. Let's drop back to the battle for third, going underneath the overpass now, please. And to the far corner. Thank you very much, Harry. First and second have big gaps between them, and their pile up coming on to the back section is going to see Savoya end up in third, Hupo fourth, then it's Orlowski and Neil, and then Martin Bayer. Ooh. Wow. 6 seconds left, 5 seconds to go. Time is up. They're racing to the line. So go back to the one car going to the far corner, heading towards the Jeep jump now, please. That is our leader, Lee Martin, over the big triple. Few more corners to go to come home and be the winner of A-Main number 1. He hangs a left and up over the ski jump. Your winner of A-Main number 1 is Lee Martin. Well, I think that was a little bit more subdued. So your finishing order is Martin, Berthon, Savoya, 1, 2, 3, Olowski, and Craig rounding out the top 5. Then it's Honegel, Bayer, Ongaro, Hattinen, Kobovic. Now, if you just pan down here to pit lane, okay, I'm just watching what they're doing here. Oh, okay, what they're doing is they're asking the mechanics to switch them off. You're right. And then the car is going to park firme. So just to make sure that the officials switch it off correctly. They're only taking 1, 2, and 3 away. It's gone already, sorry. Looking at what they're talking about. Sorry, I'm just trying to earwig in. And we've got a rather annoyed Uri Hoodie out there who's giving some verbals and shaking his head and walking away. Trying to look and see what they're on about. Well, they've not asked every car to go into Parc Fermé. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they ask for all 10 cars. Well, I say, see if you can get that on shot, Harry. They're over there. They've got first, second, and third. I believe that's all they've taken into Parc Fermé. There's going to be a little bit lull in the action because we've got officials and that involved in the checking of these cars to make sure everything is okay. So we'll come back. We'll have a look at the chat room. Nice controlled drive by Lee, says David Fraser. Yes, indeed. Carlos O'Neill, shame Savoya took Berton out. Yep, that wasn't great. Neil saying he could have pushed Lee. He could have. Yeah, I mean, I think, though, that Lee seemed to have a little bit of turn of pace there and was able just to gap him once Lee made the mistake and Berton got closer. Wilfred saying inspection. Yes, it goes into a Parc Fermé conditions, and they check some stuff over. They don't do too massive of checks during leg 1 or leg 2. I have seen them before in the past rip motors apart and measure wires and do all sorts for. On who? Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you, John. So the results that I told you are possibly going to change. The referee, John Cockhill, coming down and letting me know this. Thank you very much. A 5-second penalty for Michael Orlowski for causing a collision or something. Is that what he said? Yeah. I couldn't quite hear. He does talk a little bit quiet. And someone could explain the lap times are slower, temperature jerk. Garcia Bastian, it rained. It's rained a bit here, so it's definitely affected the traction. Absolutely.
It was still raining when they were actually racing.
Was it indeed? Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Paul.
So I'm going to put another black bag on the power supply, aren't they? It's getting wet.
Yeah, with not the ground being out here. They don't use ground wires very often in their stuff. And lower finals. Yeah, lower finals is fine, Paul. I mean, is well, not unless you want to change it every time. I final, H final, G final, F final. Can it be? Is it worth it?
Well, my only concern with this is because they're relatively quick. I then have to go out basically on the F to go and turn.
Exactly. We're going to make you work for it. All right, leave it like that. I can tell you up next is the I final. And new tires every race is asking by last 3R. Yeah, on the rear, yes. On the front, no. What they did on their first day of practice is they did scrub in new tires on the front. They reckoned you wanted, half a run, so 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, maybe even a full 5 minutes to break in a set of front tires. So they might have used a new set of front tires every run in the practice day, or certainly enough to where they had enough scrubbed in for today. Yep, and Garcia saying thanks for the info. Wasn't aware. No problem, mate. That's what we're here to do. And Noel asking, did they use traction compound? Absolutely not. We have a very strict tire control here where you have to buy your tires at this event, and then you take them once you purchase them and you go straight into a control gluing area. And you have to glue them in the presence of officials, and then they mark them as your tires, and they have to be turned in at the end of every day. So absolutely no additive is allowed at all. And Mark Burton Young saying, what was Hoodie mad about? I don't know. I don't speak his language because he was getting a little bit heated in his own language. Nigel saying, thank you very much. Yep, no problem. That's what we do. And that's what the other guys in the chat room do as well. So I'm not taking all the credit for this. And thank you very much, David Frazier, for encouraging people to hit the like button. We like that. And Neil from Kyosha said, Hoodie was mad. Maybe that's why the penalty or Orlowski. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm only privy to bits and pieces, like when John so kindly came down and told me he didn't have to, because we're officially just like the just presenting a show here. We're not involved in the organization or the running of anything. They so kindly let us come along and do this. But so I didn't quite see what it was that he was upset about. And Neil's saying again, you would think on such a big track they could keep some space. Yeah, you would have. I mean, I think yes and no, Neil, because it is a big track, absolutely. But I think the drivers are making it look like it has a lot more traction than it does. So the heat of the moment sort of thing, plus it rained, plus a final, I think it was pretty good. I mean, to be fair, I thought the racing was going to be a bit closer, but wow, Lee stepped up and got the job done. Let's see, Liam Galvin, hopefully leg 2 is a bit cleaner. Yep. I mean, I don't think it was that bad, to be fair. Looking at it on live, I didn't see everything. Orlowski did make a mistake and probably tried to rejoin and caused a problem. I think most of us would have done the exact same thing, even in the I final. So I don't think it's a reflection bad on any driver. I think the worst thing was when Briefcase threw Bayer's car down in front of Neil, or ran out at an inappropriate time. Here's Carlos. 14:29. Oh no, 15:29. Sorry, my computer's an hour behind.
Yeah, that one's right. That one's not.
Yeah, but I just showed him that one.
Okay.
Should have a watch, shouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I did a big, huge fly call a little while ago and got rid of 20 or 30 of the little suckers, but they seem to be back. Right, let's see. Nigel says, rubbing his racing. Neil, too many 8 drivers. Big Arnie, poor Briefcase. Yeah, poor Briefcase. Yeah, imagine that. Messing up Neil Cragg to Martin Bayer. That the fact of the matter is, if you're marshalling, you shouldn't screw up anybody's race. And I don't think Neil will be too upset because he had already had some trouble and fallen back. Ooh, right on my nose. If I would have inhaled, I would have snorted a fly right up my nose. RCBL's most crashes happen as driver error happened, and Pat caught up, so not lack of space, just racing. Yeah, I think that's a fair analogy. Wooter whining, saying Bayer made a huge mistake after the straight. Yes, he did, absolutely. And then, you know, in his haste, he tried to come back on the track. Hey, you know what? We all would have done the same thing. I know I would have. Obviously, you know, you would have tried to get back on, and you know, you don't want to take someone out because it's just you're both going to go slower, and why would you want to go slower when you're trying to go faster? Neil, need a Serpent Innovation replay times 12. What, 12 minutes? Well, but you know what, Neil? It'll all be online later, and you can sit there and analyze it till the cows come home. And in fact, if
you can rewind it anyway.
Oh, can he rewind it now?
You can rewind it now. Yeah.
Rewind it now, Neil. Have a look. I mean, we're not going to rewind it. Briefcase didn't really have an effect on Neil's race. No, he did have an effect. Not I mean, Neil was already in trouble and had gone backwards, but he ran in front of Neil's car, so that affected his race. Never mind. Shh. Don't talk. There's Joe. Joe's coming in to try to be a superstar again. Huh? But
it's still raining.
But I gotta stand there, Joe. I'm gonna. Well, I did want to tell you what they're saying on the chat room, so. Okay. Up next, we have the I final. All right. With the Brit in it. Off we go. Go on that side. Thank you. Martin Viderman leads us off. We were chatting to him a little bit earlier. And Nick Child, boom, up to second in the green Schumacher machine. Now you'll be able to see that the grip has been affected by this rain. And Nick Child, let's follow the battle for second, please. Sorry, I forgot I had to tell our cameraman. Yeah, I had to give Harry the heads up. So we are watching the 5 car of Nick Child and 10 of Marion Docal. And let's see what's happening. Nick Child's going to come around in second. The lower finals, well, the only final doing 3 legs is the A final. So this is their only race of the day. They qualified in 5 rounds of qualifying, and now they're racing. But you can see that they are struggling for traction compared to when it was completely dry. I do think that it's dry enough that, or it's warm enough that it should dry out if the rain stops. And it's getting a bit brighter outside, but you can actually see the car is getting a little bit dirty. Yeah, that's not how you do it. So Martin Viderman out front. And Nick Child is 4 seconds back. Then it's Gianluca Muller, Benjamin Moose, Diego Virotto.
So where do we want to be looking?
Well, we're following Nick Child at the moment, who's fallen right back. I think if you go back to the bunch of cars going underneath the overpass now, please. First, second, third are spread out. Joe's moaning at the flies. So, yeah, pick any of that you like there, Harry. Boom, big air, big crash. Landed on the bottom. Yeah, well, we're just going to let this one drift around. Harry's going to pick who he wants. There's not really any good battles on the track now, but you can see that those 2 cars crashing, if you saw them, there's 2 cars crashing on a relatively simple part of the track, is got to be down to the lack of traction. This is our B finalist out marshalling. Of course, in the A final, they use international marshals. Right, it is Vitamin out front from Switzerland. Nick Child second. Oh, but there's a pass for the lead. Please go to the cars heading towards the step down. And our leader makes a mistake on the flyover. Means Nick Child is our leader coming down the main straight with 2 minutes left. Come on, Nick Child. He is like me. He's been behaving himself this week, has Nick. And into the Jeep jump over the big triple. Beautiful through there for Nick. He's pulling away from Vitamin in second. We're going to stay with Nick now. He's our leader. There was a change for the lead.
Someone's asked what time the next leg of the day is on.
10 past.
10 past 4.
Everything's 10 past.
10 past 3, 10 past 4, 10 past 5.
That's it, thanks. And let's go. Where's Mr. Child at the end of the straight? Say that's the most ironic surname on the face of earth. But Vitamin's closing up on him. Nick sliding wild under the overpass and heading for the Jeep jump now. Nick lines it up and then gets a full power boom over the triple, no problem, but running a bit wide. So Child is being closed down by Vitamin. Or Weidman, even. I don't know why I say Viter. Easier for me to say because, yeah, I struggle. And into the tricky double. Nick goes single. Weidman goes for the double, but doesn't make it, so that he drops back just a bit. 30 seconds on the clock. They'll be lucky to make it through for another lap. Out of the double single now. Underneath the overpass. Nick Child been in the lead now for the last minute and a half. Into the Jeep jump now. And the big triple for Nick. Comes up short. Oh, Vitamin getting it nice. Vitamin looking up the inside. Nick pushing out of the corner. Vitamin sliding up the inside. Nick coming back out of Vitamin's off the track. Nick Child's going to hang on to the lead over the big jump. One finish. Nick Child wins the I-Final. All clap for Nick. Good job, Nick. Show the drivers on the rostrum, please. Nick Child. Hey. Oh, where's he gone? I was trying to get Nick to give us a wave, but Nicholas is there. Nick Child wins. I'm going to give him another clap. That was a good win for Mr. Child. If you know Nick. Oh, Max Mort trying to push a car across the line. You can't do that. Well, I mean, you could, but you're not supposed to. I'll point Nick out so you can get him on camera when he comes down there, please, Harry.
It looks like, yeah.
Race is over.
So we have a winner.
Waiting for Nick to come around. I'm not sure which way he's gonna come off the driver's stand. But he's easy to spot, Harry. He's like the size of a house. He makes Joe look small.
We have a winner. Nick Child from the UK.
Well, still waiting for Nick. He's probably decided he doesn't want to marshal. He's won his final.
Well, the sun may be out, but it's raining harder than ever.
Is it? Is it really raining?
Yeah.
It is. Okay, I'm being told it's raining. The sun is out, but the rain is coming down. There's Nick Child. Give the camera a wave, Nick. Wave to the camera. Up there on the stand, look. Camera's only been there for 3 days. Nick, you're on camera, you legend. Well, that's probably the best statement we've heard all day.
Have you seen what our final?
Oh, yeah, we've already discussed in your final, Joe.
Good fun.
So I'm guessing Nick Child is going to be celebrating with a few frosty bevies tonight.
More than a few in his box.
Yeah, no, I was trying to sound polite, Joe. Yes, I know there's more than a few. I know Nick Child.
I don't even know what final I'm in.
Well, I might suggest, Joe, if you don't know what final you're in, maybe you should find out. No, that's yesterday's. Up next, we have the H final. In here, we have William Callan, Nicholas Child, Jan Dissler, Stefano Figaro, and James Westmoreland, Patrick Oswald, Massimiliano Amato, Giovanni Vecchiago, Pete Lyons, and Michael Berti. And they're struggling on the warm-up lap. Is it still raining out there?
Yep.
How do you know? Oh, briefcase. You ran in front of Neil's car. You ran in front of Neil's car. You ran in front of a racer's car trying to marshal. What you got to say for yourself?
Trying to give every driver the best chance they got.
But you screwed someone up. Did you hang your head in shame? Did you apologize to Neil? What did he say? Yeah. I know, it wasn't a problem. I'm just ripping on you because it's fun. Hey?
Everyone wants to rip on me. Is this like,
we're doing. Actually, we all rip on each other constantly. That's what we do. Are you telling you don't rip on us?
It's good thing I don't have a headset, Will. Not as much as you have on me yet.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Exactly. It's like the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? Anyways, Westmoreland and Pete Lyons in this one. Who's going to win out of those two?
I'm rooting for Pete personally.
Okay, there you have it. William Venables says Pete Lyons over James Westmoreland. We've had both of those drivers in and talking to us. Yeah, but I don't know those guys. Well, Nicholas Child doesn't count. Yeah, but I don't know him. He's not smart enough to come and introduce himself. Or he's smart to not come and introduce himself. Here we go. H final. Let's watch the front, please, Harry. That is William Callan, the British driver, with Nick Child right behind him. And away they go into the first corner. And over the double single the first time. And Nicholas Child jumps right off the track and loses a place. His dad's going to say, yeah, see, boy, I won my race. I won mine. What's wrong with you? Over the big jump they go for the first time. The Jeep jump into the big triple. And Child comes up short, slapping down. We'll stay with the first car if we're still with them for a little bit. Give him a lap. But Callan is pulling away from the field at the front at a rate of knots. But Jan Dissler does the double. Did the double. How's that? Oh, and he's Callan slow coming off of the double single. Child is over. So we now have a 2-car for the lead, and his dad has to marshal his boy. But that was painful for him. At the front, on the switchback now, we have the British driver of William Callan versus the Swiss driver of Jan Dissler. Over the jump they go, and if you sort of go back and forth between these two cars, please, Harry, as you see. Oh, and the second place driver is over. Dissler went for the double, didn't get traction, landed upside down, and our leader now pulls away. Now see, you see how they are, some of them are doing the jump single now, because they don't have the traction. The traction is nowhere near what it was earlier. Yes, over the big triple section and the Jeep jump like that, you know, they can get momentum. There's a good run up for the Jeep jump, and then you got that blue carpet between the Jeep jump and the big triple, enough to get over that. But if you watch it later now, single over the tricky double. Dissler went for it, down the step down now. These two guys have checked out. They're gone. Will you stay with him at the front, please, Harry? I'm going to just have a quick look and say that And between Westmoreland and Pete, Pete is at the back of the field, and Westmoreland up in 5th. So I'm going to tell you. Wait, let me have
and the lead is over.
The leader's over. The leader's over. So first and second now together. And trouble again for our leader, who gets a little tap from Disler. Disler's right there in second now. So we're going to follow this battle as they come off the steps now and onto the main straight. Disler is definitely enjoying a bit more traction than Callan, because Callan steps up and does the jump now. In fact, it's Disler out in front, getting past Callan. My mistake. On the Jeep jump they go. And Disler pulling away from Callan now. Callan just tapping the top of the third triple there. Third place is Mitchell Berthy. Then it's Westmoreland in 4th. Well, it was, not anymore. Nicholas Child has gotten past him. I think we'll stick with this battle at the front for the moment, and we'll show a little bit of James Westmoreland right at the end, because he is who he is, a professional superbike rider, and he did take the time to come and talk to us. And I'm sure he's nervous as anything. Nervous. He said he gets more nervous doing this than he does superbikes. Good battle for the lead, though. And it's still Disler ahead of Callan, but only by a little bit. And Callan around the outside, taking the lead back up. And they both go for the jump, but Disler, I think, has gotten back past him. Nope. No, wait, he has indeed. I beg your pardon. I sort of lose sight of him. And Callan goes back past Disler. Disler back Callan. Callan taking it back up now. So they've changed lead 4 times in the last 35 seconds. Over the Jeep jump they go. It is Callan out up front of Disler. And they're both over off of the triple. We're going to do a replay on that. A Serpent Innovations replay.
A little bit late there, unfortunately.
A little bit late. There you go. Both over. Who lands on their wheels? It is Callan, and he's going to drive away. 15 seconds left on the race clock. And I believe Callan's coming onto the main straight now. He's definitely on his last lap. And I see Westmoreland upside down, giving up a few places. But we'll stick with Callan here, because he's going to come around and finish. Oh, and Westmoreland's already finished. So we're not even going to get to show James Westmoreland at all. Well, never mind. We gave him some airtime earlier.
Finish 6. Finish 4.
And here he comes around, heading for the ski jump. The one car of William Callan from Great Britain is going to take the win.
Finish 10. Finish 9. Finish 3. Finish 2.
Wow. So 2 finals, well, 2 lower finals, and 2 very interesting races. Just having a quick read down the chat room. Yep, so you guys are keeping it all in order over there?
It has now stopped raining.
Excellent. Up next, we have the G final, I believe. GHI, pretty clever there. I made that, isn't it? Marius Christensen on pole. Ricardo Masagia second. Alex Hayward third. Emil Haluin fourth. Martin Owen fifth. Joe Cockhill sixth. Sven Rudig seventh. Uri Hoodie eighth. Alex Springer ninth. And Jamie Hall 10th. Now I can tell you, Martin Owen and Alec have a bet.
What's the bet?
The loser has to put on their Facebook profile that they drove so bad even Brian Preddy could beat them.
Ah.
And some of you out there who understand that are probably on the phone to Brian Preddy as we speak. 3 finals, 3 Brit wins, says Duncan Reist. Yeah. Was it? Yes, it was. The A final, Lee Martin won. Nick Child won the I final. And Kalan won the H final. Can we go for 4 for 4?
Is there anybody from the UK in the next one, I suppose?
Oh, yeah. There's quite a few of them. Alan O'Brien. Ha ha ha. That's a belter of a bet. Exactly. Exactly. Who wants to put that on their Facebook page? Yes, we have. Let me have a closer look, because I can barely see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 British drivers in this final. Chances are pretty good. Wouldn't that be something? I'm just thinking here. Wouldn't it be something if a British driver wins every final?
A clean sweep.
A clean sweep.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think so either, but that would be something else for the Brits to come over here and not our usual surface and go for the win. But yeah, I mean, I tried to get Alec and Martin Owen to bet that whoever lost had to wear the winner's shirt.
They weren't having that one then.
No, they didn't go for that. Alex said he didn't mind because it would look like a house on him. And it would look like a tutu on Martin Owen. Anyways. Okay.
Some argy-bargy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm guessing somebody was a bit late coming down, and Carlos was going to make half the field start from the pit lane. But believe it or not, the cool head of Paul Worsley stepped in. Here we go. G final coming up. Marius Christensen from Norway, our pole sitter. Here we go. Good start for Marius. And over the first double single, no problem. 1, 2, 3, 6. So good start for Joe. Looks like Martin Owen's making up a place as well. Trouble for someone on the top of the hill on the Jeep jump. And there's cars everywhere. Owen's upside down. I think it's Marius Christensen driving away. And who's coming out in second and then spins? It was Alex Springer from 9th up to 2nd. And he spins and he just lost 4 places. He made one back though. Sorry about that. Oh dear, and Springer's over again, but it is the 2-carb of Ricardo Massagia, who has a massive lead. If we can drop back to the second pack, please. Harry going up to the top corner. There you go. And I believe that is, well, it said Uri Hoodie. Oh my God, he did a backflip. And unlike Mr. Belston, who landed all of them, oh God dear. Oh, and he landed on his roof. And Owen has a coming together with the boss, Mr. Springer, and when Owen gave it full throttle, Springer ended upside down, and Owen with a broken wing now, although it might be a broken car. We're watching the battle for second between the 6 and the 3, so that's Joseph Cockhill and Alex Haywood, as Massagia is way out of front. Oh dear. I hope you got that. We're going for a replay. A Serpent's Innovation replay of how not to take the big triple. Here they come over the Jeep jump. And watch them both give it too much power. The bit of wind. Boom. That's how not to land a 2-wheel drive buggy on the Serpent Innovation replay. And we were told that if the wind comes up, these cars are going to struggle in the air. And from when these cars were on the track earlier to now, there is much more wind. So we're following the scrap for second, I suppose. Masagia is checked out. He is like gone. He's coming on to the main straight now before anyone's even near the line. And it's going to be the 3 car of Haywood, Alex Haywood, coming through in second. Then it's Jamie Hall in third. Joe Cockhill, Sven Rudig, Hoodie, Christensen, Halloween, Owen Springer. And believe it or not, Springer is now ahead of Owen, who's completely lost the rear wing of his car. And I'm sure that's going to be his reason for not beating the boss. But we're following this battle, hopefully, of the cars at the end of the big triple. Looks like it to me. I think that's the battle for, well, it's the battle for third now, as the first place driver is coming up to lap Martin Owen. And there's a change for third. Jamie Hall from 10th on the grid, steady as it goes, has made his way from 10th up to third. 1 minute and 20 left now. And Alec is definitely in control of this battle. Martin Owen reckons his car isn't working without a wing. 1 minute left. Our leader is Riccardo Masagia from Italy. Second, Alex Haywood from Great Britain. Third, Jamie Hall from Great Britain. Fourth, Joe Cockhill from Great Britain. Then it's Sven Rudig from Austria in fifth. So I don't think there's any way we're going to get a British winner in this one, as the gap between the leader and second is 13 seconds. Unlikely. So I'm just having a look to see what Harry's following. There you go. There it was. Took a while for my brain to get back up to action. And I think Springer's making his way back up the field. 10 seconds left on the race clock. So it looks like Haywood and Christensen now are making it through. Let's follow these 2 cars coming off of the steps, please, if you're not already. And they're finishing now as they cross the line. So this is the battle for second between the 1 car of Haywood and Christensen. Oh, some terrible luck there. Oh no, that's the 7 car of Rudig. Well, maybe it was the 1 car. Like I say, it's a little bit tough to see these stickers if they don't put them right on the side of the car. Anyways, Masagia from Italy has won. Haywood is second. Then that was a battle for third between Christensen and Rudig. That's third and fourth. Jamie Hall fifth. Halloween sixth. Alex Springer seventh. Uri Hoodie eighth. Joe Calkill ninth. And Martin Owen is 10th. So all of you should be looking forward to Martin Owen's post on Facebook that he was such a bad driver today that even Brian Preddy could beat him. What do you think about that, Paul?
Well, it means we haven't got a clean sweep, doesn't it? But never mind.
No, we don't.
That one entered my mouth.
Nice. Well, I nearly snorted a fly earlier. Okay.
So F now.
Yes.
F and then the second.
Hey, Alec. What was that? Yeah, Alex said Martin is a butcher. But he's a butcher that has to make a post on Facebook now. Well, it is what it is. I wasn't looking at the chat room. Did you manage to have a look back at the incident, Neil? And do you think it was a fair call? Or I'm interested to know what you have to say. I'm spending far less time looking at the chat room, and I'm just going to try to call the races. Tomorrow we have practice day again. Fingers crossed the weather holds out. Monday, Tuesday were perfect. Up until after qualifying today, it was perfect. Paul's not giving me any information, so I guess you've not written about that. Let's look at the next race then. It's the F final, and after this one, we will have the second leg of the A, and we'll see if we have a 2017 two-wheel drive European champion crowned, or will we have to go to the third leg? On pole here in the F final, Sami Salmela from Finland, and Miksovsky from the Czech Republic, Edward Kalan, another Kalan driver from Great Britain, and René Levitzau from Austria, Benjamin Porte from France, Marcus Lind from Sweden, Alexander Thule from France, Jo Mayer from Great Britain, and Senesi from Italy, and Burley from Germany. No, there didn't seem to be the argy-bargy trying to get the cars on the grid. As we're lining up for the F final, it is Sami Salmela. Hang on, let me listen to what Worsley's saying. Oh, couldn't hear what Worsley's saying. He was talking with the referee. Here we go. Let's see what sort of start Salmela gets. And it's a good start into the first corner. No trouble around there, but he jumps straight off the track. It's the 2 car. And Sammy's going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 places. So it's a rough start for the Salmela man. But it is Miksovsky out front in the 2 car. And we'll follow the car at the front of the field for a moment, please, Harry. Thank you. Running really wide out of there, but he did go for the tricky double. Onto the main straight. His lead was 2.1 after 1 lap. Miksovsky in the 2 car. Then it's Benjamin Porte in second. And Nicolas Burley from 10th on the grid up to 3rd. And our second place driver, Porte, has a little bit of trouble over the big triple. We're following our leader at the moment. There's not a close race for second at the moment, so we'll stick with this. And second is over, so Nicolas Burley from Germany from 10th all the way up to second in 2 laps, but he is 3.6 behind our leader.
And he's off.
And our leader's off. Springer's there, and we have a new first place. It's the all-white car of Nicolas Burley. Into the switchback they go. Burley runs a bit wide, and the drop-off now. Over the double they go, and the big ski jump. Both of them taking that nice. See who's going to go for the tricky double, and they both go for it, no problem. So maybe Burley underqualified just a bit, or he's enjoying these slightly less grippy conditions. But he makes a mistake on the double single now, and it's to Miksovsky. Let's call him Mix. Oh, and trouble for Burley on the big triples. Gonna see him drop down to 3rd now. And a British driver shouting at C-Cup to move quicker to do some marshalling. It's Mix out in front, followed by Burley, then Callan. And Callan, I think it was Callan having a bit of trouble. And we're following the battle for second now, so that's exactly what I was going to ask Harry to do. And it's the 9 car now of Senesi up to second. as Miksowski out in front, but he's over at the big triple, so now that's the battle for the lead. I mean, you can almost call it a 4 or 5 car battle with one not far back. Over the ski jump they go. Hanging a left into the tricky double. 1, 2, 3 make it over. One does single double or single even, and it's the 10 car Burley getting stuck. C Cup, Johnny on the spot. Good marshalling from him, and there's another change for the lead. And as I say that, they crash back out, so it's 2. Mix out in front still. Oh dear. We're going to follow the battle over the Jeep jump and into the big triple. And wow, that was messy. And I don't mean Lionel. And there's a trouble just after the drop off, and it looks like the 5 car now of Benjamin Port back to the point. And the 10 car barely having trouble on the tricky double. So first and second now going to have a bit of a gap. It's Port and I believe it's Calan, but I can't see them down the main straight because of the pit lane. So it is the 3, Port versus Calan. Let's follow that battle, please. He is on it. Good job, Harry. Up to the Jeep jump now. And it is Port with Calan right with him. Calan looking up the inside on the switchback, and Calan drives right around the outside, but Port getting the power, and then they switch again just after the drop off. Over the ski jump they go. Traffic moving out of the way, and Port making a mistake going for the double. Calan goes single, then Calan catching him. Joe had to marshal him, and Calan's going to come down the main straight in the lead with just 10 seconds on the clock, so this is their last lap. Squeaky bum time. Under the crossover they go. On the corner tabletop, Calan ahead of Port. Doesn't show that on your computer, but that's what's happening.
Joe's giving a cracking display.
Yeah, Joe was giving a cracking display over there. Like the full moon in the middle of the day. On the drop-off now. This is going to be the battle to the line. Over they go. We're going to have another British winner here in the F final, and it is Edward Calan. I think there was about 47 changes of lead in that race. Now maybe 46. Maybe 45. Right, I'm going to have a minute's break, and I'll leave the mic on so you can hear the ambience. I'm going to have a bit of water and clear my throat, because up next, the second leg of the A final. Will we have a British champion? Will it go to a third and deciding leg? I'll be right back, people. Martin, looking forward to your Facebook update.
Wait, I think my car got hit 7, 8 times in that car by other people. It's just destroyed itself. And then Alex finished it off, and that was my fault. We landed on it.
Schumacher wing?
Fun?
Schumacher wing?
No, it's from Rubik's one. It's not the wing that broke, it's the mount. Oh, you mount? The mount, yeah. Snapped it off.
Everyone's listening.
That's all right.
Rest of my no problem. I've told them all. They're waiting for your Facebook update. You can't welch on the bed, though. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so exciting. Got to just chill out. Let's see what's being said. That's what I was saying. Good luck, Sammy. Yeah, no, he did not have a good race on that single double on the first lap. Put too much power down. The car squirted sideways. He jumped to the inside of the track and got stuck on the pipe. Bad luck. William White, Hannibal Elector Genius from Facebook chat. Absolutely. And Lee Juniper saying, come on, the Brits. Exactly. So may I just remind you, Lee Martin winning leg number 1. I think it was Berton was second. Can't remember if I'm honest with you. I think Berton did it end up back in second after all of that melee. So we're on the warm-up now for the second leg of the A final. So hopefully all of you are tuning in out there. 10 past 4 local time. We're in the warm-up of the second leg of the A. And let's hear your thoughts, people out there. Anybody, anywhere in the world, can Lee Martin take home the 2017 two-wheel drive European Championships here and now? Or are we going to go to a third leg? What do you think? Garcia says, I'm drinking a beer for Lee. Cheers. So I guess that means you think Lee's going to get it done right here, right now. I'm interested to see what anyone thinks anywhere in the world. Get involved. Be a factor in the chat room, because you can't be a factor on the track. Simon Moss. Hello, Simon, saying Leroy will wrap it up. Duncan Riss said, does that make Kev Lee face man? And if so, who is howling Mad Burdock? Yeah, I'll leave you guys to figure that out later. The BBT, Big Blue Tin Racing Team. Yeah, man, let's get this done. So Lee is odds-on favorite. My good friend from Finland, Antti, saying, come on, Una, get him. I think it was a bit of a tough race for him in the first one. And we're gridded up now. Hey? Una Hattinen put to the back of the grid for a late starter or a late pit arrival. Here we go, second leg of the A. Good start for Lee Martin. Ricardo Berton right with him. That first single double or double single even is a little bit tricky. Little bit tentative going up there into the Jeep jump for the first time. It has settled down now over the big triple. The first 4 or 5 cars, in fact, everybody over that nicely. I'm going to focus on the front. Lee Martin on the drop off. Over the ski jump now. Takes it easy, backs off to make sure that car doesn't buck over that. And Berton makes a mistake in second. So it's Orlowski up to second now. Neil Cragg up to third. Down the main straight they go. Lee Martin, our leader, looking to wrap it up here. Over the double single, underneath the crossover. Lee still jumping that corner tabletop, taking that chance. You can see what that does for him. It just buys him another 4 or 5 meters of track space. Sorry about that. Over the ski jump for Lee Martin one more time. Orlowski second, Neil Cragg. Then it's Berton, Savoya, and Bayer, Hupo. Una. And there's some trouble back in the field, but we're looking back at the front. I believe we're following the Lee Martin, the leader. Let's drop back one car, please, and show the chasing Orlowski, who across the line last time was 1.0 behind. And it was Neil Cragg, a further 0.8 of a second back over the big jump. In fact, it's not Neil Cragg anymore. It is Ricardo Berton now. Didn't see what happened to Neil. He's making a mistake, and he's gone all the way down to the back of the pack. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Lee Martin sliding it beautifully around the tricky double. On the drop downs he goes, off the steps, down the main straight. 1.6 second lead. We'll have Michael Orlowski on film, on camera at the moment to show you the chasing car, the only guy at the moment looking like it's possible to take this to a third leg. 3 minutes left now. Over the big triple goes Orlowski. Lee Martin now in the drop-off now. Orlowski hits the drop-off now. He's given this ski jump a lot of respect. I can tell you that much for nothing. 1.3, the difference between Martin and Orlowski. Then it's Berton in third. He is 2.6 behind our leaders. So Lee taking it really steady on that ski jump, but still jumping that corner tabletop. Orlowski is not. Berton half jumped it as well. Off the Jeep jump goes Orlowski into the big triple. He is looking a bit closer, so I say Orlowski on the charge at the moment, and it looks like Berton is hanging right with him as well. A little bit further back off camera, but trust me, he's right there. the gap between the leaders. 1.3, so no real improvement there. Let's look at the lap times. They are to within 0.02 of a second of each other last time round. But definitely Orlowski looking that little bit closer on the track. Computer says no. Lee so close, jumping that corner of that tabletop that time. Over the Jeep jump goes Martin. And Berthon looks like he's closing up on Orlowski a little bit. I didn't see, well, Orlowski did make a little bit of a bobble over that small corner tabletop. 1 minute 35 on the clock. Lee Martin looking to take it home now. Finish it up. That's it. Done. He's got the trophy. But we have 1 minute 30 left. Still 1.3 between Orlowski and Lee Martin. But just 0.6 of a second behind Orlowski is Ricardo Berthon. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Lee Martin has his lead of 1.3 seconds, and he has maintained that now for about the last 3 or 4 laps. Berthon now drops back a bit from Orlowski. So Orlowski, it is time. 1 minute left. He has to do something if he wants to take it to a third leg. If not, the title will belong to Mr. Lee Martin. Lee had the double steer out of the tricky double. He nearly caught the inside. The gap now 1.3 on the clock last time around, but it's definitely less than that because Lee had already crossed the line when he made that double steer into that corner. So Lee, a little bit cleaner, jumping that corner last time around. It's going to be this lap and one more off of the Jeep jump now, and a little bit of heavy landing for Lee Martin off of the big triple. Orlowski definitely looking closer. Berton's right there in third. Anything happens between these two at the front, and he's there to pick up the pieces. Starting their last lap now. The gap between them just 0.8 of a second. Over the tricky double. Orlowski closes right up on him. Off of the step down they go. Lee Martin's car is looking a little bit shaky at the end of the main straight. Orlowski cruising right up to the back of him. Over the double single now and under the crossover. Lee Martin jumping the corner. That always buys him a couple of meters of space. Again, it does. Over the Jeep jump they go. We're nearly done with this race. Over the tricky big triple, they both stick it. Into the switchback they go. Lee Martin in the hot seat now to take the win. Just over the ski jump he goes. Does Orlowski go big? No, he doesn't. Lee Martin comes home to take the 2017 European Championships. The winner is Lee Martin. That was a good race. Show Lee Martin up on the rostrum, please, if you can see him. I had to catch my breath there. And see if you can pick Lee. Do you know Lee? What Lee looks like? No? Okay. Okay. Will he be the one really happy up there? I'm looking out my window. I can't go. Oh, no, I can't see him. Oof. Well, he'll be the one getting all the congratulations as soon as he comes down. I'll point him out to you if he comes out. Let's see if I can grab him. Can you plug the microphone in, please? Okay, just check the sounds played. Level's good. And here he comes, Mr. Lee Martin, as the rain comes. Well done, mate. How do you feel?
Oh, man, I'm just really happy. Yeah, super happy. Because it was, after the rain, it was really tough. And just keeping her on the track and having some fast guys behind me, I'm just super happy to be able to do that.
Well, I mean, it was an awesome display of driving. As we say that the rain starts now. Your last lap looked like you were trying to take it easy, but yet push on as hard as you could. And what was it like? What was going through your mind in the last lap?
Because, you know, as a racer, you have kind of an idea how long 5 minutes is. And they're not telling us how long's left. And I thought I might have finished the lap before. And then when I went round again, I was like, oh, shit. This for sure is the last lap. So I tried to go as fast as I could without messing it up. And even I think if Michael knew it was the last lap, he would have probably gone harder over the crossover. So I was just lucky to be able to get it done. So he was driving really good too.
So how many European Championships have you won?
That's 6 now.
6 now.
I'll tell you what, they get no easier. No. People say you're experienced and this and that. Dude, that was as hard as my first one. They get no easier.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Come on, bring it in. Lee Martin. Lee Martin, getting the job done, man. Awesome. Awesome job. Thanks for talking to us, Lee. See, what a guy. What a drive. I mean, wow, it doesn't get any more emotional than that, does it? Lee saying that they're not telling him any times up there. There's no track commentator. They don't even have time being spoken on the computer. He thought he had finished the lap before, but he hadn't. And he thinks that if Orlowski knew they were going another lap as well, he might have pushed harder and tried extra hard on that crossover at the end, but he didn't. Job done. Lee Martin, European champion. All right, well, I've got Paul's headset. I'll change back in a minute once he plugs the normal headset back in. Oof. Joe's giving me the look. He's giving me the look. Right, I'm going to switch headphones back. So Paul's sweaty ears in mine and my ears in his, and we're sharing sweaty stuff. Hold on a second. Dang, I'm sorry about that. There was a big almighty smack, a clap of thunder. No, it was actually me whacking the headset together. Let's have a look at what they're saying. Congratulations. Quality driving throughout, says Warwick. And nice recovery from Eunice. Yeah, very well done. Alan Brown, I can't believe they don't know this last lap. Yeah, well, it's just the way it is. It's the same for everyone. So it is what it is, you know. Lee's gotten the job done. You heard what he had to say. Very, very nice of him to come over and talk to us. You know, he didn't have to. He'd gone back to his pit, and I called him just in time. I said, please, Lee, can you come and give a few words? And he did. He came straight over. You heard him say, it doesn't get any easier. Okay, here we go. Now we have, let me have a look, the E final. It's the one car out in front. So Salvagallo. Oh, making a mistake on the Jeep jump, and the second place car runs into him. He can't run out there. The poor mechanic is screaming for the marshal, but there's nothing the marshal could do. Nothing the marshal could do. Who's going to come around in the lead? William Venables. Well, Briefcase Venables out in front. Crompton is second. Itovari third. Arama fourth. Yarat fifth. Tommy Hall sixth. Well, let's call it correct. William Venables out in front. Yeah, we poke fun at each other all weekend. They poke fun at me. I poke fun at them. We all have a good laugh. We are following William Venables out in front on the switchback now.
Kev, you're not allowed to beat Tommy.
It is 3 minutes and 55 seconds left. Venables getting it all wrong over the ski jump. 9.8, landing it on his wheels. And let's just stay with Venables. If you could just pan back just a bit to the car in second. That is Paul Crompton. Paul Crompton is rising up the ranks in the UK this year with making every four-wheel drive A final. And I think he's made one or two in two-wheel drive also. Running a little bit sideways underneath the crossover. 3:25 on the race clock. Let's go forward one car, please, to William Venables. Let's give him some time. He is the leader. I think Crompton on his natural pace normally is faster than William. But it's a little bit different here on these looser conditions. And I think that Venables is going to be feeling the pressure more than Crompton, as Crompton's made a number of A finals this year. So we're going to stick with Venables and see if Crompton can get up with him. 3 minutes left. Your running order is William Venables, Paul Crompton, Yari Itavari, and Juha Arma, Clement Bora. Then it's Gallo, Holsworth Hall, Yaret, Kevley. Looks like he is stopped. Okay, back at the front. And it's changed. Paul Crompton's in the lead now as I was looking at the computer. Oh, dear. Well, at least we were watching it happen. So I missed it. I was looking at the computer. What happened to Venables? Oh, dear. Well, Crompton is over underneath the crossover. The mechanic throwing his body, sacrificing. What a marshal that was. So Kev Lee's out. Trisha's saying, oh, Kev, yeah. What's wrong with you, Kev? Jeez. So it's Crompton out front. Last time around was 4 seconds clear of Idovari, but Crompton made a mistake on the crossover. Here comes the Finnish team, and Idovari screwing it up big time on the ski jump. Is going to let William Venables back in front. Crompton making a mistake coming off the steps. Down the main straight they go. 1 minute 35 on the clock. We are with Crompton now, and that is William Venables, who now, full of confidence, doing the chasing rather than being chased. 1 minute 30 on the clock. We're going to stick with these two cars at the front. Over the Jeep jump they go. Into the big triple. And style marks through the roof for these two young drivers. Looking, styling, and profiling as they go to the drop-off now. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Over the ski jump. No problem for both of them. And Crompton running a little bit wide over on the tricky double. Venables nearly does the same thing. Who's going to scramble into the lead? It is William Venables. Crompton with a turn of power up the inside. Crompo pumping it into William Venables. But Venables comes out in the lead. Coming up a little bit short. Crompton's going to scramble for power and pace. And William Venables is the leader. 45 seconds on the clock. This lap and one more. Off the Jeep jump they go. Venables styling and providing one more time over the big triple. Into the crossback they go. 35 seconds on the clock. They will be starting their last lap as soon as they land off this jump. There it is. 27 seconds on the clock. And over the tricky double, and they're both over. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I call that the tractor beam crash. Down the main straight, William Venables is the leader. They're on their last lap now. And Venables stacking it, and Crompton stacks it. The marshal's going to get there just in time. And I think he does the right thing. I would marshal the car that crashed first. And Venables goes to the corner and throws it away. So he is having a crumbler lap.
So Benable is not able.
Benable is not able, I'm being told. I don't know who it is in the lead. I think it's a 4-car. It is Luke Holdsworth coming over the ski jump. Boom, bang. Thank you very much. Luke Holdsworth wins the, I can't even remember what it is, the E-final. Oh, my goodness. That's just, I mean, fantastic. Another British winner. I think we've only not won one final. But William Venables in second, Idovari third, Arma fourth, Crompton. Then it's Gallo, Boda, Hall, Yared, and Kev Lee broke after one lap. So Venables was unable. That was Carlos making that joke. Well, I mean, I'm gonna get Harry to show William on camera what oh, just changed. I didn't see what number he was. So close, man, so close. I'm giving him some salt. You drove very good, mate. Well done. Well done. That's William Venables, or William Venables there, picking up his number 5 car here. Let's wave to the camera, William. He's still got a smile on his face. I think that it was a good race, wasn't it? You're still disappointed, aren't you? You're still disappointed?
Yeah, a little bit, but that's good.
What happened? I mean, you crashed there. You crashed there. You crashed there. Well done, William. Still a brilliant race to watch. Up next, we have the D final. I'll have a quick look at the chat room while you guys are watching. What can I say? What can I say, Alan Bryan? Either way, it's not really an international event. It would be pretty extreme to expect an English commentator. Yeah, well, I didn't get all the rest of that. So, BBT, get in. Will, yeah, unfortunately finished second. Oh, dear, and big claps. Thank you, Big Arnie. Yeah, that was brilliant. We might say brilliant. Big Arnie saying unlucky Will. Aiden Book saying another Northern boy taking the win. Exactly, Rich Young. Well done. Luke, unlucky Will. Absolutely. To my mind, and I could be wrong, the British people have only not won one final. Maybe 2. I don't know. I can't remember. There's too much going on here for my little brain to take in. But yeah, 4 races left, people. 4 more races, and then we will be done for the day. I'm pretty sure we're not going to cover the award ceremony on video. We will be taking some photographs. So yeah, that's the way it is. So up next we have the D final, and it's Mattohanza on pole, Schneider second, Albanzi third, Honcha fourth, Bartek is fifth, Fucci sixth, Skolderbrand seventh, Yanni Hovey eighth, Josh Holder ninth, and Martin Linder is starting from 10th on the grid. I mean, I expected some races like that. You know, it didn't quite happen like that in the A final. Was a very, very exciting second leg of the A. Lee Martin telling us that he didn't know how much time was left. And on that last lap, he was just trying to keep it safe. As you saw, he came off the tricky double. And he thought that he might get stuck. He might get stuck on the inside of the track, so he had to double steer, and it really cost him some good track space. Orlowski closed right up on him, and then Lee's been jumping this little corner tabletop after they go underneath the crossover, and that bought Lee a little bit of space. Came to the end, and Orlowski could have gone for a really big air to try to see it out, but I think the young Polish driver keeping good etiquette, and I think a good result was had. Okay, so we're gridding them up for the D final. Mattohanza on pole. Here we go.
Why don't they have speakers that tells the divers time?
I don't know, mate. I have no clue. If they would have asked me, I could have done both, but here we go. Good start from Mattohanza from the pole. Over the double single. He makes a mistake, so it's going to be the 3 car coming out in the lead. Luca Albanzi from Italy. Oh, and I think Luca made a mistake. I'm going to have to wait and see. I don't know all these drivers' colors. As soon as I can see the number, it looks like the 2 car, indeed it is. Marcel Schneider from Germany is going to lead us around in the D final. Ooh, a little bit out of shape over the ski jump. Good save by Schneider to come around in the lead. Mattia Fucci second, Bartek third, Skolderbrand fourth. But it has changed. I looked at the computer and I looked back. It is Schneider out front from Fucci and Skolderbrand. Then it's the 9 car of Josh Holdsworth up to 4th now. Keep smiling, Paul. So it is Schneider out front. Fucci made a mistake, but still managed to hang on in second. So if we can fall back, please, Harry, to the second group of cars, or the second place car going up and off the steps now. Thank you. That is Fucci versus Skolderbrand. And there's 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Our leader is already heading towards the back straight and the Jeep jump, which he takes off now. And our second place, Fucci, with Skolderbrand right with him over the Jeep jump. And in the big triple, Skolderbrand, oh, terrible luck for Wilhelm. He had a chance to go past. Fucci made a mistake, and he caught him. He was already in the air when Fucci made the mistake. Nothing he could do. And we've got a new second place driver. That is going to be Josh Holdsworth with the same third place driver, Skolderbrand, just a different second place driver now. And indeed, it's going to stay like that. A little bit of argy-bargy there, and I believe it's going to be... It is. It's Holdsworth in the lead now. I thought it was the number 2. Has lost the turnbuckle. He can't steer. So Kev Lee is going to try to repair that car for him, and he says, no, it's done. So we have 2 young drivers battling for the win in the D final. Josh Holdsworth in the lead. Wilhelm Skolderbrand is second. So we follow those 2 guys coming off of the steps now, please. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Josh getting it all wrong over the single double, and young Wilhelm comes through into the lead. That gives me the thumbs up.
4 minutes o'clock.
Into the Jeep jump, and Skolderbrand gets it all wrong, lands on his wheels, so he's going to come out in second, check that third, and it's Josh Holdsworth in the lead. So Josh coming over the ski jump now. Harry's going to fall back and follow the battle for second, which it was the 8 car just crashing out. Yanni Hovey done all that work to get up to 8, then making a mistake coming up the ski jump. So the gap between Holdsworth and Skolderbrand is 2.9 seconds, and there's 1 minute 35 on the clock. So our leader's heading toward the top corner now. It is Holdsworth out in front. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Holdsworth nearly coming up short on the triple. Getting away with that. Skolderbrand is over after the triple. Bad luck for the young Swedish driver. Holdsworth over the line now into the tricky double. Making a mistake. He's off the track. Tried to self-marshal himself. Could have been back on the track quicker. But now the battle's back on. Let's follow these 2 cars down the main straight. See if you can kind of get them both in shot. 1 minute to go. Underneath the crossover they go. Holdsworth in the lead. Skolderbrand is second. They have a nice lead over Hovey in third. Over the Jeep jump they go. Then the big triple. We're going to stay with these 2 guys now because this is the battle for the win in the D final. And they are starting their last lap. Well, maybe not. 36 seconds on the clock. I look back, and young Wilhelm needed marshalling right on the line. So it's looking like unless Holdsworth has a problem, he will get through for another lap. So we're following Holdsworth now. Up on the corner tabletop, into the top corner. And it's Wilhelm who's over, who's barely going to come back on in second in front of Honcha. But Holdsworth on the switchback now. He is our leader. He is the 9 car. Over the ski jump now. Harry's picking it back up. And he has finished. So they're finishing as they cross the line. And we're going to have the 4 car Honcha second. Skolderbrand's going to come home in third. Albanzi 4. And believe it or not, people, another British winner. I mean, this just can't carry on, can it? They can't keep winning. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, it's good. Yeah, you know, good for Great Britain as a nation to have so many wins.
You are one-man show?
Say again?
You are one-man show?
Yeah, I'm one-man solo. I think Paul's out there dealing with camera issues, so I'm here on my own. Let's see what you people are saying. Rich Young, awesome. The Holdsworth brothers winning their finals, yes. And I think if you look back, I believe the British drivers have won every final apart from one. One by Italian, yeah. So the British have.
You can't marshal cars. No, you can't. You can't marshal.
I am official of the race.
You can't. Only drivers can marshal. Only the marshals can marshal. Basically, anyone else marshals it, they'll take marshal it. The driver gets a penalty. Because it's not fair. Because if he crashes there,
I am there for everyone. Not for one. For everyone. I was there for everyone. Instead of asking Marshall to come here, it's better if I came here.
We're just listening in.
Basically, if you do that, someone can put protest in and say, well, he was marshal by a non-marshal.
So your interpretation and your interpretation is the other way around.
There's no interpretation. You can only be marshalled by a marshal. You cannot be marshalled like anybody else.
Okay, up next we have the C final. Oh, sorry, Paul. And sort of take it over, but I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Well, so
Did I interrupt something?
no, you didn't interrupt something. Basically, I'm guessing what happened is John Cockhill come down and had a go at Carlos because Carlos marshaled a car. And John says, you cannot marshal a car. Only the marshals can marshal the car. And Carlos tried to argue with them, I am a track official. I can help out if I want to. And Carlos is wrong because it's an unfair advantage to one person. He just happened to be there at the time. The only way to make it fair is if he stood there for every single race. Well, I suppose that whole entire race, because it is a race, not qualifying. But yeah, it's you know what? It's happened to most of us. You've been stood by a track and you're not an official marshal and the car crashes, and the temptation is to bend over and pick it up. But really, only the marshal should marshal. So, anyways, we're talking that we've had all but one final won by a British driver.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
It is. Not going to happen this time, though.
And why would that be?
No British drivers.
It's going to be tricky then.
So they want to nominate someone. They're saying, let's nominate JQ. I mean, I suppose he kind of fits the bill because, the British are known for complaining. JQ will be happy to know he's a nominated Brit. Well, Gashton, we do have fresh referees. This is the first time John Cockhill has been the head referee at the European Championships. And rightfully so, coming down, heated, telling him not to marshal. Let's go, everybody. You're right. How you doing, mate? Okay. C final. Reinhard on pole. And away they go. Reinhard versus the nominated Brit of JQ. It's just a little joke that they're having on our chat room. JQ looking up the inside of Reinhard already, but Reinhard slamming the door. Over the Jeep jump they go. Reinhard all out of shape. Great driving by JQ. Could have easily had it coming together between these two guys. And Reinhard looking all out of sorts. JQ saying, see you later. JQ to the point. Over the ski jump. I think a very, very, very high quality standard of driving. Reinhard looking out of sorts on the opening lap. A number of times JQ resisted and held back. And that is a fabulous start by these top drivers. That is a credit to racing. Will you stick with the leader, please, Harry? On to the Jeep jump goes JQ. Into the big triple. And landing a little bit rear bias, but didn't cause him a problem. But Reinhard giving up the second spot to, I don't know. It's to the 5 car. And that is Joel Verlander up to second. So we have Finnish drivers first and second. But JQ is down the main straight. Let's fall back, please, to the next car, Harry. Because that is a good battle. JQ looking solid in the lead. His lead is 2.6 seconds at the end of 2 laps. Into the Jeep jump goes this battle for second. That is Verlander versus Zacharias Vilova. Excuse me. Hello. Please, can you not smoke there for me? Thank you. Just getting mouthfuls of smoke. It's a little bit different. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Whew. What's happening? Oh, yeah. We're back on the race. The battle for second now, please, between young Joel Verlander and the older Zacharias. Oh, and the commentator's Kurt Vilova on his lid. Let's stay with Vilova and that battle for third now. As JQ out in front, 3.1 second lead last time round, 2:45 on the clock. Joel in second. These guys have raced together a number of times. All the Finns, they pretty much all race together. They have a strong. What am I trying to say? All the drivers are good over there. There's not a whole lot of them. They don't have as many as we do in the UK, so they all pretty much know each other. And Vilova up to third now. And Schafferdon is fourth, but they both make a mistake. And guess what? Joel is closing in on JQ. I think they made a mistake. Let's go back to the lead battle, please. Coming off of the steps now. And as I say that, Joel Verlander's over. Well, that's a shame. That was shaping up. Joel was closing up on him nice. So we'll give a little bit of airtime to JQ because he's been out front doing it all right. 1:45 on the clock. Verlander is second. If you drop back 2 cars now, please, into the top corner. That is the closest battle on the track between Zacharias Vilova and Matthew Shafferdon. I think it's Shafferdon getting it all wrong on the triple. And anything we look at is just crashing off. So, oh, JQ over. Okay, but he quickly marshaled there. It's not really going to cause much of a problem. If you stick with the third place car, who is Zacharias Vilova from Spain, he's not that far behind Joel Verlander. Oh, and Zach making another mistake coming off of that double single. 1 minute left now. JQ out in front. Verlander second. Vilova third. Novotny fourth. Reinhardt, Shafferdon, Grainer, Gotzel, Van Helmen, and Patrick Hoffer did not go in this one. So if we drop back to the cars going over the ski jump now and onto the tricky double, and as I say that, Novotny, Kaya making a mistake. So anything I've tried to look at has just fizzled out. $20 seconds left now. Clearing my throat. Jesus, hard work. Okay, with 10 seconds left on the clock and starting his last lap now, let's go back to JQ. Coming off of the steps now. There's no battle between the first 4 cars. And in fact, Reinhardt in third is finishing now. So it's JQ's to lose as he has no immediate pressure. Still jumping that corner tabletop there. That's pretty impressive. Into the Jeep jump. Nice and steady over the big triple. Much better attitude over the triple that time around. Through the switchback. Hanging a left over the doubles. And the ski jump. And nearly crashing. Yeah. Good save for JQ to come through and take the win in the C final. Boy, I really need to check that satellite dish.
I've just checked it.
Have you? I'm going to be right back. Let me. I think it needs adjusting. I'll be right back.
Okay. Was it still there?
Yeah, everything's fine. You know, quite interesting though. If I get Harry to have a look behind you in that gully, just with that little bit of rain, look at all that water. I was saying to these guys, obviously I'm from Southern California, and a little bit of rain we had earlier. Maybe you can't quite see it, but yeah. Only a tiny bit of rain, and that gully that looked dead bone dry is got water in it now. So this is going to be interesting. Oh, man, I was quick. They have not even opened it for warm-up yet. Maybe there's a delay. No, don't know what's going on. Okay, they're opening up the track for warm-up now. Let's have a quick look on the chat room. Alan O'Brien, another Brit win, he's saying. Liam Galvin, tell JQ he deserves a beer from me. We'll try if he talks to us. Sometimes he doesn't even like to talk to us. Simon Moss saying, DC, you're Canadian? Yeah, last time I checked, Canadian is still in America. Just not the United States, so. What do you know? You're like a yam-yam, ain't y'all? Never heard of the rest. I mean, looking at the drivers, I'm gonna say it's gonna be between Ketty and Max. These drivers are used to racing on these conditions quite regularly. I don't think Wolanka does as much on this. Mullen's been practicing quite a bit on this type of surface, and Bruno, yeah, he'll be far more happy with the once the four-wheel drives come out. Yes, four-wheel drive practice starts tomorrow. And you were thinking the same as Mossy. DC has lost it. Well, I mean, if you're saying I've lost it, that means I had it at some stage. So that means I win again. DC, who is the mongrel of the race so far? That has to go to Martin Owen, who's got a post on his Facebook page that he drove so bad today Brian Preddy would be faster than him because Alex Springer beats him in the final. So, yeah. You'll meet him next time. We'll get you over to race soon. Here we go. B final. I'm having a good look at Bruno. Nice start for Bruno. Into the first corner. This double single's a little bit tricky. Bruno leads us around. Heading for the Jeep jump for the first time. Bruno and Mullen making a little bit of a gap on Salmela. They're in third, and I think Max Mort has gone backwards. Ooh, thank you. We've just voted you the Mongo of the day. Well, Auntie. Oh, and Mullen making a huge mistake in the tricky double, but she lands on the wheels. And, yeah, I will have to wait and see at the end if the referees think that's okay. Coelho looking pretty good out the front, but Kari Salmela is very quick. Let's follow the battle. One car back, please, Harry. That is Ketty versus, Salmela making a mistake coming into that corner. Mullen now in second. So we carry on with Mullen over the ski jump. And then we have the 8 car of Jean-Pierre Sartel. Ooh. And he's up the inside of Mullen, but I think Mullen got back past her. Let's have a look as they come over the jump. Indeed, Mullen still second, Sartel third. Then it's Salmela fourth. Panish is fifth. Bruno's checked out at the front. Last time round, he had a 2.5 second lead. Cars crashing off the big triple. We're following this battle for second now, which looks like it is between the 8 car of Sartel and the 3 car of Kari Salmela. But as I look back, someone's on their lid. And I think that's Caddy, comes off worst of it. Can't quite see the numbers from there. And no, it was Sartel getting bullied as he made a mistake off the tricky double. Let's follow all these cars going on to the Jeep jump now, please. I believe he's already got it on camera. Oh, we're being harassed by the flies. They're going mental in here again. You have to forgive me if I'm swinging at him and hit the microphone. It's driving you crazy. And it looks like Salmela making a mistake in second. Now there's going to be Salmela, Malin Carlson, and Jean-Pierre Sartel. Oh, go away, you flies. Bruno is on the Jeep jump now, just to tell you the difference between first and second. Samala now on the Jeep jump. That's how far he is ahead, 4.6 on computer last time by. I think that's definitely a bit more now. Bruno is in the control to take the win in this one. It's Kari Samala second, Malin Carlsen third, and Jean-Pierre Sartel in fourth. But it looks like Mullins had a mistake, and then Salmela had a mistake. So it's going to be Jean-Pierre Sartel up to second now. The lead for Bruno was 8 seconds, so he just ate that one. Literally was like almost had it for dinner. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Bruno is already coming off the steps. We're looking at this battle for second between Samala and Carlsen. So Finland versus, it's racing for Slovak. And Samala making a huge mistake on the step down means Malin Carlsen now up to second. So Malin underneath the overpass now. I believe we have that on your screen. And heading for the Jeep jump. Over the big triple now as the rest give chase over the triple. 50 seconds on the race clock. Malin over the double now and the ski jump. And she gets big air. Car booked right up in the air. Kept it going in the right direction, but she's lost a chunk of time. This lap and one more for these drivers. Of course, Bruno is already gone. Bruno's on the Jeep jump as I speak. As these drivers are going under the crossover, Malin seems to have a little bit better pace than Samala right now. Over the Jeep jump for Carlsen and Samala. Samala pushing hard. There's gonna go one more lap for the battle for second. Bruno's already gone. He's on the main straight now. 9 seconds on the clock. Over the tricky double. No problem for Malin. No problem for Samala. On the step down now. Time is up. They're racing to the line. Bruno over the Jeep jump now into the big triple. Well, we stayed with Malin versus Kari Samala, but he just doesn't have the pace to hang with Malin right now for whatever reason. Over the big triple they go. And Malin has a right and a left off the drop-off now. Bruno has already won, and Malin is over. And Samala slams on the brakes, and Malin's going to lose 2 places. So it's Bruno wins, Samala second, Lanthamy third, and Carlsen fourth. Then it's Panish, Musso, Pineda, and Max Mort. Wow. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is the last race of the 2017 Two-Wheel Drive European Championships in Pinarello, Italy. And there you go. So what do we think? Is Lee going to drive? I don't think so. I think Lee's going to sit this one out. Job done. He's got the win. We shall see shortly, though. And Paul runs off to go press record on our couple of remote cameras around the place for the TV show. And we wait and see if Lee Martin's going to go out or not. I'm having a look in the pit lane. I don't see his car there. And I don't see Shin Adachi there. So I was confident that Lee was going to sit this one out. That's what I'd do. I mean, to each their own. And you know, if you've won the race meeting, you know, some drivers choose to go ahead and race the third final. Other drivers, you know, choose not to. For me, I think you've got the race done. You've got the win in the bag. Yes, you could go out and win the third one in style, but you could also go out and have a really bad run. That's my preference. So, yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure having all of you. Thanks to our sponsors, Jeep and the Serpent Innovation Replay. Also thanks to EFRA for getting us here. Thanks to all of you out there. Even though you've enjoyed it, you've interacted on the chat room quite a bit. That's really good. We're on air sometime about midday tomorrow. We're not gonna film all of the practice. Hopefully the weather holds up. Paul's back, right, Paul?
Yeah.
Do you enjoy that?
Going around turning the cameras on, yeah.
Yeah.
It is hot out there. It feels drier.
Definitely. The rain has gone away, as you can see on camera. The sun is out. The track is dry. I don't see Lee Martin's car out there. Let me have a look. No. Just seeing they're waiting for something for some reason. I don't know. And, Carlos and Paul having a chat. I'm gonna hazard a guess and say we're a little bit ahead of time.
10 minutes.
Are we really?
Mm.
How did that happen?
Well, they've given a 20-minute gap. Well, it's not 20 minutes. Yeah, a 20-minute gap from the start of the B final to the start of the A3 final. And they didn't do that between the F final and the second A final.
I'm going to hazard a guess and say it's something to do with making an allowance to make sure there's enough time. There's like there's a rule on a minimum time between races. They will not go ahead of time unless all drivers are agreed, because rightfully so, if you want more time to do something to your car, then it used to be for charging, for charging time, but nowadays everyone has most people have more than one battery, and they charge pretty quick, 40 minutes or so. Yeah, that sort of thing. But it looks like everyone's happy now, so warm-up is underway on the last race of our two-wheel drive event. I hope you've enjoyed it. I have. It's been some really good racing today. I expect this third leg of the A final could be pretty dicey. These guys can't win the race meeting. Lee Martin has already taken those honors. And who's going to be second on the step? Who's going to be third on the step? It will be decided now. We don't get results down here. I've not taken photographs, It's just not going to happen. There's too much to do. So we're going to have to wait till they're posted on the board, and we'll try to get a picture up on my Facebook page and the EFRA page and all the pages where we can, when we can. So they're lining up on the grid now. And of course the grid is without Mr. Martin.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Here we go.
4, 3.
Berton making a good start at the front into the double single. And it is the 4 car of Martin Bayer who ends up upside down with a few cars crashing underneath the crossover. But it's Berton out front, followed by Orlowski. And then it is Savoya and Una Hattanen. So good start for Una. Into the tricky double to go. Una having a mistake over the ski jump. Landed back on his wheels, but we're going to follow the race at the front between Berton, Orlowski, with Savoya right there. Heading towards the Jeep jump now. Over the big triple they go. No problem for Berton, Orlowski, Savoya with Hattanen in 4th. Then it's Hupo, Krag. And then we'll drop down to Ongaro, Bayer, Kobovic. Kobovic had trouble on the opening lap on the triples. And our leader's over coming onto the straight, so Bayer into the lead. Savoya second. Berton rejoins in third. If we follow the second car on the track, please. That's the battle between Savoia, Berthon, and Hathinen. Hupo, Honegal not too far behind. Over the big tripper they go. Orlowski is our leader. You might catch a glimpse of him here and there. 3 minutes 25 on the race clock. Over the ski jump they go. No problem for Orlowski at the front. I'll keep looking at that and try to let you know if anything happens. Savoia, who was our fastest seated driver after day one, hasn't had the best of it breaking in one of his qualifying. But you can almost see them all together now. Over the Jeep jump they go. 3 minutes left. Over the big triple. And Savoia looks like he's closed in on Orlowski just a bit. Then Berthon and Una Hathinen not too far behind. This four-way battle for the lead is Hupo Honegal. Over the tricky double they go. And on the step down now. On to the main straight. Over the single double. 4 cars bunching up together. 2.5 minutes to go. Over the Jeep jump one more time. Berthon sliding a little bit wide. Una having to get out of the power on that top corner. Onto the switchback they go now. Orlowski looking to try to break the chasing Savoia. And Berthon makes a mistake over the ski jump. Una doesn't let off the power and squeaks through unscathed. So Una up to 3rd. Berthon 4th. Hupo 5th. Down the main straight they go. Over the double single. Savoia right with Orlowski now. None of these drivers jump in the corner. Hathinen is 3rd. And into the Jeep jump and the big triple. These 3 drivers making it through no problem. And then Berthon making a mistake. So Hupo up to 4th now. Berthon down to 5th. Orlowski landing a little heavy off the ski jump, but no problem. And then coming up short on the tricky double. Off of the jump, the step down they go. Onto the main straight. Orlowski, Savoia, Hathinen all separated by just about a half a second. And Savoia makes a mistake. Una Hathinen up to 2nd now. 1 minute 15 left. Over the Jeep jump they go. Into the big triple. No problem for all 3 of these drivers. 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Over the ski jump they go. Orlowski, Hathinen, Savoia, Honegal, Berthon. And then there's a big gap back to Neil Cragg. On the main straight they go. The gap is 1.2 seconds with 45 seconds to go. This lap and one more. And Orlowski looking a little bit of a corner jump on that tabletop that time round. Sees him open up a little bit more of a gap over Hathinen. 34 seconds on the clock. That confirms this will be their last lap now. Hathinen sliding out, catching the track, catching the pipes. Lets Savoia up to 2nd now. So all the pressure on Orlowski has been relieved. Orlowski at the lead. He's starting his last lap now. Savoia, Hathinen, Hupo, Honegal in 4th. 15 seconds on the clock. Orlowski looking good. Been in the front of the race for most of it. Still jumping the corner, taking that chance. Into the Jeep jump one last time for Orlowski. Over the big triple he goes. And we're looking at the battle for 2nd between Una and Savoia. But Orlowski's going to come around nice and steady to take the win. Savoia comes 2nd. Hathinen 3rd. Hupo is 4th. And it's going to be Berthon 5th. Neil Cragg 6th. Bayer 7th, David Ungaro 8th, and I believe Daniel Kobovic had already stopped the lap before. That's what people are saying. Oh, exactly. Yeah, who's cleaning the car right now? Yeah, who knows?
I know.
Who?
Well, I recognised him. He was from the UK, and I think he ought to know better.
Who was it? Martin Owen. We got to tell us.
No, I don't need to tell you. He's quite an elderly person.
Alec Springer. Good job, Alec. Just so you all know, it was Alec Springer out there, the only person blowing dust off his two-wheel drive car while we were trying to talk about the A final. Well, that is it. Yes, that's the last race of the two-wheel drive championships. And I think it's pretty safe to say that we're going to wrap it up there. Is that right, Paul?
That's it for us for now.
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a long day, and we hope you all have enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, let us know. Big thank you to EFRA, our main media partner sponsor, also Jeep, and the Serpent Innovation Replay, which we brought you a number of today. Thank you very much to all you people out there watching. Please like and share and get everyone involved. We want to see this sport remain as healthy as possible long into the future. We've got ourselves an almighty battle with the flies in here. So I'm going to say thank you very much, Paul, and thank you to all of you, and goodbye.